But she answered him clearly, Linbei Province, Anji County, Xiangyang Commune, Lijiaten. He was silent for a moment. Xiangyang Commune, it's really back. His face was covered in dirt and blood, and with simple splashing water on him, he looked even more chaotic. She couldn't even tell what he looked like. Yet, she felt a strange sense of nostalgia. She watched him silently, not rushing him. For a while, there was no sound. Jian Dan was about to go up and check if he had fainted again, when he finally forced himself to speak. "Comrade, I think I can't hold on much longer. Can you help me find the garrison?" He didn't say much, but immediately asked for help, specifically for soldiers. In this deep mountain forest, Jian Dan was speechless. "Is this the first time we've met? Do you really trust me?" The man took a deep breath, looked at her steadily, and his lips moved slightly. I trust you. You cough, your eyes are right." Before Jian Dan could hesitate for even a second, he suddenly fainted again.
Huh?
Although she had just splashed water on him to wake him, his sudden fainting still surprised Jian Dan. "Wake up?" A few small creatures gathered around, probably thinking Jian Dan had found something interesting, and they happily scurried over. A few, like Ji Xiang, even lowered their heads to sniff him, maybe thinking he was a toy. Jian Dan's head was pounding. She looked around and couldn't escape the reality of being in a deep mountain. If she wanted to find someone, could she split herself? At this moment, she really missed having a phone in her modern world, one that could instantly call for help with a single finger. How could she manage now? Her base could hide people, but how would she explain? Should she tell others she was bringing him down the mountain? That didn't seem realistic. With her small frame, lying was not her strong suit. If she could clearly ask the soldiers to find the garrison and she was being chased by unknown people, it was obvious she wasn't dealing with ordinary folks. Using her base wouldn't be wise either. Those eyes are like reconnaissance drones. Her cheating methods wouldn't stand up to scrutiny. It's unlikely she could leave him here. This is a deep mountain. Soon, wild animals might come by. The injured man, covered in blood, was an obvious target she couldn't hide. After a quick scan, only herself and the dog remained. The small ones wouldn't do, so what about Da Huang? Thinking for a moment, she took out paper and a pen, wrote a note, and tied it around Da Huang's neck. If there's someone in the village Da Huang knows best besides Jian Dan, it's probably Li Yan and a few others. Jian Dan wanted to send him directly to Lu Sanj or Lu Weimin, but Da Huang was just an animal, smarter and more loyal than other dogs, but still only an animal. It wouldn't understand complex commands. Jian Dan definitely didn't have their belongings, so that was impossible. After searching the base for a long time, I found a pile of things. I carefully examined each item and finally realized that only the shoes made by Grandma Lu's family could be used. The new shoes had never been worn before, and besides being simple, they probably only carried Grandma's scent. Grandma Lu doesn't like to go out and rarely visits others. She mostly stays at home, so I could only try my luck. If it didn't work, I would have to grit my teeth and cheat. I let Dahan sniff the shoes to remember the scent. "I'm counting on you. Find this person, show her this note, then bring her here. If you succeed, you'll earn a reward. I'll make some meat for you." I don't know if Dahan understood, but he obediently looked at the kid, barked a few times, maybe giving some instructions, then jumped a few times and disappeared from sight. I turned back and sighed first. What a mess. As soon as I went up the mountain, trouble started. Now I even feel sorry for Lu Weimin. It's no wonder he gets a headache whenever he sees me. There's just too much going on, and I keep running into problems. Many people go to the commune, so Lu Sanyi is probably not at home. Sun Xiang is busy in the backyard, tending to some early potatoes that are starting to sprout. She's busy with her two kids, working on a small patch of land, and Grandma Lu isn't idle either. She's washing clothes in the front yard. Dahan came straight down the mountain and headed here. When he saw it enter the yard, Grandma Lu smiled a little. She often came over with Dahan, so she wasn't unfamiliar. "Why are you here? Is Xiao Jian a youth from the countryside?" Dahan slowly approached, sniffed around her again and again. Grandma Lu was a bit nervous, stopping her laundry and hesitating to move. What's wrong? He circled around her, seeming to confirm that she was the person he was looking for. Dahan then lay down decisively and showed Grandma Lu the rope around his neck. This sudden move made Grandma Lu hesitate for a long time. But seeing Dahan's actions, as if signaling something, she thought there might be a problem. She tentatively wiped her hands and pointed at the rope. Can I see this? Dahan stayed still. Grandma Lu had no choice but to nervously pull up the rope. That's when she noticed something tied at the other end.
Huh.
Coming from that era, it was like opening Pandora's box. Suddenly, she forgot her nerves and became tense. Her hands moved quickly, and she even started chatting with Dahan. Did Xiao Jian tell you to come here? Naturally couldn't give any response. After thinking for a moment, the old lady decisively called Huzi over. Go see if Sister Jian is at home, and tell Grandma when you come back. The old lady could recognize a few characters, but not many. She truly couldn't read simple notes. Soon, Huzi ran back. Grandma, Sister Jian's door is locked. Upon hearing this, the old lady understood. She probably guessed that the girl had discovered something, and that was why she sent. As for why she was looking for her, the old lady happily thought that little Jian, the educated youth, was closest to her, so she was the first person she thought of. Without even washing her clothes, she brushed off the dust from her body and said, Huzi, you guys stay at home. Grandma is going out for a bit. Usually, if there was no big issue, Lu Weimin would be in the village. He was either at home or at the village office. The old lady hurriedly went to the village office. Sure enough, several village officials were there. Seeing her, they looked a bit surprised. Everyone knew the old lady was the least likely to go out. Third aunt, why are you here? If there's something, just tell Huzi to call me, and I would have come. Seeing that everyone inside was family and tight-lipped, the old lady didn't bother with pleasantries. Weimin, look at this. What does it say? Her serious tone made everyone stop their joking instinctively. Third aunt, what's going on? This looks a bit scary, Lu Weimin muttered as he opened the note. Suddenly, he stood up. Third aunt, where did you get this? From the look of things, it was definitely a serious matter. The old lady didn't hesitate. I was at home washing clothes when the big dog raised by little Jian, the educated youth, brought it here. I told Huzi to check, and her door was indeed locked. I guess something was up. Big dog? The old lady nodded. Yes, that. It followed me here, and is outside the door. That dog is quite smart. Even if I give it to me, it doesn't leave. It's probably waiting for something. What's wrong with Weimin? Little Jian, the educated youth, asked to find the garrison, and the dog followed into the mountains, saying there was something important. Everyone looked at each other. Finding the garrison must be a big deal. Little Jian, the educated youth, isn't reckless.
Exactly.
We shouldn't delay. This is serious. The last couple of times it was about people's lives. My son's bicycle is at home. You can ask Jian to ride it, it's faster. So, Lu Construction, the messenger, set out again. This time, he was not limping. The guards at the military station already knew Lu Jianxi. As soon as they saw his reckless look, they knew something had happened again. After all, it had happened several times before. Lin Jingde was training his men when he received a message from Cheng Jin. Who do you think has come? The messenger handed over a note. Even Cheng Jin, with her clever mind, couldn't figure out what might happen in the mountains at this time of year. But since she sent the message personally, it definitely wasn't a joke. Not only Lu Weimin was worried, but Cheng Jin also felt a bit anxious when she heard the simple news. The last two incidents weren't small, and her heart was already tense. Just as she was about to call someone, she suddenly remembered that these days, she had been arguing about going to find her stubborn nephew. Go call Ching Chao, she ordered. Dahe came down the mountain, and a few small dogs didn't run far away. Simple was nearby, playing around. She could see the patient from a distance. She didn't want to wait for everyone to arrive. When she looked back, she wondered where the others were. It would be lively if they all gathered. She didn't dare to bring anyone up because she didn't know when they would come. She also didn't dare to move him. His injuries were serious, and in just a short time, several animals had come. Although she gained a lot, she was exhausted. After resting for a moment, she heard the heavy breathing of a wild boar ahead. Simple was about to curse. She was scared but also knew trouble was coming. More animals had arrived. At this point, she had no choice but to gather the small dogs and the patient, hide behind a tree, and watch a family of wild boars poke their heads out. She was furious earlier because she had just killed one, and she was in a bad mood. Now, with no one around, she could act freely and vent her anger. When Chung Chao heard that Simple had an urgent matter, he hurriedly set out at full speed. Lu Jianxi, riding his bicycle, couldn't catch up. When he reached the village entrance, he followed Dehei from Lu Weimin's side straight into the mountains. Everyone had disappeared. Lu Jianxi, panting, finally returned. Lu Weimin looked annoyed again. Useless. Their legs are faster than yours. On the mountain, Simple used her last bit of strength to kill the last wild boar. She was so exhausted she collapsed on the ground. She didn't have time to think about anything else. She had already heard Dehei's voice from afar, releasing the patient and the 4 small dogs. She took a sip of water and leaned against a tree to rest. Chung Chao arrived and saw the scene. Under the tree, a human-shaped figure lay there, seemingly lifeless. Nearby, Simple was leaning against another tree, almost motionless. The 4 puppies were running around her. In the open space in front, 6 wild boars lay scattered, all recently killed, still bleeding, with blood soaking the ground. A young girl was sitting in blood, which was quite shocking to see. Several people behind Chung Chao were also surprised.
Wow.
What's going on? Chung Chao was also startled. He quickly walked over. Relax, it's Simple. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Simple was exhausted and just now catching her breath.
I'm fine.
Hurry up, everyone move away. The smell of blood is too strong. Just as Chung Chao was about to tell everyone to act, Simple pointed at the tree. That person over there and a few others. They're all probably dead. They were chasing him, and he asked us to find you. Looking for us? Simple felt a bit better and stood up, leaning on the tree. Yes, they're looking for you. A group of people dispersed. Some checked the killers, some checked the injured, and others handled the wild boar and the scene. Chung Chao also went to see the injured. Their faces were covered so tightly that he couldn't recognize them and didn't pay much attention.
Can you walk?
Should I carry you down? He squatted in front of her. Simple didn't want to, but her arms and legs were still weak, and she didn't think she could go far on her own. She didn't refuse. That would be helpful. Thank you. To Chung Chao, Simple was small and light, almost weightless. No trouble at all. If you say that, I've helped you a few times already. Don't be so formal. It was a strange feeling, like they knew each other well from the start, but there was no romantic feeling involved. They were all well-trained and quickly cleared the scene. The group carried the injured and hurried down the mountain, with Dahuang leading a few small animals running ahead and behind. Such lively activity was rare outside the village. When they reached the outskirts, Simple had mostly recovered and asked to walk on her own, since there were villagers heading up the mountain. Although they moved discreetly, she didn't want to become the subject of gossip. Chung Chao let her down and followed at a safe distance, worried she might have another accident. Today, the mountains weren't very exciting for Simple. She was basically sent back halfway through, but at least the game they caught was a small comfort. At the foot of the mountain, they delivered the injured to the car. Chung Chao looked at the 6 dead pigs and frowned. Jian Jiqing, what do you plan to do with these? In this hot weather, if not handled well, they would start to smell bad by tomorrow. Simple understood, but taking the pigs back to the village wasn't easy to explain. Should she say she went hunting herself? No, that wouldn't fit her low-profile image. Although Chung Chao is lively around her, he is mostly reliable. After all, he is a young leader, and not just famous for nothing. Just now, he noticed the excited looks of the brothers when they saw the wild boar meat. Although he felt a bit shy, he also wanted to try. Jian Jiqing, if you haven't arranged anything with this wild boar meat, how about this? We bought all of it. If you want money or vouchers or something, I can send it to you later. You see, my brothers rarely get to enjoy such oily food. I want to help improve their diet. Of course, if you already have plans, just forget I said anything. Although the Chung family seems to have fallen on hard times, their family background is still there. When he spends his own money, he feels confident. What simple arrangements could there be?
She was just worried about that.
She didn't lack meat herself, but finding an excuse was hard. Hearing this, she naturally felt pleased. No problem, no problem. Just take it all away. The soldiers' eyes lit up even more as they carried the wild boars onto the truck and covered them up before heading down the road. Sure enough, Lu Weimin, who was worried, was pacing back and forth. When he saw them come down, he hurried over, inspecting them carefully. Did something happen? Are you hurt? He knew Qing Chao, so it was not surprising to see him. You're here? Little Jian Jiqing, no trouble, right? Village head, don't worry, everything's fine. The villagers don't need to panic. Still, be careful not to go into the deep mountains. Not only are there wild animals, but remember, the mountains are near the border, so danger is everywhere. Lu Weimin nodded repeatedly. Got it, got it. I'll remind the villagers again. They won't take any risks. Yes, if you see anything suspicious, just come to us. Let Dehei send a message. Hearing about Dehei delivering messages, Qing Chao was very interested and wished he could take it away right now. As Qing Chao's car left, Lu San was slowly driving his ox cart into the village. The people on the cart were villagers going to the commune today, young educated youth, and the new youth brought back by Lu Aigua. Seeing Jianji, Li Yan didn't wait for the vehicle to stop and jumped down. Jianji, what are you doing here? Are you waiting for me? A few people got along well and agreed not to call each other young comrades anymore. Instead, they would just use each other's names. Li Yan, Lin Zhaodi, Tan Yajun, Chen Zhengwo, and later Lin Dongfang. Together, they formed a small, simple group. When they lined up, everyone was like older brothers and sisters, which made everyone laugh at the time. By the way, a big truck just passed by. Did something happen? Li Yan was just curious and talkative, so she asked. Nothing serious, just here to see the village head. Lu Weimin immediately felt like scolding a child. The ox cart slowly stopped. Lu Aigua got off first. Weimin, I've brought back 6 new young workers. Please arrange for them. The villagers gradually got off and went home. The remaining people on the truck were clearly the new workers, 3 boys and 3 girls, very balanced. From their clothes and expressions, they looked different from the previous group. Lu Weimin sighed out of habit. Third uncle, take them to the youth camp. Everyone is here today, so let them settle themselves. The old man nodded. A young boy asked naturally, aren't you two coming up? It was clear he was talking about Li Yan and Simple. They both shook their heads repeatedly. The old man raised his whip, and the old yellow ox started moving again. Li Yan pulled at Simple, seeming to miss her. She hadn't seen her for a while. Now she knew they would probably eat together at night. She opened the yard gate, first let the little ones inside, then pulled Li Yan. Come in and sit for a while. We'll go together later. Li Yan didn't refuse. She put down her basket inside and found a stool to sit on. Watching Simple put down her basket and take things outside, she naturally reached out. You went up the mountain again? Yeah, not far. Look, what did I find? Grapes? You're really something. I heard they're hard to find on the mountain. If you can find these, and you say it's not far, that's impressive. She didn't wash them, just pinched one and put it in her mouth. Oh, this is sour and refreshing. Simple tried to stop her, but didn't succeed. She saw her pinch another grape, surprised. Aren't you bothered by the sourness? Li Yan frowned and ate it anyway. Sour, but it's pretty good. It's different from sweet ones. I feel dizzy after eating, so this is just right. Simple shook her head, unable to understand. I was thinking we could wait until after the harvest to go again. By then, the grapes should be ripe. We could pick them and store them in the cellar, and they'd last quite a while. Wouldn't that be good? Yes, yes. But how many? If it's not many, Don't share them at the station. Keep some for yourself. You're still growing, after all. When talking about this, Simple couldn't help but sigh. It's been a year since the transfer, and the good things in the base haven't been scarce, but she still hasn't grown taller. Her face and body have gained some weight, but her head just won't grow properly. Seeing her like this, Li Yan both wanted to laugh and felt a bit embarrassed. It's okay, don't worry. You're still young. Eat more good food, and you'll definitely grow. Then she quickly changed the subject. Did you see those people in the car? They're not easy to deal with. I feel they're even more troublesome than Su Hong and the others. In the future, this youth student courtyard will be lively. What happened? Is there something on the road? Not really. Anyway, I think you like me, I like her, but she doesn't like him. Yet she won't let him be nice to others. It looks like a big show is coming. Simple was already exhausted from climbing the mountain, and her mind was blank. Hearing her talk like this made her even more confused. What he are you talking about? Are you telling a story? Li Yan waved her hand. I'm just watching a show, you know? Since he got in the car, he hasn't stopped. Unlike Wang Hongmei and the others, who get annoyed if I say something. Sometimes they make eyes at each other or speak in a strange tone. And there's another one, who sounds like she's talking through her throat. When she speaks, I get goosebumps all over. She made a gesture with her fingers, imitating a strained voice. Brother Weidong, Brother Yuan Yi, unprepared. Simple also shivered all over, really grossed out. Stop. Speak properly.
Li Yan Lauga. See?
I really can't stand it. If it were me, I'd be looking for trouble. Hearing this, Simple already felt uneasy about the dinner that evening. Maybe I won't go tonight?
No.
You have to stand with us. Let them see our strength. While they were talking, the basket was packed up. At the bottom, Simple took out about 20 small melons. They weren't big, but Simple tasted one and found it quite sweet. She didn't hesitate and picked them all. Here, take these home and eat them yourselves. They're pretty sweet but too few. There are only a few trees. Li Yan leaned over. Oh my, Xiao Dandan, you're amazing. You found these? I tell you, a few years ago, someone from my hometown brought some too. I got one back then and I've been thinking about it. I never imagined I'd get to eat them again. Look at you, so proud. If you want next year, plant a few trees around the garden. Li Yan quickly waved her hand and said, better not. Who knows who might get the benefit? Thinking about the situation at the youth commune, she added simply, next year, I'll scatter some seeds in my garden. It's not much space, and you can come here to eat when the time comes. Li Yan happily leaned on Jian's arm and rubbed against her. Oh my, you're so kind. When the time comes, we'll all come help you. We wouldn't let you do everything alone. Jian looked at her silently. For food, you really go all out. You even give up your image. What's the use of an image? Nothing is as good as what you can eat. You know what I'm like, right? Well, she made a good point. It was getting late, so Jian tidied up quickly and followed Li Yan to the youth commune. Are you going up the mountain tomorrow? Are you all going? Li Yan shook her head. No, that's not it. A few of us just want to rest now that the harvest is almost over. We should take a good break these days. If we go up the mountain after the harvest, there will be more time. There aren't many things on the mountain now, and the mountain products aren't ready yet. The fruits aren't many either. If it rains, that's good. We can go pick mushrooms after the rain. Jian isn't good at this. In her previous life, she knew some safe mushrooms in the mountains, but she wasn't sure if it was due to different species or something else. The mushrooms here didn't match her knowledge at all. She often picked poisonous ones, and after a few times, she gave up completely. She had to admit she had returned that skill to her master. Actually, there are many good things in the mountains, game animals and countless medicinal herbs. But most of these are deep in the mountains, not only because it's dangerous but also because Jian isn't very skilled. She only knows the common wild herbs used for emergency first aid and rare, expensive ones like ginseng and lingji. She isn't familiar with the others. Many herbs grow in strange places or are guarded by wild animals. She feels she's only a beginner. She can handle herself, but if danger arises, she can hide. It's impossible to take others on adventures. After fighting a wild boar today, Jian was really tired. She followed her own thoughts and said, "It's too hot now. The mountain is stuffy. Picking up firewood is fine, but if you want to find good things, you have to wait until after autumn. That's when mountain products and wild fruits will be abundant. That will be the real harvest."
Lian nudda.
That's true. Last year, we were new here and didn't know much. This year, we must be prepared and not fall behind. If we have a tough winter, we'll really feel it after autumn. Although it was similar, her words sounded a bit off. Anyway, if we go up the mountain again recently, we should pay more attention. If we find something in a certain area, we can go straight there next time. Usually, we don't walk the same paths as the villagers, so as long as we're quick, we shouldn't come back empty-handed. Hearing this, Li Yan began to get excited and ready. I remember seeing a small apple tree before, and there was also a tree that looked like a plum, right? You mean the one we saw last time? That should be a plum tree. But I heard that when plums ripen, many have bugs inside. So, when we eat them, we need to watch out. Otherwise, we might just be getting protein. As they talked, they soon arrived at the youth cadre's courtyard. But as soon as they entered, they were shocked. The yard was messy, with clothes, buckets, and other items scattered everywhere. There were muddy footprints on their luggage bags. The young workers on both sides looked very different, but their clothes were messy, their hair looked like a chicken coop, and their faces showed defiance. They seemed ready to fight again, at any moment. On one side were Wang Hongmei and Tang Chui. Tang Chui appeared to be persuading, while Wang Hongmei was snoring with her hair messy. Su Hong watched coldly from the side, and Li Jianya was looking around nervously, probably thinking of something. Opposite them were some unfamiliar faces. Judging by their fancy clothes, they had just arrived today. A young female worker raised her chin and crossed her arms, while two others beside her looked at the others with disdain. Under the eaves, Chen Zhengwo and Lin Dong stood expressionless. Lin Zhaodi and Tan Yajun also looked angry, frowning. In the middle, the current leader, Wang Jiancheng, had his hair pulled by someone and his collar was wrinkled. He was still trying to mediate calmly. "Hey, everyone, we all came to the countryside to build the village. What are you doing? Can't we talk things out properly? We are all educated intellectuals. What kind of behavior is this?" Wang Hongmei immediately retorted, "Can we be blamed? We cleaned up the rooms for them, but they are picky. Do they think they are some kind of wealthy heiresses?" The others on the opposite side immediately jumped in. "You're talking nonsense. Who's a heiress? We came here to support rural development. Isn't it right to have good living conditions? Still talking about cleaning up? Look at that room. Mice would cry if they went in. What have you cleaned? How are we supposed to live? Do you think your room is okay? It's only because we don't complain. Besides, you've been working in the countryside for so long and are familiar with the villagers. Isn't it easy for you to organize everything again? Why do you have to make things difficult for us over such a small matter?" "Small matter?" Wang Hongmei exploded again. Tang Chui wanted to let go, but under Wang Jianqing's watchful eyes, she had to grit her teeth and hold on. "Who are you calling a small matter? I tell you, everything we have is bought with our hard work and effort. It's our blood and sweat. Why should we give it to you?" In the end, they just argued, and then looked outside at the villagers watching the scene. They couldn't help but complain, "Oh wow." On the first day here, before even entering the house, internal conflicts already flare up. How can we unite the villagers and contribute to building a new countryside and the nation? Are you here to build the countryside or to stir up trouble among the people? Li Yan also nodded seriously and loudly responded, "Thinking about it, it's really suspicious. Maybe we should ask the youth bureau at the commune. Are these our revolutionary comrades? Is this how we treat our comrades?"
Ha!
Their voices were quiet, and inside, Wang Hongmei and others heard about the simple girls' hunting of wild boars. They didn't believe it much, but since they didn't usually have much contact, they didn't look for trouble. But the newcomers didn't know this. Already angry, when they heard this, their hearts trembled, and their anger quickly flared up. Moreover, Simple was small and had a fair face, which made others feel jealous. Before anyone could react, a young female youth with long fingernails rushed forward, shouting, "Shut up, you. Do you know what you're talking about? Watch me tear your mouth apart, so you won't be able to talk nonsense anymore." Her sharp nails aimed straight at Simple's small face. In just a few seconds, before anyone could react, Lin Dongfang's eyes turned cold. He moved his step slightly, and the once fierce-looking body, like a kite, retreated backward. With a loud bang, he fell into the middle of the yard, startling Wang Jiancheng, who had been talking confidently just moments before, causing him to stumble back several steps. Suddenly, everything became silent. The three new male-educated youths nearby also looked stunned, their faces full of disbelief. Everyone knew that killing a wild boar was simple for villagers, but actually seeing it happen was rare. Still, they had seen Lin Dongfang's strength when he worked, so they weren't entirely surprised, though they were shocked. After all, he was someone brave enough to kill wild boars. Back then, Wei Min said that Xiao Jian, the educated youth, killed a wild boar, and I didn't believe it. Now I see. Wei Min wasn't exaggerating at all, one said.
Exactly.
But it's good this way. Look at Xiao Jian's small build. If he didn't have some skills, how could he stand up to these other educated youths? They'd probably bully him to death, another replied. Since Xiao Jian had helped them find wild mountain herbs and bought iron pots and cloth, their hard days had gotten a little better. This kindness was slowly piling up. Now, they all looked at Xiao Jian with a thick layer of admiration. Before they could say anything else, they felt like others might bully her. This also truly shocked the educated youths. After a moment, someone nearby hurried over to help her up. Hongli, are you okay? Chun Hongli coughed several times before managing to sit up. The few male-educated youths wanted to step forward, but they stopped in their tracks. Wow, their strength was impressive. They weren't small either. Xiao Jian quickly took action.
Just speak normally.
Do you really have to use violence in front of everyone? Did I offend you? I only told the truth. Why do you treat me like a class enemy? This was a difficult thing to respond to. The words class enemy, capitalist, and young lady had become taboo, especially since these educated youths had just arrived and understood the city's situation much better than the villagers. Qing Hongli and Fu Zhahe, Du Shuling, immediately changed their expressions. The three young workers behind them and another young woman also looked upset. But since they came together, outsiders probably saw them as one group and thought they were the same. To smooth things over, someone had to step in and explain, "Sorry, comrades and villagers." These two young workers spoke without thinking, but they didn't mean any harm. I believe they realized their mistake. With everyone's supervision, they will work harder to help build the new countryside and contribute their effort and enthusiasm. We hope everyone can give them a chance to correct themselves. We also hope everyone will watch over and guide them so they can learn from others, shine on this land, and play their part. The villagers looked at each other but said nothing. Basically, this was an internal conflict among the young workers, and they were just watching the scene. Finally, under Wang Jiancheng's attempt to smooth things over, everyone packed up their things and went back to their rooms to tidy up. As for the final glare and challenge, it could be ignored. After all, they would be seeing each other often in the future. Simply, Yen followed the older young workers into their main house. They all sighed at once, and then smiled together. Wow, that was hilarious. We just arrived at the door, and were really surprised. Why did they start fighting right away? Tan Yajun shrugged. The room we tidied up wasn't what they wanted. Su Hong and her friend's room was open, and they didn't mind. They just carried their luggage in, planning to take over, but someone threw their things out. That's how it started. Before you guys came back, they already fought. Look at this mess. Over here, Lin Dongfang and Qin Jiangwo had never smiled. They didn't dare come over. Now, I can imagine how chaotic the young workers' yard will be in the future. It's better over at Jiandan's place, quiet and far away. After that kick earlier, probably no one will have any ideas for a while. Yeah, exactly. How are you so smart? Jiandan grinned. Even if we haven't lost everything, don't expect too much from us. Haha, that's true. Soon, Wang Jiancheng came to call them for dinner in the evening. The old and new young workers usually ate separately, so there was nothing special. They just prepared 2 dishes, and Wang Hongmei and her friends, who had just fought, probably didn't feel like cooking anything fancy. Li Yan and the others didn't make a fuss. They prepared a mixed vegetable stew and spicy scrambled eggs, both in large portions. The staple food was steamed cornbread, which gave everyone a little extra food as a welcome for the new young workers. It was meant to show good intentions. The older workers fed the chickens diligently, but they hadn't started laying eggs yet. The eggs they used were exchanged from the village just now. The other vegetables were from their own garden, so they didn't mind much. When all the dishes were ready, the older workers were speechless. Their small garden didn't lack vegetables. They only made a dish of wild greens. Wang Jianqing's face looked like it was about to drip ink. He was upset because they promised 2 dishes but only got half. His supervisor didn't seem to take his words seriously. Li Yan and the others made gestures to each other, keeping quiet with pursed lips. Everyone came quickly when called to eat. Wang Jianqing didn't want to talk about anything else. They simply introduced themselves briefly, then started grabbing food with their chopsticks. Even though it was a fight for food, they all had a strong fighting spirit. The quick-handed older workers grabbed 2 pieces of bread and half a bowl of vegetables, then moved aside to avoid getting involved. After eating, Li Yan still felt regretful. It's a pity about those vegetables. If I had known, we should have just sent a plate of grass, she said. None of them were lazy. Life had improved a lot, and Lin Zhaodi looked much brighter. Forget it just this once. Let's consider it poverty alleviation. We've done enough. I don't see anyone who can find fault with us. If they do, I'll get mad. Their fierce expressions made everyone laugh. There were 6 new young workers, 3 men and 3 women. The women were Du Xiuling, Chen Hongli, and Wei Shuan. The men were Qian Cheng, Ling Weidong, and Yuan Yi. They still didn't show much of their personalities. Chen Hongli, who had just fought with Wang Hongmei, was supported by Du Xiuling. They were from the same place and had a closer relationship than others. If they weren't mistaken, Chen Hongli was the one who spoke with a strange tone, teasing and sarcastic. The other male workers hadn't revealed themselves yet, but Wei Shuan clearly liked Ling Weidong. Oh, this is lively, someone said. On the first day of rest, the new workers arrived. The workers' courtyard was lively, like a stage show. The next day, they didn't plan to go up the mountain. They wanted to tidy up the backyard. Although they hadn't officially finished farming, the early crops like cucumbers were almost withered. The old cucumber plants at the roots were almost gone, so there was little point in keeping them. After cleaning up, they could plant a batch of Chinese cabbages, which would be ready after the autumn harvest. The persimmon seedlings haven't reached this stage yet, but there aren't many persimmons left. I plan to harvest them all easily. Don't keep the ones that are too small or haven't grown enough. For the slightly red ones that aren't fully ripe, put them in a basket and cover tightly. Store them in a cool place, and in a few days they'll ripen. Although they're not very fresh, they taste different and are still good. You can make soup or stir-fry with them. They taste especially fresh. The early bean seedlings are almost dead, so they can be cleaned up together. These seedlings don't need to be thrown away. Find a corner in the garden and toss them there. With this weather, they'll dry in a few days. When dried, they can be used in the stove for half a day. Overall, in the countryside, almost nothing is wasted. Remove the support sticks, harvest the seedlings, then gather all the seedlings into a corner. Use a rake to clean the area, till the soil again, make ridges, sow seeds, and gently water the area. This way, the cabbage will be planted. As for the cucumbers, persimmons, and beans brought back, they are all good. The longer the cucumbers are stored, the more sour they become. They're great for making soup. The sour taste is simple and very appealing. I plan to exchange some more in the village this year, making soup, dumpling soup, or stir-fried potatoes. All taste especially fresh. When Li Yan and a few others came over, Jian Dan was busy holding a fork, digging up potatoes. They planted these in spring, not too many, just a few rows, mainly enough for themselves. Seeing them, Jian Dan paused for a moment. Didn't you say today you were going to tidy up the garden? It was surprising because not only Li Yan but also Qin Jiangwo and Lin Dongfang came over. The two young men felt a bit awkward. Cough, we really can't keep going. That loud one in the yard keeps talking nonstop. Oh, I feel uncomfortable around her. Whenever she speaks, I feel terrible all over, he said, shivering and shaking his head as if trying to push her out of his mind. They didn't hesitate and started working. Lin Dongfang even took the fork and handed it to Jiandan, telling her to help Li Yan pick potatoes. Is it really necessary? If you hide out today, you can't keep hiding forever, Lin Dongfang said confidently. It's okay. Someone else is more anxious than us. We just need to add some fuel later. Maybe by the time we go back, everything will be settled, he added. Jiandan looked at him, feeling speechless. You trust them too much. Wang Hongmei has the ability, but does she really need to fight like that yesterday? She doesn't. And isn't there someone who likes Ling Weidong? I thought about it briefly, but couldn't figure out the relationship, so I gave up. The topic of minors isn't suitable for her. I'm also not very polite with them. Since you're here, I'll take you in. You can help me finish the work, and it saves me from doing it all tomorrow. Oh, and I'll provide the meals later. This suggestion was immediately accepted unanimously. You know, your efficiency is really impressive. In just half a day, you've finished planting these cabbages? It's easy. No need to hide the seedlings or anything. It's all open ground. Even if they're crooked, it doesn't matter. They'll still grow. What about your side? Anything left to do? The group immediately groaned. We just pulled out the cucumber seedlings and haven't even finished harvesting them, but they were pushed out by others. Tomorrow, we'll spend the whole day tidying up. Our garden is about the same size as yours. Look at how neat they've kept theirs and compare it to our messy one. Feeling happy, Simple said, See? I work harder than you guys. After working, they naturally didn't hold back on eating. Once they were full, they were all pleasantly surprised again. Watermelon? You still have some left? Simple tilted her chin proudly, of course. Who do you think I am? Hee hee. I won't take it back. With so many people around, it's better to eat here. She was generous with her friends.
There's more in the backyard.
Want to see a miracle? Lin Dongfang chuckled softly. I feel like you're tempting us to come work for free. Simple shrugged. You could resist the temptation, though. Cough, it's so tempting.
I think I really can't resist.
Listen to how ambiguous that sounds. After eating and drinking, the friends were full of energy again in the afternoon. Not only did they finish tidying the potatoes, but they also harvested all the remaining watermelons, including pulling out the seedlings, and still felt like they hadn't had enough. Simple, are you selling these watermelons? Lin Dongfang was the first to give in to temptation. Simple shook her head. No, I'm not selling. I'm just growing them for ourselves. You can each take 2 as snacks. I have a few relatives. I can give a few to each family, and that's enough. They also knew Simple had other acquaintances here. Director Chung and Li Yan knew about it. That day, when Dahe checked on He Dandan, they all saw it too. When they heard about relatives, they naturally thought of these people. I have to say, your garden is quite full. Just this circle, how many things are you growing? After pulling out the watermelon seedlings, the wall was still full. Is it a lot? Squash, hanging melon, horn melon, melon seeds. Over there, a few mushroom clusters seem to have turned yellow. Have you seen them? When they turn yellow, they are ripe and ready to eat. Those tall plants that look like sorghum are sweet stalks. I think they will be ready soon, probably around the time of the autumn harvest. The hanging melons can be harvested in a few days, which will also make them easier to store. It seems the horn melons are the same. I've already eaten the horn melons several times. You should pick a few to take home. I can't eat them all myself. They get old and lose flavor. They taste good stir-fried or made into stuffing. Tanya is more familiar with these. She was searching under the leaves and soon picked 5 or 6 to set aside. You really don't know how good your harvest is. There are still more than 10 horn melons. We'll pick them all for you. Find a shady place to store them, or they'll spoil here. You alone can't eat that much. Look at your garden, more than many families together. She casually rolled up her sleeves and wiped the sweat from her forehead. This is the first year. Some of these seeds I don't even recognize or know what they are. I thought I'd plant them anyway. Since they're all edible, I won't waste them. Whoever thought of planting them did a good job. Once they grow, there's no more space left for leftovers. A few people, all at least 3 years older than Simple, looked speechless. We're several people, but none of us can match you. Simple wasn't modest and smiled happily, of course. I'm so capable. Lian suddenly lost her composure. Yes, Xiao Jian is a model worker.
We should learn from you.
With more people, the work was easier. The garden wasn't very big, and by the afternoon, they tidied up quickly, removing most of the seedlings. The cabbage had just been planted, so the garden looked much emptier. Only some sparse eggplants and peppers remained, making the place look quite deserted. They weren't sure how much of a shadow Chen Hongli had left on them. After lunch, when they were about to leave, everyone looked unhappy, especially Chen Jiangwo and Lin Dongfang. Simple found it amusing. You guys should be satisfied. Why do you look like you're going to be punished when you go home? Li Yan and the others went to find some baskets. They nonchalantly packed the watermelons Simple agreed to take, and while answering Simple, their tone was full of resentment, who knows. Others enjoy talking like larks or announcers. When they speak, it's ear-piercing. Just hearing her talk makes me uncomfortable all over. I feel bad everywhere. Do you also think this way? Usually, boys are less resistant to this kind of thing, but how come everyone around her is so skilled at judging character? Chen Jiangwo is a straightforward kid. After spending a lot of time with them, he's used to their direct way of talking. He can't accept this kind of behavior and keeps his distance. Lin Dongfang's dislike is very obvious on his face. When we first met yesterday, I didn't feel this way. But then I realized talking to the girl from the youth commune was normal. It's only when she talks to us boys that. Thinking about it, he involuntarily shivered and shook his head hard. No way, I can't stand it. He repeated 2 words to emphasize his feelings. There used to be a girl like that near my home. She was pretty normal most of the time, but when we talked alone, she changed completely. She wouldn't speak, just looked down or blushed. Her voice was like a mosquito. Later, I found out that people like her should be kept far away. Otherwise, they might cling to you and not let go. He looked disgusted and relieved at the same time, as if he wanted to stay 2 miles away from her. A few girls looked at each other. Although they felt the same today, what he said made it seem like he was cutting off his own romantic chances. This doesn't seem like judging character. It feels like he has no emotional intelligence at all. Chen Jiangwo was stunned for a moment and helplessly smiled. Seeing the girls laughing happily, Lin Dongfang frowned and was puzzled. Did I say something wrong? He thought about what he just said and felt it was fine. Xiaoli laughed so hard her stomach hurt. Tan Yajun wiped tears from her eyes and asked breathlessly, are there many girls like that who talk to you? Lin Dongfang's brow furrowed even more. He pursed his lips and looked very reluctant. Not many. Just one. She's been playing with me since we were kids. She used to be pretty normal, talking openly, laughing and joking. But I don't know what happened. As she got older, she changed. She spoke softer and seemed shy. I told her to be more normal. We're good friends, grew up together, everyone knows each other. Why act like that? I told her several times, but she would cry every time. When we met later, she would glare at me. Eventually, she stopped talking to me. He looked confused. A few girls burst into laughter again, pointing at him and feeling speechless. Honestly, in this matter, Chen Jiangwo understands better than him. He suppresses a laugh, pats his shoulder, and says, So, you just told them so straightforwardly? Lin Dongfang nods blankly. Yeah, we're good brothers. How can we hide things when we talk? Chen Jiangwo can't hold back, turns his head, shoulders trembling, and after a while, he turns back with tears in his eyes. Did you tell others about this? Like elders or family? I told my mom, but she didn't seem to understand. She chased me around with a broom all night, and then my older brother told me I'd be a bachelor for life. A few people couldn't help but laugh for the 3rd time. Lin Dongfang's face darkened more and more. He could tell they were laughing at him, and he didn't even know why. Enough, you guys. If you laugh anymore, it's too much. Chun Jangwo tightly holds his shoulder, taking deep breaths quickly. Okay, no more laughing. But when he turns and sees Lin Dongfang's dark face, he can't help but laugh out loud again. This time, he reacts quickly. Alright, really no more laughing. Lin Dongfang glares, grinding his teeth. Is it really that funny? Seeing their sympathetic looks, Lin Dongfang is about to lose his temper. His heart feels itchy, like ants crawling inside. Seeing him close to anger, Chun Jangwo decisively presses him onto a bench. Come on, let them analyze it for you. Analyze what? Why you'll be a bachelor for life. What's that got to do with me being single? The second batch of educated youths thinks Lin Dongfang is the most reliable one. Polite, considerate, hardworking, and respectful in dealing with others. They didn't expect him to be such a simple-minded person. A few things surprised them. Are we overestimating him? Lian nods, maybe. Seeing him handle things well, we thought he should be good at everything. We were wrong. Lin Zhaodi also can't hold back, but she really didn't expect that he's so clueless in this area. How can he be so innocent? He's over 20 and hasn't even thought about it? Lin Dongfang, have you thought about getting married? The question suddenly turns into a confession. Lin Dongfang is stunned for a few seconds. No, I haven't. He sighs, simply no wonder. He's truly a pure young man. Lian shakes her head regretfully. If this were ancient times, the kids would be running all over the place. Lin Dongfang was stunned and confused. What are they talking about? Is this topic a bit too sudden? Chun Jangwo and his friend were close, patting each other's shoulders. I say, have you always considered her as a brother? Her? Lin Dongfang reacted and realized they were talking about his friend. Yes, our families are close. I grew up with her, and we are good friends. She's always been following me around, my loyal little sister. My mom was very fond of girls back then, and almost arranged a marriage for me. Wait, have you ever thought about whether she considers you as a brother? Lin Dongfang looked at Chun Jangwo strangely, with a proud tone. No way. I told you both families like her. I'm just a nobody. But there's one thing I can beat her at. I was born before her, so she has to be the little sister. Now, not only Chun Jangwo but also Li Yan, Lin Zhaodi, and Tan Yajun looked at him like he was an idiot. Does he really have emotional intelligence? Or is it negative? The girls looked at each other and also thought it might be possible. Chun Jangwo was stunned and couldn't believe it. Do you think I'm talking about who should be the big brother? To be honest, Lin Dongfang was quite good-looking, a handsome young man. His wide-eyed expression at that moment was also quite pleasing to look at. So, what else could it be? Chun Jangwo looked at him steadily for half a minute, then shrugged heavily. Li Yan chuckled beside him. Why are you beating around the bush? He doesn't understand, just tell him directly. Lin Dongfang looked around, feeling that something was wrong, and his heart started to race. What are you talking about? Is there something you're hiding from me? Chun Jangwo suddenly got very angry and leaned back. He sat on the ground for a while to calm down, then picked up a small stool and sat properly. He held Lin Dongfang's arm tightly and asked seriously, besides being brothers, can you think of any other relationship? Have you ever thought she doesn't want to be your brother? Maybe she wants to develop a revolutionary friendship with you, to become a revolutionary partner? No way. 2 years ago, my mom even said she should be my wife, but when she looked at me, she ran away. That means she doesn't agree. The few of them were speechless. Even Chun Jangwo, who was careless, didn't know what to say. He couldn't understand the words or the expressions. He didn't understand girls' feelings at all. How did he grow up to be like this? I truly, very sincerely, sympathize with your mother. She has been through so much hardship over the years. Curious and simple, have you never been scolded for talking like that? Impossible, right? Dealing with someone like that really makes me so angry. At this point, Lin Dongfang already sensed something was off. Carefully, he asked, why do you say she wants to be with me? To date me? He was shy and hesitant, which was hard to watch. Jian directly asked, then why do you think I can say that so confidently? A few people watching nearby were very interested. Honestly, this person isn't just straightforward. They're extraordinary and hard to approach. After all these years, they've only met someone like this. Is this what they call in stories, someone without emotional ties, someone who has cut off love completely? Before going to the countryside, Lian liked reading novels and listening to operas at the factory. She enjoyed imagining stories and, looking at the person in front of her, couldn't help but think of characters from stories. Compared to that, this person seemed more impressive, but selectively only in this one case. She couldn't understand. Does he have no emotional ties? Not really. When we interact, everything seems normal. Nothing seems off. Chun Jangwo felt tired. Bro, girls' thoughts are different from us men. Just think, if she looks at you and then leaves, maybe she's shy? Talking to you softly and quietly, could that also be shyness? Your mom scolds you. Your brother yells at you. Maybe it's because you didn't understand her feelings and upset her? They're just disappointed in you. Lin Dongfang froze. Shy? That crazy girl? Could she really be shy? Chun Jangwo shook his head helplessly. You're really something, her whole heart, and you've hurt her so deeply. A few girls beside them added, I think Lin's brother is right. For him, being single is the best. It avoids delaying a girl's life. I really feel sorry for Lin's mom and brother. They have such a difficult situation. How can they get along with others' families? Things used to be fine, but now it's so uncomfortable. It's like they're begging to marry into the Lin family, right? Maybe we're wrong. Maybe she really just doesn't wanna, like Lin Dongfang said. Lin Dongfang's expression shifted from smiling to almost crying, changing smoothly. Many things he didn't understand before suddenly made sense. He couldn't help but want to hit himself. His mind was full of one thought. She likes me. His voice was not very soft. Well, if it were me, I would turn around and find someone better. A three-legged frog is hard to find, but there are plenty of two-legged men. Good girls like her noticed wherever they go. Sigh, I don't know who will end up happy in the end. That last sentence was probably the final straw that broke Lin Dongfang's patience. He suddenly stood up, and his small stool flipped over with all four legs in the air, but he didn't care. His hands trembled a little as he raised his leg to run outside.
Huh?
This was like breaking a window and losing control. When he left the door, Lin Dongfang's first instinct was to run out of the village. After thinking for a moment, he took a few steps back, then reluctantly headed back toward the village entrance. He kept running back and forth 6 or 7 times, while a group of people leaned against the gate watching the scene. Guess how many more turns he needs to realize he's going the wrong way? Lian pointed forward with her chin. Well, he still seems pretty rational about other things. After pausing for a few seconds, Lin Dongfang ran into the village again. The crowd watched him, thinking he was probably going to find the village chief. Not bad, still thinking about getting a referral letter. I thought he might need me to rescue him. Soon after, Lin Dongfang came out again, riding someone's bicycle. Oh, he's back to being rational? A group of young boys and girls, full of energy, watched as the bicycle disappeared outside the village. Only then did they calm down and think practically. Do you think with us causing so much trouble, is that really okay? It should be, right? Can he really keep turning in circles like this? We're just trying to remind him. Otherwise, the longer it takes, the more regret he'll have. That's true, but now he's a young person sent to the countryside, and from what he said, his family favors him. That means he'll probably stay in the city. With 2 people involved, what hope is there? If that's the case, he was suffering alone before, but now both of them are suffering. Hearing this, others also fell silent. They were all passionate and idealistic, full of enthusiasm, without really considering the reality. What should we do? Did we make a mistake? They hadn't thought much about it earlier, but now that things have happened, what's the point of dwelling on it? Thinking about it now doesn't help. Instead, let's consider what might happen and see if there's anything we can do to help him. What do you think? This afternoon, sitting in the small courtyard, they thought about many possible situations. The only thing they didn't expect was that the girl was really brave. Lin Dongfang had gone out and hadn't returned yet, and the simple door was knocked on. Thinking it was Lin Dongfang coming back, Qin Jiangwo excitedly got up to open the door. Are you back? Looking for someone? Hearing the unusual tone, Jiandan also stood up and approached. Chun Jangwo instinctively stepped aside to guard. Outside the door was a girl, about 1.65 meters tall, with a cheerful and confident look. She had a worried expression between her eyebrows, was wrapped in gauze on her head, carrying a small suitcase, dressed nicely but looked a bit nervous. When she saw Jiandan, she tightened her grip on her bag. Jiandan couldn't help but feel a little softer. "Hello, comrade. Do you need something?" The girl's voice was a bit hoarse and slightly hurried, but it was clear she deliberately slowed down her speech, speaking almost word by word. "Hello, is this Xiangyang commune Mediating?"
Jiandan nodded.
"Yes, that's right. Are you here to find someone?" The girl clearly relaxed a bit, her body becoming a little limp. She quickly supported herself against the wall and tried to gather her strength. "I want to ask how to get to the Jiqing courtyard." When she mentioned the Jiqing courtyard, a few people inside also gathered around. "Are you looking for Jiqing?"
We are also Jiqing.
"Who are you looking for?" "We're about to go back, so we can take you there directly." "Really? That's great. I want to find Lin Dongfang. I just arrived today as a Jiqing. My name is Mingju." So, after discussing the person for a while, she suddenly appeared in front of them. How did that feel? Anyway, everyone was stunned. Mingju called out several times before Jiandan finally snapped out of it and moved aside to open the door. "Come in first. Lin Jiqing has gone to the commune. He should be back soon. Come in and rest for a while." Li Yan and a few others also reached out to help carry her things. Yes, come in quickly. How did you come here?" "The village's ox cart didn't go to the commune today?" Mingju was led into the courtyard, took a sip of water, and finally relaxed. "I went to the countryside, quite suddenly. The Jiqing office didn't have time to notify the village to pick me up. I came from the county town. Only then did they notice her shoes were covered in dust, with a hint of red. From the county town to the commune, then to the village, the ox cart would take half a day. It was definitely faster than walking. She had been walking since this morning, probably all the way until now." A wave of simple admiration rose in my heart. Just now, I heard Lin Dongfang say that this young girl has a good personality. Her first impression is also positive. She walked from the county town to the village on foot, which shows her determination, and I admire her for that. She hasn't complained at all so far, and I actually like her a little. People's fate is so strange. Since they are all girls, Chun Jangwo didn't sit down. He stayed far away, teasing a few little ones while listening carefully. He looked tired but still smiled as he talked to Li Yan and others, with no sign of impatience. Seeing her simple luggage, I knew she had some trouble. She straightforwardly went into the house, cut a plate of watermelon and brought it out. "Are you tired? Come, quench your thirst. These are all grown by ourselves, don't be polite." Jingju was surprised. Her family didn't often get to eat such watermelons, but she was indeed tired and hungry. She was not a delicate person either. "Thank you. I won't be polite anymore. From now on, we are comrades in the revolution. I hope we can get along well." People with similar interests tend to gather. Jingju and Li Yan can get along because of their personalities and ways of handling things. Seeing her straightforwardness, Li Yan and others also felt happy. That's right, we are all comrades in the revolution. Let's help each other. After eating the watermelon and resting for a while, Lin Dongfang still hadn't returned. It was almost 3 or 4 o'clock. After some discussion, they decided to take Mingju to find Lu Weimin first. It's impossible to have a youth sent here without the village chief knowing. They need to shift relationships and household registration. Lu Weimin only found out this morning that another youth had arrived, sent by Lu Jian. He had been sitting at the village office waiting all morning. Whether he liked it or not, this was now a fixed situation. He was also worried if a girl youth came alone. He didn't know when she would arrive. "Brother Igua, why are these youth coming endlessly? 2 batches last year, 2 more this year, and now another one. Sigh, it's really troublesome. If only not so many came last year, I really couldn't survive." Lu Igua didn't like it either, but the higher authorities directly assigned them, and they couldn't listen to their opinions. "Village chief, are you there?" It was hot, and the doors were wide open. As soon as Mingju and the others entered the yard, they started calling. I hear you. What do you want to come here for? Lu Weimin already had a shadow over Mingju. Now, she was the kind of person who shows up uninvited. Seeing her, he was nervous. Lu Igua followed behind, glancing at the newcomers. Xiao Jianjiqing, is this the new youth who just arrived? Lu Weimin finally noticed a new face. Wow, it's still a young girl? Did you come by yourself? He gave a brief introduction. Mingju was not shy or timid. Hello, village chief. My name is Mingju. I am a new educated youth. Because of some special circumstances, I separated from the main group. Sorry for causing trouble in the village. But don't worry, I came voluntarily to support rural development and am willing to contribute all my enthusiasm. I hope I can rely on you in the future. Lu Weimin opened his mouth but didn't say much. All right, let's get the paperwork done first. Lu Igua took her to handle the formalities, while Lu Weimin asked around. What's going on? Do you know her? Why are you the one bringing her here? He knew that this girl didn't like trouble. Her home is in a good location. When people ask for directions, they usually come to my house. That's true. The house at the village entrance is the most recognizable. Outsiders wouldn't know the way, so they'd naturally go there first. From this, Lu Weimin could roughly guess her personality based on her social connections, which eased his worries. Uncle, she knows Lin Dongfang and Lin, the educated youth. They are familiar. Hearing this, Lu Weimin relaxed a bit. The recent influx of new educated youth had been quite restless, and he was almost worried to death. All right, it seems you have a good impression of her. Let her go with you.
Talk to her about everything.
The harvest season is coming soon, so don't be completely in the dark. Okay, we're leaving now. Seeing how casually and friendly Mingju was talking with the village chief, she was still surprised. This was her first time going to the countryside, but she had heard a lot about Lin Dongfang's experience there. However, she had hardly heard of such harmonious relationships between the educated youth and the villagers. Today was the second day of rest. Yesterday, the ox cart went to the commune, but today they didn't go. The educated youth were resting in their rooms. When Li Yan and the others entered the yard, they were naturally noticed. In the yard, Chen Hongli and Du Shuling were washing clothes. When they saw Li Yan and her group, they instinctively tried to flirt a little. Just as they opened their mouths, they saw Mingju walking in with them. Chen Hongli immediately remembered the scene from yesterday when she was kicked away. Her face kept changing, and she cursed inwardly. She dared not say a word, even her hands trembling as she wrung the clothes. Li Yan and her group knew these were not easy people, so they didn't want to cause trouble. They simply led Mingju and Mingju into the yard. Looking around, Chen Hongli and Du Shuling were washing clothes, while Wang Hongmei was hanging firewood by the window. Through the open window, a faint shadow of Tang Chui flickered past. Su Hong came out to pour water, and her gaze happened to meet Li Yan's directly. Su Hong is a person of few words, and Li Yan had no prejudice against her. She nodded naturally and looked away. See, this is the Jiqing courtyard. We are now 4 groups of Jiqing. The first group is simple. The house just now was bought by her herself. She doesn't live in the Jiqing courtyard. We're the second group, and these rooms over here are the third group, she said, leaning closer to Mingju and lowering her voice. That is the same group as Lin Dongfang, the one with the Jiqing. She pointed to the rooms on both sides. Then, these 2 rooms over here, with 6 Jiqing, arrived a day earlier than you. Technically, you should be considered part of the same group. You can choose whether to live with them or alone. Anyway, apart from the conditions here, this place is quite big, with large rooms and many of them. From the moment they entered the courtyard, Mingju had noticed the expressions of the people inside and outside. She hadn't greeted anyone during this time, and it was clear to her that there were conflicts. In this short time, she also sensed that the personalities of the people around her seemed decent and clear-eyed. As for the others across, she decided not to try to get along with them. Without much hesitation, she pointed to an empty room smiled shyly, and said loudly, "I've always followed my brothers around since I was young. Maybe it's because of that, but I snore so loudly at night it shakes the house. Before coming here, I hesitated about what to do because of this problem. Female jiqing are different from boys. If it disturbed everyone's rest, what would I do? Oh, if I can avoid this, I definitely want to live alone. It would solve a big worry for me. Are the walls here soundproof? Maybe I should choose the farthest room?" Li Yan and the others smiled, who said snoring could break through walls. Since she had made her choice, they didn't say much. They helped carry her simple luggage into the room and then went back to their own rooms to grab cloths and help tidy up. This room had been cleaned once when Li Yan and her friends moved in that year. Back then, it was filled with firewood for the entire winter. Now, aside from a lot of dust, there was nothing else to tidy. The room was empty and bare. Finally, as they finished tidying, Li Yan hesitated and asked, "Are you really not going to live with them? There is nothing in this house, even cleaner than our place. We will need to buy everything again." Mingju's face shows no dissatisfaction. "Having your own room is a great privilege. I don't have any other requests. If I need anything, I can just buy it. However, I am completely unfamiliar with this place, so I'll have to be brave and ask you to show me around." "That's no problem. You should at least have a bed cover on your bed. Otherwise, you won't be able to sleep tonight." At this point, everyone's attention turned to her small luggage bag. "Is that all you brought? No luggage at all? Did you send it by mail, and it hasn't arrived yet?" Tanya Jun subtly signaled, and Li Yan only then realized that something was wrong. Outside, a few more people appeared in the yard, looking this way. As they looked, the sun was about to set. She stood up simply and said, "It's already this late. I guess Lin Jiqing will be back soon. Sister Yan, I think you should start cooking." "Really?
Oh,
It's that late? I'll start cooking right away." Li Yan and Lin Zhaodi ran out to cook. Mingju also got up. "I need so many things. I must have a bed cover, or I'll have to sleep on the ground tonight. Can I exchange this bed cover in the village?"
Tanya Yun looked at Jiandan.
Most of these items belonged to Lu Sanye's family. Jiandan was familiar with them. "Yes, if you want to exchange, we can take you there." Mingju turned around and took some things out of her bag. "Okay, then please take me there." After leaving the door, Tanya Jun stopped. "Take her over and help them prepare the meal. It's still early, so don't rush. You can also look at other things to decide on. Later, you can come over with Ming Jiqing to eat." Jiandan, being familiar with the place, agreed without hesitation. The women in the yard looked at each other differently, but when they saw Jiandan, they all avoided her gaze. They really couldn't afford to offend her. Mingju also noticed this. She looked back before leaving. "Jiqing, do you think they're afraid of you?" Her eyes showed curiosity, and Jiandan didn't hide it. She was straightforward. "It's probably because of my temper that I scared them." "Really?" Mingju became more excited. "That's great. I thought I was the only one. I've been playing with boys since I was little. I don't know anything about girls. Instead, I learned to fight and got strong. I was wondering if I could be considered different. Hearing you say that, I feel better." Simple paused for a moment, then twitched the corner of her mouth, looking at Mingju with a helpless expression. Seeing that Mingju was a delicate young girl, this contrast only shows that Mingju's appearance can be quite deceiving. "All right, as long as you're happy." The two girls found a common topic and, along the way, Simple briefly introduced herself. When they arrived at Lu Sanye's house, the family was just finishing cooking. They didn't see any adults. Huzi was playing at the door with Xiaohua, both smiling. When he saw Simple, he ran straight over. "Jianjia, are you here to find us? Is there work again?" Like some secret exchange, he spoke mysteriously, and Mingju nearby didn't hear clearly. Hearing this, Simple suddenly felt a bit guilty. "Little brother, don't say there's work. Your work has already been taken away and you're still thinking about it?" "Jianjia, what's wrong?" Nothing. These past few days, I've tidied up a bit myself. In a few days, if I finish, I'll call you." Huzi smiled happily, then noticed a new face nearby and immediately became alert. Huzi's smile widened happily. Only then did he notice the new person and immediately became cautious. Big eyes kept rolling around, clearly indicating he had no good intentions. Simple patted his little head. Is your dad at home? This sister is a new educated youth. She wants to change her bed quilt.
Huh.
Yesterday, a group of educated youths arrived, and their home just got lively. I thought you came to find my grandpa or grandma. I'll go call my dad. You all come in quickly. Watching little Hoosie run off, Simple felt a strange sense. Someone was looking for him, then his grandparents, and now his dad. Has it become a family affair? Shaking her head, she quickly pushed the thought away. Lu Guangming also came out from the backyard, holding a. Rolling up his pant legs, Uncle Guangming, are you also tidying up the yard? Lu Guangming put down washed his hands without wiping, then lowered his pants. Yeah, tidying up a bit. Dug up the potatoes, and it's about time to plant some cabbage. Just resting these days. When things get busy, I'll have to get up early and work late. Simple understood this well. She had been here for over a year and roughly understood the basic rules. Old farmers don't really rest. The only ones with time to think are those who worry about not having enough grain, firewood, vegetables, working all year just to survive, living a hard life. Today, I also tidied up the garden, but I still need a few more days. When the time comes, I'll have to ask your brave little guy to help me. Lu Guangming couldn't help but laugh, thinking that hiring someone like her would cost a fortune.
Don't be so formal with him.
If he can help, just call him over. He's just wandering around at home anyway. As parents, he also had his own thoughts. Tiger was just a kid. No matter how capable he was, he still hadn't done much. Besides, the family he came from didn't let him work for nothing. So shouldn't he enjoy some good things? Doing some work is normal, isn't it? After exchanging a few words, they got to the main topic. Who wants a bed quilt? Mingju saw that she was no longer hiding her intentions. She stepped forward a couple of steps and called out simply, Uncle Guangming, I'm a new educated youth. My name is Mingju. I want to exchange my bed quilt. Also, I noticed you have some cabinets and things. Can I swap some of those too? She had just told her this briefly earlier. She wasn't shy and spoke directly. She simply handed over the main part of the conversation. Just then, the old lady came out, and the two old friends moved aside to talk. This is the new educated youth? Looks like she has a kind and honest face. She nodded simply. Yes, she's quite nice. Otherwise, how could I be so lazy and come out here? You, the old lady pointed at her. Who's a young girl who keeps laziness in her mouth? If that got out, what would people think of you? This wasn't the first time she said this. I'm still a kid, after all. I need to grow taller. Look at my small height. I grow slowly, and if I don't pay attention, I might really become a little shorty. You have a point. So, why are you still working with us? She argued confidently. I can't just sit around. I came here to help build the countryside. I can't let personal gains or losses affect the collective good. Lu Sanyi came out of the house, laughing bitterly.
You're right about that.
He glanced over there, where Mingju was helping Lu Guangming pick a cabinet. The old man lowered his voice. The old lady from Mediating doesn't have many days left.
She wants to see Dahan.
Lu Jiaxiang came to see me about it. I said I needed to ask first. The old man also knew that this request was a bit much. When they went there, Dahan was already near death. If it hadn't been for that time they brought him back directly, Dahan might not even be alive now. But after all these years, they knew some things without saying. The old lady's hopes were all on Dahan. As long as it wasn't something morally wrong, he also wanted to help. For the young girl, it was actually a bit unfair. After thinking briefly, I realized that as previous owner didn't seem to have any particular objections. Third master, a few days ago I noticed was a bit quiet, sometimes just staring at the mountain for a long time. Do you know what's wrong? It started that day at the village entrance, right? Since the incident with the black egg, has been distracted. Besides watching the children, he mostly just stares into space. Sighs the old man sighed, and quietly explained, I think he's still thinking about the old lady. This dog is very loyal. He's been with her for half his life. How could he just let go? The young girl also fell silent. She had raised dogs before and fought alongside them. Loyalty, dependence, trust, protection, these are all good qualities. But his bond was mainly with his owner. They had spent many years together, not just as pet and owner, but as companions. The young girl admits she's not a good person, but she's not heartless either. Third master, you should take away. Let him stay with her. They've been together all their lives. Don't let this be her regret. The old man sighed again. This is really the only option left. That old lady, well, she's known for being filial. It's true, she can't let go of. When she's starving, she still can't bear to share her food with the dog. Over the years, the old lady never complained about anything. It's hard for Lu Jiaxiang too. People say Lu Jia village is wealthy, but everyone gets only a little. There's not much more. Lu Jiaxiang, as the village head, has a large family too. On one side is the old lady, and on the other, children starving and crying loudly. What can he do? He can only go hungry himself. The old lady also knew that after returning from the hospital and not seeing, she didn't ask about him. Recently, she learned that her time was limited, and, hearing that I took, she sent someone to pass on a message. The old lady sighed as well. Tell me, with us old folks getting older and passing away one after another, how many years do we have left to live? I'm not afraid of death. It's just that, what can we still do now? How can we help? If we really leave, wouldn't the children have an even harder time? A parent's love is truly selfless, with no selfish motives. The elderly lady was usually cheerful, but when she suddenly said this, the old man was caught off guard and frowned. Why are you saying this to the young girl? What's wrong? If she leaves us, won't the children suffer? Lu Guangming led Mingju around the cabinets, planning to find a cart to deliver her bedding, but he immediately saw his father's dark expression and hesitated. Father, what's wrong? Did someone upset you? Anyway, after the two of them returned to the youth commune, Lu Guangming pushed a cart over, bringing the bedding and cabinets Mingju had arranged. Wang Hongmei and Chen Hongli rolled their eyes but didn't say much, feeling annoyed but silent. Going to the countryside was a national policy, but it was like setting up a new home there. It wasn't just about big items. Daily necessities like firewood, rice, oil, and salt were essential. Everyone knew these weren't free. However, not every family could afford to buy a second set of belongings, and most of those families didn't have the means or the desire. They were reluctant, and the children who had already gone to the countryside had to fend for themselves. So, many people were pushed out this way. Of course, no parent would openly admit this. Wang Hongmei was like that, and Tang Chui was similar. Before going to the countryside, they spoke confidently, but reality hit them hard. Thinking about the crumpled letter in her pocket and the new box and bright smile across from her, Tang Chui clenched her fingers tightly. People are often afraid of comparison. Jealousy can change a person completely. Now, the youth commune was firmly established with 3 main groups. Yesterday's gathering made Wang Jianqing nervous. Even knowing new youth had arrived today, he avoided eye contact and refused to answer Li Yan directly. Li Yan rolled her eyes. Does she really crave those few things? Comrade Wang, it seems everyone isn't very welcoming to the revolutionary comrades who went to the countryside. But as experienced youth, we still hold great enthusiasm for the revolution. Wang, this isn't about destroying group unity. We warmly welcome new comrades joining our revolutionary team. Since that's the case, tonight we, the veteran youth, will host a special welcome for the newcomers. It's just a way of telling you, they want to enjoy good food without sharing with you. This is their choice. Wang Jianqing wanted to say something, but he had no one with him and no resources. As the leader, he lacked influence. The older educated youth were straightforward, but exclusive. Not to mention the new educated youth. Even he couldn't get involved. The 2 groups of new educated youth acted like fighting roosters. They had only arrived the day before, and they had already fought several times. Smelling the aroma from the older educated youth side, Wang Jianqing sighed. Now, he understood why Qin Zhengwo had hurriedly handed things over to him back then. This isn't work for ordinary people. He also wondered why the older youth had so many good things. Helping Mingju arrange the cabinet, Li Yan came over to call everyone for dinner. It was their first meeting. Mingju looked through her luggage, feeling awkward. She had left in a rush, only with a small bag of snacks. She had just taken them to the carpenter's house, so now she was empty-handed and felt even more uncomfortable. Fortunately, this situation didn't last long. In the main room, a table was set up on one side. Lin Dongfang sluggishly came in. Li Yan and the others looked at each other and smiled secretly. Go wash your hands and eat. Today, we have a new educated youth, and there's meat. Just us a few. Lin Dongfang was surprised but didn't think much. He turned around to tidy himself up. As soon as he went out, Mingju and Giant Pain entered. Tan Yejun teased, "Isn't it enough?
He went out, and you came in.
Did you bump into each other?" Mingju was confused. Giant Pain looked around. The outside is a bit dark. We came through under the eaves, in opposite directions from him. Everyone sat down together. Mingju sat next to Giant Pain. On the other side was an empty chair, and beside it was the only other man, Chun Jangwo. Mingju glanced at everyone. Seeing no unusual reactions, she thought she might be overthinking and sat down. She caught a glimpse that the person was a man. Embarrassed, she didn't look up and just ate quietly. Lin Dongfang was not very interested and didn't pay attention. Chun Jangwo kept signaling to him, but he didn't notice. Chun Jangwo sighed inwardly. Brother, you're really something. Tonight's dinner was larger than usual. As soon as it was served, Li Yan said, big or small, the stomach is the biggest. Eat first, and we'll talk about anything else after. So, the meal was quiet and peaceful. Although the atmosphere was a bit strange, Li Yan and others secretly enjoyed the show but remained calm. Cough, cough. After dinner, Li Yan started joking, mainly wanting to see Lin Dongfang's reaction. Alright, now that we're full, let's introduce the new educated youth who joined us today. We've all met this afternoon and introduced ourselves. Lin Ziyang, it's your turn. Lin Dongfang's mind was still preoccupied with the trouble at the commune phone booth. When he heard this, he politely looked up, then quickly looked away. Hello, I am Lin Dongfang, part of the previous batch of educated youth. Chun Jangwo really wanted to shake his head and tell him that he had no interest in the opposite, but his dismissive attitude seemed a bit too much. Who would regret this later? Feeling down, his voice was faint. Anyway, when Mingju heard his name, everything else sounded unfamiliar, so she didn't pay much attention. Hello, I am the new educated youth. My name is Mingju. I hope to become friends with everyone and learn together. Everyone at the table stared at them, but neither of the two responded. They looked at each other, confused. Did they misunderstand something? The crowd watching the scene sat still, not moving. Lin Dongfang didn't think much, and, following his usual habit, started clearing the dishes to go to the kitchen. Since Mingju was new, she also felt she shouldn't just sit there, so she got up to clear the table, carrying 2 plates behind her. After a few steps, unexpectedly, Lin Dongfang suddenly stopped. Mingju walked straight into him, stunned. Fortunately, although Lin Dongfang was distracted, his body's reflexes kicked in. He placed the bowls and chopsticks in his left hand, turned around, and caught the 2 plates that were about to fall. At the same time, he used his right arm to support Mingju, who was about to fall. He silently took a few steps back, keeping his right arm straight, afraid of being touched. A group of onlookers stared wide-eyed. Was this an act? But Lin Dongfang, isn't your arm a bit too much? Are you trying to keep your distance from her? Fortunately, Mingju had the same thought. She quickly let go, stepped back and apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't notice you stopped. Did your clothes get splashed with soup? Maybe you should take them off, and I can help wash them, she added. Lin Dongfang also felt the wetness on his waist. Thinking about today's bad luck, he suddenly felt more irritated. No need, I can wash it myself. He casually retracted his arm and looked up, then froze in place. He was slow to understand, but once he did, Lin Dongfang instantly turned into a caring, warm-hearted guy. He followed Mingju around, making everyone feel a bit uncomfortable. Li Yan and the others watched with great interest. Really didn't expect him to be such an educated youth. Mingju was initially overwhelmed with surprise, but soon she became numb. The contrast was striking. She used to be eager to push her away, but now she seemed eager to keep her close, carrying her everywhere and never letting go. Just a few days after having company, Qin Jiangwo, feeling jealous, said sourly, "I told you enough already, just stop." He also criticized someone for being very foolish before. Mingju casually explained her situation. Half a month ago, everything started to fall apart at home. My family was being watched both openly and secretly. People came to investigate us in waves. We were questioned for a long time every time we went out. At the beginning of the month, the verdict came down. I overheard my family bragging about it, saying my aunt reported us. My grandma was so angry she left immediately. My dad was beaten and broke his leg. My grandfather fell ill. My mom, by that evening, publicly disowned my dad. My grandfather stayed on the floor all night. The next morning, my father, running a high fever, and my dad both insisted on being taken away on a train, claiming it was for their safety. In these days, I've asked everyone I know, old friends of my grandparents, my grandfather's former colleagues, subordinates, my dad's friends, almost everyone. But I still don't know exactly where they've been taken. I didn't plan to leave for the countryside so soon. A few days ago, a group of troublemakers openly blocked my door during the day, threatening that if I didn't listen to them or satisfy them, I wouldn't be safe. When something happened at home, I was just a powerless orphan girl with a questionable background. I saw clearly. They hid behind the door, neighbors watching silently. No one spoke up, not even a shout. I remember their kindness to my grandparents, but they just watched me almost get hurt, even assaulted. If Uncle Lin hadn't arrived just in time, they might have hurt me that day. The knife was tied to my leg, but I was struck on the head. My face was covered in blood. It was only because Uncle Lin suddenly appeared that they were scared off. Several families I usually interact with dared to help me that day. Uncle Lin was the only one who spoke up. He said, "This is my family's child. We, the Lin family, will protect her. If you think the Lin family is nothing, try to test us." They reluctantly left after that. Then Uncle Lin went to report my situation to the countryside, and the next day, he sent me off on the train. He told me, as long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no worry about Firewood. I am a lonely girl, and he can't always take care of me. It's better to stay hidden in the countryside, where there's someone to look out for me. He also said that this place is much more remote and safer. Even if something happens, it won't be as intense as in the capital. He believes that this chaos won't last long, and someday, things will get better. You might not believe it, but my grandma's funeral was helped by the Lin family. The few belongings I have were all prepared overnight by Lin's aunt. Recently, their family has also been watched, so they can't act openly. Still, they managed to pack a small bag for me. They said, "Luckily, it's summer, so you can hold on a bit longer. There's still time to prepare winter clothes and blankets. Otherwise, you'd have to take home the family's quilts." A few girls listened quietly. After a while, Lian asked hesitantly, "Are there no laws anymore? In the capital, it's very chaotic." My situation isn't rare. In fact, there are quite a few like it. Some of my grandfather's old friends and former subordinates are like that. Those people are really reckless. They break in, smash things, and steal. They don't follow any rules. Lives can be lost in an instant. In the past few days, I've traveled across most of the capital and seen all kinds of terrible scenes, looting, smashing, and stealing. Luckily, those are just objects. The injuries are common. Arms and legs broken, hair shaved in half, especially for women. Some are shaved while others laugh and watch. They even drag people around with ropes and parade them through the streets. Some can't bear the humiliation and hit the walls on the spot, hang themselves at the gates, or write blood letters before committing suicide. Almost every street echoes with crying, men, women, old, and young. On the train I took here, half the passengers are educated youths, and the rest are people displaced for various reasons. You haven't seen those eyes, That spirit, completely hopeless, lifeless, like puppets on strings, not even feeling pain when beaten. Those beasts walk proudly on the streets, grabbing whatever they see, smashing what they can't take. The entire capital is in chaos. After resting for a night, Mingju's mood had eased considerably. The tension was also eased by Lin Dongfang's gentle and unintentional comfort. Talking about these things now, she was no longer so emotional. The easiest person to accept should be someone simple after all. Knowing the historical background and having experienced it firsthand, I was mentally prepared. Hearing this, my heart sank deeply. After the new year, my letters with Zhu Yan were not as frequent as when I first arrived. The last letter was quite a while ago. Back then, it was just small disputes, but I didn't expect it to escalate so quickly into such a serious conflict. The words in books are very different from the harsh reality. What you learn from books often feels shallow. True understanding comes from doing. This saying is definitely true. Practical experience leads to real knowledge. I also deeply believe that staying simple is the wisest choice. They are both educated youths. Just imagining it makes you feel like you're right there. Outside, Lin Dongfang and Qin Jiangwo also looked serious and quietly left. After a while, they came back to knock on the door. What are you planning? We're going up the mountain. Do you want to come? Go, go, go. Worrying is useless. Everyone silently decided to keep this heavy conversation to themselves. Let's go, I want to go too. Let's go now. We can come back early, and we have to work tomorrow. On the last day of rest, most villagers were at home tidying their gardens and planting cabbages. Along the way, you could see children running around wildly. Everyone was deliberately talking about light topics, and the atmosphere was quite good. When asking Mingju for her opinion as we passed her house, she simply let out her little team of kids. As for Dahe, he had already been loaned out to his old boss. Jian ran naturally and didn't know that Mingju was a dog lover. As soon as she saw the four little ones, all her sadness disappeared, and her eyes lit up. Lin Dongfang helplessly covered his eyes. How could he forget? She's the kind of person who would risk her life just to see a dog. After 2 days without going out, when the door opened, the four little ones naturally started running around happily. Their short legs scrambled away quickly. After locking the door and turning back, wow, the four little ones had run off, and Mingju was following behind. Lin Dongfang felt a bit embarrassed. Well, she just loves dogs. She cares more about dogs than she does about me. The first part was quite normal, but the second part made everyone almost laugh out loud. It's rare to see someone compare themselves to a puppy like that. The weather was nice but hot. When they entered the mountain, Chun Jiangwo specifically led them to the side, with more trees. Only when they reached the denser woods did it feel a bit cooler. She was a bit excited about going out with them to relax. Mingju was here for the first time, but they weren't just here to have fun. On the way, they saw branches that could be burned and didn't leave any behind. They kept breaking and tossing them into the basket. Lin Dongfang was very familiar with this routine and explained to Mingju, we usually need to gather our own firewood for cooking. Even though it's hot now and not many people use fire, harvest season is coming soon. When it gets cold, we'll need to start the stove again. They say winter here is long, so we can't let the fire go out. It's always good to have extra firewood prepared. Li Yan chuckled softly, didn't realize he's so careful. And he even explains things. Are you regretting not making a move earlier? Li Yan shook her head like a rattle. No way. I don't want to chase after anyone anymore. It's good enough that one person can eat well and the whole family isn't hungry. I don't want to cook anymore, and I can just share a meal with you guys or even skip eating. If I find someone else, I'd have to stop eating myself and worry whether they're eating or not. It's tiring to get up and cook for others. Forget it, I won't seek trouble. She looked at her with simple surprise. You're so clear-headed. You figured it out? Of course. I won't say much, but my mom was once quite a beauty. After she married my dad and had us, life wasn't easy. She always thought about my dad and us first, or the elders on both sides. She's been wearing the same clothes for years, reluctant to buy new ones. When food was scarce, she ate less herself. She'd rather suffer than see my dad unhappy. People say men and women should be equal, but where's the equality? Both go to work, but when they come home, the house is still mainly the woman's work.
I don't see how that's equal.
Honestly, I think the village is better. At least when men come home from work, they still help out. My dad isn't much different. Her words were hard to sum up, and she seemed to be overreacting a bit. She tentatively asked, "Are you interested in someone from the village?" It wasn't that she looked down on villagers. Based on history and the next 10 years, unless some big opportunity came along, most of these people would settle locally. Marrying a villager might even become a trend. Li Yan quickly waved her hands. No, don't guess nonsense. I didn't mean it that way. When I think about it, I remember my dad coming home and sitting on the bench. Even drinking water, my mom would bring it to him. It makes me think of the people in the village. Look, after work, where are the men in every family? They are tidying up the garden, sweeping the yard, gathering firewood. I've even seen some feeding chickens and lighting fires. In my family, my mom is like a traditional woman. She gets up before the chickens, goes to bed after the dogs, works very hard at the factory but still earns less than the men. When she gets home, she starts chores doing laundry, cooking, tidying the house. She maintains good relationships with relatives, cares for the elderly, and takes care of children. Almost all the work besides working outside is hers. If she does well, it's expected. If she doesn't, it's seen as a big mistake. It feels like all the work is hers, and my dad hardly ever gets involved. If my dad suddenly decided to help out one day, we would all be surprised. Just bringing a bowl or holding chopsticks makes my mom happy for days.
Oh,
it's so exhausting. Nowadays, if a man doesn't abuse his family, has no moral issues, no political problems, has a job that makes money, and is filial, he is considered a good man. Silence is simple. This problem has been around for thousands of years. Not just now. Even in the future, it remains a mystery without a clear answer. Having more money, fewer problems, and being close to home are the wishes of many housewives. Being able to pick up and drop off children would make 95% of people very happy. It's true, which is why more and more single people, especially women, don't want to get married. Isn't being independent good? Why must they find a partner to boss them around? But in this era, if someone really did that, it would be quite shocking. Not to mention, other people's opinions are a big pressure, and rumors would definitely spread. So it can lead people astray. Simplicity still requires responsibility to fix things. It's not always so absolute. It depends a lot on a person's character and family background. Not everyone in the village can be called a good man. Not everyone in the city is hopeless. You're painting everyone with the same brush. Lin Jiao's thinking is quite traditional. It's already rare to clearly define a normal family relationship nowadays. Yes. I think most people are good. But good or bad isn't only judged by that. Besides, isn't that how most couples live their lives? Certainly, most people around here follow the same pattern. She was almost brainwashed growing up, with little of her own opinion, relying mostly on what she saw with her eyes. Yes, what I just said is mostly about men having weak sense of responsibility or simply being lazy and stubborn. When faced with life and death situations or personal loss, what other reasons could there be? Probably they'd just rush in without thinking. The four little ones had already run off, with Mingju closely following and Lin Dongfang right behind her, not wanting to be separated. Now they didn't even know where they were exploring. Over here, it was just Li Yan and a worried Qin Jiangwo. It's understandable he's worried, since he picked up those two people that time, and once even faced a situation where a black egg fell out from under a car. His heart has been on edge whenever they go up the mountain. Several times, after they went up the mountain, he saw someone running to find the village chief shortly after. Then Lu Jianxi ran outside the village. He guessed something was wrong. If he wasn't told, he would just pretend not to know, but his heart never relaxed. Hearing this, he couldn't help but defend himself. You're talking about most families, but it's not absolute and not everyone. Immediately, the girls' eyes all focused on him. It was obvious they were implying something about themselves. Oh, Li Yan drawled. Qin Jiangwo, are you saying this about yourself? Aren't you the type to just leave things to others? Actually, that's not quite accurate. The traditional idea of men working outside and women inside has been around for thousands of years. Whether it's right or wrong, almost everyone has been influenced by this idea. In recent years, with the loud slogans of gender equality and more girls going to school, some faint resistance to feudal ideas has appeared, and various forms of independence are starting to grow. But in practice, progress has been slow. This has led to some subtle brainwashing and family influence. Especially among older people, they feel that after girls go to school, they become less obedient. This makes them think more and more that it's right not to let them go to school. Going out and having fun makes their hearts wild. In some places, this creates a vicious cycle, going to school, being disobedient, not going to school, being told it's wrong. Girls who are sensible and want to learn are suppressed. Frustrated, they try to break free, but often don't know how. At such times, it's easy to become stubborn, turn to illegal ways, or be exploited by others. It's not surprising. Some people think that staying honest at home is proof that they are good people and that wild thoughts are not allowed. Of course, some men might be sneaky and think that if women know too much, they will be harder to control. They prefer things to stay the same, where they can say what they want and punish disobedience. They believe in their own power and stability. No matter what, these issues haven't been solved over time. Sometimes they come up again, making it a difficult problem. But it's nice to see people around who are smart and clear-minded. She gets along with them because they share similar personalities. But she doesn't want them to be trapped by petty worries and small problems. She hopes they can think for themselves and be true to who they are, like Li Yan, Lin Zhaodi, and Tanya Jun, not just future wives or mothers. Is he just a boss who does nothing? Or does he need to be trained? Everyone saw that Chen Zhengwo liked Li Yan a little, but Li Yan didn't notice. When she heard this, Chen Zhengwo blushed deeply. Li Yan, curious, asked, Chen Zhengwo, do you like someone? Are you getting ready for something? Chen Zhengwo immediately looked upset. Was he slow? Without saying a word, he turned and walked up the mountain. Li Yan was confused, wondering, did I say something wrong? Why is he angry? Simple, Lin Zhaodi, and Tanya Jun all shook their heads helplessly. Li Yan isn't stupid, but she's not very clever either. She's smart in many ways, but she can't see through Chen Zhengwo. They didn't want to remind him. Sometimes, things take time, and he should figure it out himself. The path was a bit long and rarely used. They picked up many dry branches along the way. After walking for a while, they heard a small dog barking. They quickened their steps and soon reached an open space. Near the space was a small creek. The water was slow-moving. Mingju was washing her face by the creek, and a few small animals were playing nearby. When she saw Li Yan coming, they all ran over happily. Lin Dongfang rolled up his pants and stood in the water. Are there fish in the water? He asked, wiping his face. There are, but it's too fast, he replied. He wanted to show off in front of Mingju, but after all this time, he hadn't caught anything. Li Yan put down her basket and washed her face too. The weather was warm, and washing in the cold water felt very refreshing. The water is shallow and very clear. Fish swim underneath, and some are quite large, which piqued my interest. However, their speed is impressive. They swim happily and quickly to avoid people. She can't just pull out a big fishing net. The small river near Lu's village is 2 miles away, and I haven't heard of any fish there. Bringing a net wouldn't make sense. I looked around and saw a basket. My eyes lit up when I saw it. I stepped over, emptied it out, and casually threw it aside. Lin Dongfang, use this as a fishing net. Lin Dongfang hesitated for a moment.
Huh.
Oh, right. Why didn't I think of that? The water flow isn't fast, but the current from upstream is strong. He pressed the basket's edge into the water and let it sit quietly for a while. Sure enough, a few fish, unprepared, swam right into the net. He was quick to grab the edge and pulled it up. The basket stood upright, and the water drained out through the gaps. A few fish struggled inside. They seemed to be a strong breed. If the basket weren't deep, they might have escaped. With the catch, Lin Dongfang smiled happily and leaned on the bank, feeling proud.
See? Not bad, right?
Chun Jangwo moved over and started sorting the fish, taking the catch directly. Not bad at all. Each one weighs about 3 or 4 jin. Hehe, this simple method really works well, no effort at all. Take a look at how we should cook it. I'll go catch a few more fish, so we can eat enough today. A few girls looked around, realizing they hadn't brought a pot or utensils. They all agreed in unison, grilled fish. Okay, then you guys start the fire. I'll tidy up a bit. Once I'm back, we'll start grilling. These fish are big, so it'll probably take some time. When it came to eating, Lian didn't mind why Chen Jangwo looked unhappy. She cheerfully gathered the firewood from the baskets. Who brought the matches? Fortunately, this was an open space with no trees nearby. In no time, 2 fires were lit. Chen Jangwo also brought back some fish, placed branches on top, and set them over the fire. Chen Jangwo went to help Lin Dongfang, and Lin Zhaodi built one fire. The other fire was quickly set up. Facing the curious looks of everyone, Li Jianliang skillfully turned the fish. I'm not a great cook, but I often go up the mountain. I do pretty well with this. I'll let you try my skills later. This isn't bragging. Her mountain runs have honed her cooking skills. Plus, she brought seasonings with her. She often carried a small bag and a water bottle in her basket. Today, she took out 2 bottles from the small bag, checked the heat, and evenly sprinkled the seasoning onto the fish. With a sizzling sound and a puff of smoke, a delicious aroma quickly spread through the mountain forest. The girls sitting by the fire were immediately captivated by the wonderful smell, their eyes wide with amazement as they sniffed eagerly. Wow, this smells so good. Oh my stomach is starting to growl. Li Yan and Lin Zhaodi, who had rarely tasted such delicious food, struggled to control their hands, trying not to reach out too quickly. Meanwhile, by the riverbank, Chen Jangwo and Lin Dongfang, who were in the water, were also involuntarily standing upright, almost forgetting why they were there. The girls' noses twitched, and they had no interest in doing anything else. They simply gathered around the fire, not even wanting to move. Xiao Dan, you're really talented. How come it smells so good? Yeah, I feel like my craving is about to burst out. What did you add? It smells even better now. The enticing aroma spread through the forest, and the 2 fish in her hands were finally set down. Would you like to try some? These 2 are already cooked.
Oh.
Anyone who looked up and saw 6 pairs of watchful eyes would be startled. What's going on? Why are you all surrounding me? Lin Zhaodi, sitting by one of the fires, confidently stretched out her freshly grilled fish. Your smell was so tempting I couldn't focus on anything else. I almost burned the fish. Everyone stared at the 2 fish just taken off the grill, their eyes wide with amazement, and they couldn't help but swallow repeatedly.
Can we eat now?
The 4 little ones also gathered around, wagging their tails eagerly. Xiao Dan knew her only decent cooking skill was grilling fish. Though she hadn't done it in a while and her hands were a bit unsteady, with the perfect seasoning from later generations, the taste was bound to be excellent. She guessed they'd be impressed, but she didn't expect such a strong reaction. Of course, you can eat. Would you like to try some first? As soon as she finished speaking, everyone pounced on the fish. The 2 fish, even if large, weighed no more than 10 jin, about 5 kilograms. Naturally, these few people couldn't finish them all. There were only 2 young men from the countryside, and they kept a wary eye on the girls. Remembering their limited status, they tried to stay calm and composed. One of them broke off a piece of fish tail, watching as a few girls quickly finished 2 fish in just a few seconds. Simple was holding 2 pieces of fish that Lin Zhaodi had prepared. They were already half-cooked. Seeing how they acted, she felt her fish was not a big deal. Suddenly, someone shoved a large piece of fish meat into her mouth, crispy on the outside, seasoned with just the right amount of salt and spices.
Not bad, she thought.
Her arm felt a little sore, and she wanted to shake it off. Mingju smiled and reached out to take the fish she was flipping. Let me do it. You rest for a while. Later, you can add the seasoning. A few people nearby had just tasted the fish and jumped up happily, grabbing sticks to spear the fish. Yes, we'll do it. Little Jian, you guide us from the side. We'll wait to eat, but don't be stingy with your seasonings later. Yeah, Xiaodian, your seasonings smell so good. We're really lucky today to have your help. They settled Simple to the side and relaxed completely. Watching everyone busy, she couldn't help but smile. She actually liked this kind of easygoing company. The atmosphere was relaxed, without pressure. Everyone understood each other. She knew her seasonings were good, but no one asked for them outright. What were they talking about? They were worried she'd get tired, jokingly telling her to add the seasonings and not to be stingy. These small gestures made Simple feel very comfortable, full of respect and understanding. Meeting such good friends was really nice. Simple grilled the first fish and then was forced to become a leftover eater, sharing the same treatment as the little ones. They had come to gather firewood, but they ended up using what they collected. When packing up, they looked at their empty baskets and laughed together. In the end, everyone's stomach was full and round, and they couldn't resist going back to fish out a few more. They agreed to stew another pot tonight, then gathered some firewood nearby to cover the fish before leaving this newly discovered secret spot. Lin Dongfang and Mingju no longer kept their relationship a secret from others. They openly showed their connection. Simple had already distanced herself from them early on. Li Yan, holding her belly, was curious and kept looking over there. Do you think something good is about to happen for them? These two groups of young workers are quite lively and mischievous every day. Wang Hongmei, who loves to gossip and tease others, often makes sarcastic remarks. Tang Chui, who likes to stir up trouble, and Chen Hongli, a gentle girl, along with Du Xiuling and a few others whose personalities are still unclear, make the yard very lively. Given their close relationship and shared experiences, it's natural that some teasing and sarcastic comments happen. Lin Dongfang, being so smart, probably notices this but doesn't mind. The outcome is likely what Li Yan said. Good things are coming soon. When Lin Dongfang leaves the youth village carrying a basket, the people in nearby rooms watch him in different ways. No one pays much attention. Chun Jiangwo confidently goes to gather firewood, and some young women, using their baskets, take the cleaned fish back to the kitchen. Wang Hongmei, not seeing anything special, pouts and starts muttering, "Ugh, after so long on the mountain, I only found this much firewood. Looks like we're more capable, but actually, it's just a little." Other rooms have their doors open. When they see Chun Jiangwo, the newcomer Ling Weidong comes out to help. "Chun, did you find this firewood on the mountain?" Everyone is friendly, so Chun Jiangwo doesn't look annoyed.
He nods and says yes.
Winters here are long and very cold. After the harvest, when the temperature drops, we need to start the stove. We have to gather our own firewood, or we might freeze to death in winter. These words were first said by Wang Jiancheng on the first day, but back then, it was so lively that hardly anyone paid attention. Ling Weidong, who listens carefully, thanks them immediately. "Next time you go, can I come along? I'm new here and want to get familiar with the area. If I have free time, I'd like to gather some firewood too. Every little bit helps. If we run out of firewood and it gets really cold, it could be dangerous. That would be embarrassing." Chun Jiangwo nods. "Yes, that's what I mean. Coming here, everyone basically has their own home. We take care of food, clothing, and shelter ourselves. We can eat together, but everything else depends on us. The more we do now, the more we'll benefit later." Honestly, seeing their situation, Chun Jiangwo felt a bit anxious. All the young people lived in the same courtyard. If they really had no firewood, could they just watch them struggle and freeze to death? That was impossible. But seeing them so relaxed, Chun Jiangwo couldn't help but sigh again. Now is not the time to delay. In about half a month, it will be harvest time. You just arrived, and suddenly the work intensity is at its highest. Your bodies aren't used to it yet. During harvest, people get up early and work late. The work is hard and tiring. There's no time and no energy left to worry about firewood. After working, you just want to sleep. I heard even cooking and eating are difficult. After harvest, the villagers go up the mountain to collect mountain goods, which is more relaxed. But if they're collecting mountain goods, are you collecting firewood? Of course not. The stomach is more important. From after harvest until winter, There's only about a month. The garden needs tidying, winter vegetables prepared, and if grain runs short, it must be replaced early. When you add it all up, there's not much time. Chun Jangwo didn't arrive in time, but Tan Yajun had experience and suggested copying what they did, which seemed suitable. While they were talking, Liang Weidong, along with Qian Cheng and Yuan Yi, came over. After hearing this, the three young people looked a bit silent. Judging by their clothes, their family conditions weren't bad. Chun Jangwo added, "Of course, there are other ways. To the north, there are coal mines and a coal yard. If you have a way to buy coal, these problems can be solved." The three looked at each other with a hint of helplessness. "That probably won't work," they said. Before coming here, their families repeatedly warned them to behave and not cause trouble. Things outside are chaotic. For the sake of avoiding trouble, they didn't want to get into any more trouble. "We should just be honest and collect firewood. Otherwise, we might really freeze." Seeing that these young people didn't seem like troublemakers, Chen Jangwo was willing to say more. "That's right. Also, cooking and boiling water all require firewood, so the amount needed isn't small. The stoves here are connected to the heated beds, so when you burn fire, you can use the heat from the bed. That also saves a lot of firewood. Winters here are very cold. When we came last year, winter had already started. The fire in the house almost couldn't be kept out all day. However, this firewood isn't picky. Dry branches, leaves, weeds, corn stalks after harvest, and corn cobs, all burnable materials are fine. Now that you mention it, I suddenly feel like maybe it's not the best time for us to come. Collecting firewood might be a bit late, right?" Chun Jangwo shook his head. "That's not really the case. Villagers always gather whatever they can burn whenever they see it. Every family has plenty of people, so we can't compare ourselves to them. For example, your household has several people, so sharing these materials is easier. When we came last year, it was even later, around the end of the harvest season, when they went up the mountain. We had no choice but to follow the young people up the mountain daily to gather firewood. After the snow fell, we still went for a few more days. We've managed to get through it." Talking about simple things, a few people still felt curious. Jian Jiqing, isn't she one of the first educated youths sent to the countryside? She looks quite young. When mentioning her friends, Chen Jangwo became more serious. Yes, Jian Jiqing was among the first batch of educated youths from Lijiang. She was the only one in that group, and she was only 15 when she arrived. Now she's just 16. She came alone and didn't want to waste the resources of the youth village, so she bought the small house at the village entrance. She had it repaired and moved in herself. That small house was right at the village entrance. The yard was high, but inside was just a small room with a heated bed. When we went over, we sat in the yard because the room was hard to turn around in. She's much younger than us and managed everything well on her own. She came around the same time last year, during a tough period when the crops were scarce. She brought some grain and stuck with the villagers through the hardships. When we arrived, villagers looked at her like she was their own child. Qian Cheng exclaimed, "She was only 15 last year?" "Yes," Chun Jangwo nodded, looking at them with some disdain. "Don't forget, even we didn't believe it when we first arrived." Later, Chun Jangwo sat firmly on the firewood. After the harvest, she went up the mountain and found a large patch of sweet potatoes. She didn't hide anything. She told the village chief right away. You didn't see it, but the villagers were so happy they cried on the spot. Last year was a drought, and the harvest wasn't enough to pay the grain quota. When she went up the mountain, many families had run out of food. Those sweet potatoes gave everyone hope. Later, it was about something that happened on the mountain. Yes, on the mountain there were wild boars. One morning, a group came down and the soldiers at the foot of the mountain stopped them. One wild boar almost ran into the village, and Jian Jiqing saw it. He grabbed a big machete and immediately killed the wild boar. Kill it? Everyone was trained by their family since childhood, so they had some skills, but they didn't dare to measure up to wild boars. Chun Jangwo proudly showed off, not bad. It was early in the morning, and we didn't see it, but the village chief was the first to arrive. She was quite surprised. We don't know if she attracted the wild boars or what, but while they were slaughtering pigs here, A bunch came down from the back mountain, more than 10 it seemed. When they mentioned this, Ling Weidong and others listened carefully. Really? So many wild boars?
Yes.
The soldiers are stationed at the foot of the mountain. Xiao Jian Jiqing's home is nearby. When she saw it, she called others to come quickly. She grabbed her big machete and went with a few soldiers, killing all those wild boars. By the time villagers and most of the soldiers arrived, it was said to be a scene of blood. Wild boars lying everywhere. Can you believe it? Over 10 wild boars, and Xiao Jian Jiqing killed half herself, almost all with a single strike. Everyone was silent. Did Xiao Jian Jiqing train? Chun Zhengwo hesitated. Maybe, but she is definitely strong. Qian Cheng's eyes lit up. Heroine. She's my idol. I want to learn from her. Chun Zhengwo made a mistake. He just wanted to brag a little and didn't mean to cause trouble for her. Chun Zhengwo made a mistake. He just wanted to boast a little and didn't want to cause her trouble. Then you better not. She's still young and growing. Now, besides working, the village chief doesn't give her much physical work. They're worried she'll get too tired and stop growing taller. Ling Weidong and the others thought for a moment. She didn't seem very tall. Qian Qing looked a bit reluctant, but when Ling Weidong gave him a light glare, he immediately quieted down. Chun Zhengwo's protection of Xiao Jian Jiqing was obvious, like protecting his own sister. Don't worry, we won't bother her. But, going up the mountain, we really need your help. We can't go alone. If we get lost or something, it would cause trouble for the village and everyone. Chun Zhengwo didn't mind. Going up the mountain? Just go if you want. It's okay, today is not a good day. Tomorrow, or the day after, if you finish work early, you can go up and take a walk to get familiar with the place. By the way, have you all prepared the tools for going up the mountain? Gathering firewood. Even if you don't bring a basket, you should have a rope and a machete or similar tools. You can't rely solely on bare hands, right? Yuanyi took the opportunity to speak. Brother Chen, I see you all carrying baskets. I think that thing is quite useful for going up the mountain to carry water or small pieces of firewood. It won't interfere with work. Where did you get it? Chun Zhengwo was a bit surprised. You haven't even gone to exchange for things yet? Exchange for what? We came with our luggage. He finished stacking the firewood, turned around, and closed the door of the woodhouse. Is there anything else you need? The men are not very detail-oriented, and many small items are not essential. If they can manage without, they will. Chun Zhengwo also realized this. When he first arrived, he was the same. Many things were added gradually over time. After a moment of hesitation, we probably don't have bowls and chopsticks for eating. On the first day, they ate a meal with them, but since then, they've been eating dry rations and stored food. Qian Chung felt a bit frustrated. I went out for a walk and saw the villagers, but they ignored me. Chun Zhengwo didn't know what to say. Maybe it was influenced by Wang Hongmei and the others? The same group of villagers also didn't think highly of that greasy Li Jianya. They saw him as superficial and not down to earth. Well, it's harvest season now. Everyone is busy tidying their own fields and planting cabbages or something. Maybe they just didn't realize you're new here. Looking at the sky, he quickly changed the subject. Aren't you going to exchange for baskets? If you go out this way, turn over there. Yes, there's a yard with some wood inside. Hey, Huzi, come here. Coincidentally, Huzi was just back from Simple Home with his sister, carrying some things. Brother Zhengwo, are you calling me? Since he often spends time with Jianjia, Huzi is familiar with these young workers. Hearing his name, he happily came over. Liang, the young workers want exchange baskets. Just go to his house. Oh, right, his grandfather, the old man who was driving the cart when you arrived, is called Lu Sanyi. The villagers call him Lu Sanyi. His son, Lu Guangming, is a carpenter and also Huzi's father. Huzi, these young workers want to exchange baskets. Take them back, okay? Are you going to Sister Jian's place? Yes. I went to see Ji Xiang and the others. Sister Jian gave me a big hanging melon and said she made some milk for us to eat. The dark green hanging melon weighed over 10 pounds. Naturally, Tiger wouldn't let his sister carry it. When he stopped, he placed it at his feet. Look, Sister Jian planted this. It's so big, we can eat it for several meals. That's really quite large, but Tiger is very strong. He can carry it. Tiger grinned, showing his small teeth. My grandma said I am a real man and I am strong. Turning to the stranger, Tiger still looked like a little adult. Are you guys here to exchange baskets? Then follow me. His serious look was quite funny. Brother Jangwo, we're going home now. Jian Guo was also very gentle. Okay, go ahead. Come back and visit when you have time. The three of them, one young and one old, talked seriously while watching the scene. Until Tiger waved his hand. Follow me. Qianchen quickly bent down to help carry the hanging melon.
I'll hold it for you.
What's this melon called? Is it a fruit? Tiger looked at him as if he was silly, shook his head. This young worker really didn't know much. Well, except Sister Jian. Qianchen looked confused. No, little brother, what do you mean by shaking your head? Did I say something wrong? Ling Weidong looked at him with a headache. This kid was really hard to deal with. Yuanyi ignored him and took a few steps to walk beside Ling Weidong. What do you mean, you guys? Xiaohua looked at this and that, then quietly asked her brother, Brother, do they not know about hanging melons? She thought she was whispering, but they could all hear her. Tiger sighed. My grandpa was right. These new young workers really don't know anything. It's so embarrassing for Sister Jian. Xian Cheng's eyes widened as he stepped in front of Tiger. Wait, hold on. Why do you say I am embarrassing her? Who is she? I don't even know her. Xiaohua looked up at him for several seconds before finally saying, But you're all young workers. Sister Jian knows everything. Why are you so stupid? Tiger immediately added, Exactly. Sister Jian is so young and she knows everything. But you're all so grown up. He gestured with his hand to his head, pouting. You're all so grown up, yet you don't even recognize a hanging melon? Without waiting for their reply, he grabbed the hanging melon from him, hugged it to his chest, and walked past him. Qiancheng was so angry his face turned red like a pine tree. Wait, kid, why are you attacking me personally? That's not fair. Yuan Yi sighed, put his hand on his shoulder. Alright, did the kid say something wrong? Is it wrong? Do you even know what a hanging melon is? I don't recognize him. Look, you don't recognize him either. Isn't it normal to ask if you don't know me? Yuan Yi sighed again. Cheng, everyone says he can eat several meals, many meals. That means he can cook. Why do you keep arguing with a kid about who's right or wrong? You're almost at the door, and you've already offended the kid completely. Qiancheng was momentarily confused. Did he say that? Ahead, Lin Dongfang came out from the village office and bumped into someone. Huzi was in front. Both of them recognized each other, so they greeted first. Huzi, what's going on with your hug? You're so big now. Huzi started showing off again. It's from Sister Jian called dalga, a type of gourd.
Remember that?
Suddenly, it turned into a science lesson. Lin Dongfang was surprised and casually replied, I've really never seen that. If you didn't tell me, I wouldn't even know what it's called. Huzi slightly puffed out his chest. Lin Dongfang thought carefully and acted quickly. He told Lu Weimin that the next day, he chose a spot near the village entrance between the simple house and the village to lay the foundation. Lu Weimin's words were, You're not in a rush, right? If you're in a rush, it's still early. The harvest isn't over yet, so there's time, about half a month. If you're not in a rush, wait until after the mountain harvest. Then it might get cold, and you'll have more time. Without hesitation, Lin Dongfang chose immediately. The situation at the Jiqing courtyard was quite lively, especially with these two groups of young workers. Although they didn't live together, they saw each other often. Today, someone made a snide remark. Tomorrow, there might be jealousy or bad intentions. It was enough to be annoying. Of course, these things were tolerable. His strength was high, and Mingju could defend herself. A few warnings now, and then would be fine. But after understanding his feelings and seeing Mingju again, he felt even more that he couldn't waste this good time. He didn't want petty disputes and trivial matters to tarnish Mingju's view of him. After discussing with Mingju, they decided to move back and live their own small life. All these unrelated people and matters weren't worth wasting even a little energy on. seeing nothing, feeling no trouble. If they stayed far away, how could they still come close and bother him? Back at the Jiqing courtyard, he immediately ran into Chun Hongli, who was standing on tiptoe hanging clothes. Seeing him, she brushed her hair back and habitually raised her voice softly. Lin Jiqing, I can't reach the top. Can you help me hang the clothes? It's just hanging clothes in the yard, out in the open. Most people wouldn't think much of it and would feel shy to refuse. Helping out should be a natural response. But Lin Dongfang has always been cold and distant from others. Now he's feeling excited, completely immersed in happiness. He's been thinking about how to ask Jian Jiqing about decorating the house. Since he and Mingju have always lived with their parents, they have no experience in this area. He definitely wants to learn from her. He still remembers Mingju's bright eyes when talking about Jian Jiqing's home that day. He was lost in thought and completely cut off from the outside world. When he looked up and saw a pair of eyes, he froze for 2 seconds. Then, he naturally looked away. There were many clothes hanging on the clothesline, so he simply walked around to the window of the side room. Chun Hongli was smiling and waiting for Lin Dongfang to come over happily, like other young workers. But she didn't expect him to react this way. She called out sadly, Lin Jiqing. The 3 words were spoken with many twists and turns. This time, Lin Dongfang not only heard them, but also got goosebumps. He immediately moved a few steps to the side, almost walking right along the window. He looked around the yard, but didn't see anyone. He turned back in annoyance and said, What are you shouting for? Do I know you? Are we familiar? What's our relationship? Why are you calling me? I don't even know you, so why should I help you? He pretended to be tough, saying he wouldn't help with hanging clothes. But when it came to other things, he was quite skilled. For example, using a different way to let his hands and feet touch her clothes. He challenged her to try. Casually, he said this, but on the other side, someone was already raising a fist. Chun Hongli almost couldn't hold back her laughter. The people around also started laughing, which made her face darken. She forced a smile and said, No, you guys misunderstood. Li Yan laughed openly and stood confidently at the kitchen door. Hi, yes, Chin Jiqing, do we know each other?
Haha.
Oh, I didn't expect Lin Jiqing to refuse so straightforwardly, but that clothesline is so high, girls just can't reach it, right? TCH, stop making excuses.
It's always been that high.
How do we use it? Can't you use it too? And if you're worried girls can't reach, is that stool next to it just for decoration? If you want to find a man, just be open about it. No one will think much. But if you try sneaky tricks, Du Shilling, who had also spoken a few words to Chun Hongli, was rudely rebuffed by others. Naturally, she was unwilling. Plus, Wang Hongmei and Tang Chui, who were causing trouble, made the courtyard lively again. Chun Hongli watched Lin Dongfang walk into the house without hesitation, grinding her teeth in frustration. In the kitchen, Chen Jiangwo and others were speechless. Is Lin Dongfang really that popular? Besides, everyone can see that Mingju and him have a special connection. Why would she actually go out of her way to get close? Mingju didn't take it seriously. She looked calm, but inside she was cold. Over the years, she had used this kind of trick dozens of times. If she was fooled by it, she wouldn't be where she was now. She wasn't worried at all. Lin Jiaoti's family was average, and she understood the situation well. Although Lin Dongfang's clothes aren't new, they are all intact. Many families can't even do that. As for food, although he's been sharing with us recently, he still receives packages every month and occasionally buys things back. He doesn't hide it. She gestured outside with her chin. In this youth commune, how many can do that? He's not worried about food or clothing. He works but isn't overly eager. Clearly, he's not just relying on a few centimeters of height to survive. His family is well off. He's been here a long time without losing his temper, and he talks to everyone calmly. That kind of obvious charm makes it normal for people to be interested. Getting close to him might not make you rich overnight, but it definitely brings some benefits. We're just being honest. Most people who come to the countryside are like me, struggling to make a living, with no height to grow and no food to avoid hunger. Being tempted by someone like him is normal. Plus, I think it's not just Chun Hongli. She might also be testing the waters. Since she just arrived and doesn't know Lin Dongfang's personality well, she's trying to see if he would help. If he really helps, next time she'll try even harder. She even chuckled at herself. She probably didn't expect Lin Dongfang to refuse so completely, without even trying to save face. Next time, she'll have to change her approach. Li Yan was completely inexperienced in this area, still not fully alert. She listened excitedly. She's already pushing her luck. Does she still have the nerve to come back? How shameless. Tan Yajun said, Zhaodi is right. Sometimes, girls' minds work like this. The more you reject, the more they want to challenge you. Is this what they call, the more you fight, the braver you get? Haha, what you can't get always stirs up desire. Tanya Jun was right. In Chen Hongli and Du Xiuling's room, Chen Hongli threw a basin down, then sat with a gloomy face on the Kong edge. She cursed Lin Dongfang and a few older young workers in her mind, feeling bitter. She was determined to win over Lin Dongfang because she didn't want those good things to fall into others' hands. Wei Shuwan was leaning against the wall at the back, silent and sneering inwardly. She didn't understand herself. Why did she want to flirt with Lin Jiqing? It was obvious he was a couple with the new girl worker. It had only been 2 days, but she had seen them talking together more than once. The way they were close made her want to interfere. Also, Lin Ziqing didn't look like he lacked money. Chen Hongli wasn't really looking for a partner. She was looking for someone to support her. She was dreaming, but nobody was stupid. When she first arrived, she already felt that the atmosphere in the workers' courtyard was a bit strange. When she entered the kitchen, she asked casually, "What's going on? It feels weird here." Mingju openly admitted it's Lin Dongfang. He's attracting attention. With that, everything became clear. Since the new workers arrived, situations like this weren't unusual. There's that guy Li Jianya, who always liked to slick back his hair, eyeing Lu Xiu from Lu Weimin's family. He kept showing off, hoping to become the village chief's son-in-law and be above others. But unfortunately, Lu Xiu had just been hurt by this. When she mentioned she had a fever, she couldn't muster the energy to care. And Lu Weimin was guarding her very tightly. In just a few days, Lu Xiu had complained to Jianli several times. This worker Li is so annoying. It's like he doesn't understand a word I say. I've told him to stay away from me 800 times, but he keeps coming closer. If he kept doing that, her brother might have to sneak out at night and tie him up. Recently, she hadn't heard about any fights, and Jianli felt a bit disappointed. But knowing this person's tendency to take shortcuts, he guessed a beating was probably inevitable. They couldn't take it lightly. Lin Ziqing is still very good, Mingju said. You have good eyes, Sister Mingju. Yes, with good judgment and quick action. So, are we about to celebrate your wedding? After some joking, they decided to prepare a fish stew for the evening. Mingju was straightforward and said, "We've decided to build a house first. We want to finish before the autumn harvest, then go get our marriage certificate."
Oh.
Mingju looked happy. Recently, she had experienced ups and downs. Her family suffered. She saw old friends turn cold, and she felt the coldness of the world. She almost lost everything herself. They came for the only warmth in their hearts, feeling nervous on the way. But luckily, this person hadn't changed. A few days before the harvest, Mingju and Lin Dongfang quietly went to the county town to get their marriage certificate. On their way back, they handed out some wedding candies, even including the new educated youth. At this moment, everyone realized they were serious about living a good life. Their gazes toward Chen Hongli became more mocking. Chen Hongli lowered her head, rubbing the candies in her hand, her bangs hiding her changing expression. Then, the new educated youth watched as the two entered a room. Soon after, several old educated youth started moving things out in big and small bundles, packing boxes neatly onto carts, heading toward the village entrance. A few old educated youth and Ling Weidong also happily helped. Are they moving away? Wei Shuwan asked calmly. Lin Jiqing and Ming Jiqing built a house and got married, so they naturally want to live together. Why stay at the educated youth point? Building a house? Chen Hongli screamed. Is the new house over there built by Lin Jiqing? Yes, it's his. The newlyweds are building a new home. Isn't that normal? Wei Shuwan liked Ling Weidong openly. Ling Weidong didn't like her, and she knew it. She looked down on those who disliked someone but still stuck around for money or benefits, ignoring morals and shame. She refused to associate with such people. She saw everything. Recently, Chun Hongli tried to block Lin Jiqing in various ways, twisting her ankle, pretending to be weak, even following him, trying to threaten him with their relationship. But she didn't know that Lin Jiqing had already figured it out and had knocked her out. Since then, she calmed down and shifted her focus to the village boys. Maybe because she also liked Lin Dongfang a little, Chun Hongli muttered to herself, How can he get married? Wei Shuwan rolled her eyes directly. Who cares if they get married? It's none of your business. You're not his partner, so stop worrying about what you shouldn't. Recently, Ling Weidong and the others often helped out. Although they weren't very close to the old educated youth, they still had a good impression of them. At least they were honest. That was much better than some people.
They could accept that.
Lin Dongfang and she discussed not holding a wedding. They weren't very familiar with the villagers, so only the educated youth and a few village officials would attend. But now, given their relationship with the new educated youth, they naturally didn't want to share anything with them. However, they didn't save on wedding gifts either. They bought quite a few and delivered them to Lu Weiman's place. Villagers who wanted to eat could go and take some as a way to add to the festive atmosphere. When moving, 3 people were invited to join the lively celebration. Being away from the Jiqing courtyard, there were no unpleasant people and the air felt much fresher. Naturally, everyone felt more relaxed. Lin Dongfang, who owned the land, was even more generous. He went up the mountain again and caught some big fish. He bought meat and eggs in the county town. The old Jiqing took many vegetables from the garden. They also shared 2 watermelons, and about 10 people enjoyed the celebration happily. Mingju was cheerful and said immediately, I plan to plant things in my backyard next year. If it's inconvenient at the Jiqing courtyard, you can come here to gather. It's far from the village, so no one will know what you're eating. A few old Jiqing naturally agreed repeatedly. They were so familiar that there was no need to be polite. Ling Weidong, Qian Cheng, and Yuan Yi also nodded, but whether they would come or not was another matter. They weren't that familiar or that bold. Still, isn't that what relationships are for? Now it was truly harvest time. They came last year in a simple way, but this year was the real harvest. The day before, Lu Weiman called a village meeting. Starting tomorrow, it's harvest time. No one can take leave. Listen carefully, no one. As long as you can get out of bed, you must participate in the harvest. Otherwise, don't expect any work points. If we delay the harvest, don't blame me for being harsh. Although the sky was clear now, autumn weather was unpredictable. Depending on the mood of the weather gods, if they were in a good mood, it could stay sunny until after autumn. But if they really turned hostile and it rained suddenly, that would be a big problem. Not only would it affect grain distribution, but it could also lead to tears, as it was a matter of survival. Last year's drought. How did we survive those days?
I don't need to say it.
If it weren't for Jian Jiqing finding those life-saving things in the mountains later, our old folks, wives, children, everyone, would have been left to the northwest wind. He paused and added, I'm not saying anything else. Do you want to go through last year's hardships again? Everyone shouted loudly. Don't want to. Never again. All right, Lu Weiman gestured with his hand. Let's not talk about last year. Fellow villagers, this year is a good year. We've gone through the hardest and most exhausting times. This last effort will determine if all our hard work pays off. Whether we can avoid hunger this winter depends on everyone. Parents' happiness this year depends on everyone's efforts. Whether the wife and children can have a peaceful and warm new year also depends on you all. Do you have confidence? Yes. 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 At this moment, no one paid attention to the joke in his words. The village chief was right. After a busy year of hard work, they only cared about their parents, wives, and children. Our village this year mainly has corn, some potatoes, yams, and sorghum. To work more efficiently, I have a plan. We have many educated youths this spring. They are not as strong as us and haven't done this kind of work before. If they work with us for a day, they won't keep up with our speed. So we decided to split them up and assign them to different groups. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, they will be more motivated to work hard. Villagers were most concerned about food. Everything else could wait. Village chief. Will this delay us? Yeah, if it doesn't rain, everything will be fine. But if it rains, what then? If they work slowly, and it rains, what do we do? Won't that cause delays? Enough, Lu Igua stepped forward. Who can finish such large fields all at once? Yes, they just arrived and are not the main workers yet. The main workers are still the older men and women of our village. You think that if they work a little more on those fields, you can finish earlier? What if, without the educated youths, the rain causes delays? With more people, even if something happens, can we harvest a little more? If 1 acre yields 8 mu, and 2 mu are left, with their help, wouldn't those 2 mu be done? Why don't you understand this? He then reassured the educated youths, you haven't done farm work before, and autumn harvest is the hardest. The workload is tough for you, but I believe your perseverance, effort, and enthusiasm for building the countryside will help you overcome all difficulties and become qualified builders soon. This was the first year so many educated youths came, and villagers' resistance was not very strong. They also tried to encourage them. Most importantly, what they said about patriotism was true. Just see them as helpers. If they work a little, the work will be done sooner. Why not use this time to do something else? The young educated youths were naturally angry and upset when told directly that they were not doing a good job. However, they also worked for a while, mainly weeding, but they couldn't keep up. When autumn harvest came, they felt even more scared and lost motivation. Old educated youths like Chun Jangwo and the villagers knew it wasn't meant to insult anyone. Honestly, they said after a whole spring planting, they were exhausted and almost at the bottom of the list. At that time, villagers said, "What is this? Just wait for the harvest." The autumn harvest became a kind of nightmare for them. Only their small courage kept them standing there. But a few newcomers, especially Chun Hongli and Du Xiuling, didn't understand. Seeing how the young educated youths accepted the village's arrangements, Du Xiuling spoke up. "Village head, do you look down on us young educated youths? We responded to the call to help build the countryside, but your attitude isn't right. Why can't we be the main force in the harvest? You're not only discriminating against us, but also disrespecting the female youths." Lu Weiman squinted, full of doubt. He looked at Lu Igua and asked, "What is she talking about?" "I didn't hear clearly." The old educated youths sneered, and the new youths looked at them with strange faces. Wei Shuwan even stepped back unconsciously, trying to keep distance. Xian Cheng was straightforward. "Brother Dong, is she an idiot?" The old farmers said the work is tiring. "Does she want to be the main force? They've already given us space to adapt. What else does she want?" Yuan Yi nodded. "Is she really an idiot? She doesn't understand the situation and just makes noise. Being the main force? It's good enough if she can figure out how to slip away." Li Yan widened her eyes. "Oh my, does she really have the guts?" She turned to ask Jiandan, since she was the only one who had participated in the harvest before. "Oh, and Tanya Jun too. Xiao Dan, is the autumn harvest really that scary?" Jiandan didn't answer. Tan Yajun took over. She missed it. Last year there was a poor harvest, and not much was collected at all. I've helped with the harvest in Mediating for several years. To put it simply, the workload during harvest is more than twice that of spring planting. Li Yan was immediately frightened. "Really?" "Yes, I'm not trying to scare you." Tan Yajun pointed at the distant crops. "See those corn? A while ago, weeding was done there. You said it was stuffy inside, and even hurt your skin, right?" Li Yan nodded blankly. "Yes, indeed. During the harvest, we start working at around 4 in the morning. We go into the cornfield, each person holding 2 rows, breaking the corn stalks and tossing them into a basket. When it's full, we carry it to the edge of the field and then go back. Or, we cut down the corn stalks with a sickle, pile them up in sections, and then pull the ears off one by one." Li Yan imagined the hot weather and felt she couldn't stand it. "Can't we just lay the stalks down?" Sure, but if you carry the ears, the stalks will also be heavy. Sometimes, if you don't hold the stalks properly, they can slip and swing back and forth. You need to use strength when throwing them down. Li Yan didn't mind the heat as long as she wasn't stuck in the cornfield. It's okay. Just don't make me stay in the cornfield all day. It feels stuffy everywhere and I might suffocate. At this moment, Jian Dan nodded. Yes, and after we finish harvesting, we need to peel off the outer corn leaves. If we don't, the corn can spoil easily when stored. Then, why don't we just peel the leaves off while harvesting? I guess one reason is it wastes time. Another reason is that the corn leaves can be burned. The inner, clean layers can be steamed or used for drying food on a curtain. If we peel everything off, we can only burn the stalks or feed them to cattle, which would be a waste. Li Yan suddenly remembered and thought, right, when we steam the steamed bread, we use corn leaves on the curtain, don't we? She scratched her head in frustration. So, this means it's actually a good thing? Oh well, there's no way around it. Lu Weimin and a few others were amused and angry at Du Xiuling's words. Thinking of being a main worker, huh? Good. High awareness. Come on, Qiangzi, come tell us, how many work points does a main worker get in a day? Scorekeeper Lu Guoqiang squeezed over with a notebook recording work points for the first half of the year. He looked up at the boastful female youth. Our strong men in Mediating get 10 to 12 work points a day.
You might not understand, so let me explain.
In the front cornfield, one row from one end to the other roughly counts as 1.5 work points. 2 rows make about 1.5 points, so 10 points would be about 20 rows. The female educated youth looked ahead and gasped in surprise. The older educated youths had been working on this land for the past 6 months, so they could roughly tell what the rows looked like and how much work was involved. Wang Hongmei felt upset and resentful, her voice trembling with frustration. Don't underestimate these 2 or 3 rows. It looks simple when you say it, but how many rows can you finish in a morning? Or can you do more and faster than the male educated youths? When mentioning the male educated youths, the villagers' eyes naturally turned to the few young men present. The newcomers, Ling Weidong and a few others, were easier to ignore, but Chen Jiangwo, Li Jianya, and Wang Chung were the focus of attention after working here for more than half a year. Lin Dongfang also drew the villagers' notice. Du Xiuling grabbed Chen Hongli, who was trying to step back, and looked at the young men. Chen Jiao, you came here first. Wang Jiao, Li Jiao, besides us girls, do you really want to be looked down upon like this? We came here to help build the countryside, but before we even start, we're insulted. I can't accept that. Even Wang Jiancheng, usually a kind and easygoing person, couldn't smile now. He didn't understand how his words could be seen as discrimination or insult. Isn't what the village chief said correct? You just arrived and haven't done farm work before. It's normal to need some time to adapt. That's the village's way of caring for everyone. If you don't understand, you can ask me or the older educated youths. Your words are a bit off. Li Jianya didn't say anything. Over the past 6 months, even when working, he only earned 5 or 6 work points, so he didn't feel confident talking about this. Lin Dongfang, however, was not happy either. He was in a hurry to go back because tomorrow was the autumn harvest and they hadn't prepared enough food. Stop talking about those useless things. Whether you're a main force or not, strength is what matters. If you can earn 10 work points in a day, I'll truly admire you. And what is a main force? It's about shining in your own field and making a contribution. Do you have that advantage compared to the farmers working the land? His words were blunt and a bit aggressive. Du Xiuling immediately stepped forward. What did you say?
You.
Next to her, Chen Hongli held her tightly, unable to let go. Du Xiuling refused to loosen her grip, and there was nowhere for her to hide. Xiuling, although we responded to the national call to come here, Lin Jiao is right. We haven't worked in this area before. Compared to the villagers, we still need to learn. The villagers are kind. They definitely don't mean to look down on us. Jian Mingju, who had come along with her, exchanged a quick look. Was that what she meant? Then I heard a cold laugh nearby.
Ha!
The two immediately turned their heads to see what was going on. Oh, it's Qiancheng, the young educated youth, who was with Ling Weidong. Du Shilling also heard the sound and turned around, retorting sharply, "Why are you laughing? Don't forget, you're also part of the young educated youth. Do you feel proud when someone says that about us?" When she turned back, she saw Jiandan smiling and chatting with Mingju, sharing a few words with Lu Xiao beside her. The atmosphere was cheerful, but her bad mood was rising inside. Don't act like some people, so naive. Laughing and talking with a bunch of uncultured country folks. Who knows what sneaky tricks they're using? Just for a little food, to avoid work, really they'll do anything.
Jiandan was momentarily stunned.
When she heard laughing and talking, she knew they were talking about her. But what tricks? What terrible thing had she done? She didn't know herself. The moment the words country folks came out, the other young educated youths' faces changed. Even Chun Hongli pulled her hard, gnashing her teeth in anger. Why was she rushing forward and grabbing her so fiercely? But right now, she had to deal with the situation in front of her. Hadn't the villagers already looked unhappy? She immediately scolded angrily, "Do young educated youth, what are you talking about?" A few other youths quickly added, "Yeah, are you crazy? Saying things like that? We don't even need to count back 3 generations. My grandfather and great-grandfather were country folks. My grandmother still farms her land. So, are honest, poor farmers. Have we done something wrong? When did this policy change?" It was like a bucket of cold water, making Du Shioling wake up a bit. Her face changed, and she said something offhand. What policy? How could it be related? She didn't dare say anything more. Lu Weimin snorted heavily. These new young educated youths really dared to say and do anything. It seemed their work was too light, not tiring enough. Immediately, he decided to assign more tasks to these people. If they got tired, they wouldn't have the energy or mind to think about other things. Don't talk about those trivial matters. Our Lu family village is a proud, 3-generation poor farming community. We also have several honorable veterans. Besides that, our support for policies, personal awareness, and loyalty to the collective are all impeccable. I serve as a village official because I have the trust and support of both leaders and villagers. If anyone thinks our management of Lu Family Village is problematic or unfair to the educated youth, you can come to me anytime or go directly to the county office to seek justice. I, Lu Weimin, am not afraid of accusations. If I have done something wrong, I am willing to face any charges, even in the capital city. But as long as you are in Lu Family Village, you must follow the village rules, adhere to national policies, carry out the work assigned to the educated youth, stay with the hardworking people, and quickly integrate into their community. Contribute your strength and light to rural development. Faced with such a sharp rebuke, Du Xioling's courage, which she had just gathered, almost completely disappeared. She moved her lips but couldn't say anything for a long time. Chun Hongli, standing nearby, also dared not speak. She was used to small mischiefs and petty temper tantrums, but in this situation, she was trembling with fear. A group of men looked down on such behavior. Before even starting work, they were already asking for benefits and making grand claims. They didn't consider their own worth and boasted shamelessly. Compared to the young Jiying, these new educated youths seemed even more insignificant. Lu Weimin thought the same. They were all rural educated youths. When Xiao Jianjiying came last year, she was only 15 and alone. It's not that they had to greedily take food from children's mouths just because there were so many of them. In fact, during such critical and difficult times, Xiao Jianjiying was able to find excuses to help, even risking danger to go deep into the mountains to find food and selflessly share it with the villagers. It is said that relying on the mountains for resources and water for water is true. These mountains are indeed treasures. Over the years, the village has benefited greatly from them. But it must be said, there are good things in the mountains, blessings from heaven. Anyone capable can go look for them. Others might be envious, but as long as it's not excessive, they wouldn't say anything. Even among villagers, after many years of friendship, it's not always possible to be so selfless in sharing food, especially nowadays when food is hard to come by. Everyone has their own little selfish thoughts. Relatives, cousins, everyone has their own interests. But Xiao Jing was different. When she found food, she immediately told them. Wasn't that clearly a life-saving gift? Let's put it this way. If someone else, like the young worker we just talked about, were in her place, could she do it? Not only Lu Weimin. Everyone present knows in their hearts that if this young worker faced such a situation, she definitely wouldn't make a fuss. It's not just about the things she did, but also about her attitude and outlook. Her character is clear to see. Lu Aigua also looks serious and says, someone just mentioned? Said Xiao Jian used some sneaky tricks? Avoided work? If anyone saw it, come and tell me. Du Shiling's legs tremble again, and she clings tightly to Chen Hongli, too scared to speak. The villagers look at the new worker with anger, but no one dares to move, just listening quietly. All of you young workers came later, so maybe you don't know much, especially those who arrived this year. Perhaps you don't understand what's really going on. Are you smart or just foolish? If even one of you asked when you didn't understand, you wouldn't be led around by the nose. The elders and villagers of Mediating speak up. She's our benefactor, our lifesaver. It was Xiao Jian who saved my mother's life. Without Xiao Jian, we'd have starved to death long ago. Although their answers aren't perfectly clear, everyone hears what they need to. Especially Du Xiling, who just now was talking nonsense. Her face turns red and white alternately. Mingju gently nudges Xiao Jian. What did you do? The hero? Xiao Jian really didn't expect that a harvest mobilization meeting would turn into a praise session for her. Seeing the changing expressions of the new workers, Lu Aigua smiles happily. Sure enough, these things are better handled by him. With Lu Weimin's talkative nature, humph. Don't think you can say much more. Whatever Xiao Jian did that was shameful, we, the villagers of Mediating, can't tolerate it. Villagers, isn't that right? Yes. Exactly. After the talk, Lu Aigua steps back a few paces and Lu Weimin comes forward to summarize. Don't think you're so capable that you can look down on others. Sometimes, people just choose not to bother with you. All right, that's enough. Tomorrow is harvest day. No excuses for taking leave. This is our busiest time of the year. Don't miss these few days. Make up what you need to because without energy, how can you work? Isn't that right, villagers? The men in your family need to take care of themselves. The villagers laugh and scold, then each go their own way. Xiao Jian hesitates. Should she go home with Mingju or join Li Yan at the workers' yard to see the fun? Seeing the situation, Mingju was not polite. She held hands with Jiandan and carried some things. Let's go, let's go. I want to go with you. I also want to see how they react. You? Jiandan found it hard to explain. You're married. Is it appropriate for you to come see this kind of excitement? In just a few days, Mingju had loosened up, especially after spending time with a few old educated youths, and now she could relax like friends. It showed how capable Lin Dongfang was. Well, I am also an educated youth. We should try to solve conflicts within our group and not let outsiders get involved or cause trouble. What trouble? Li Yan, who was quick-tempered, asked. Hey, do you think Du Xiling won't come back to cause trouble after going home? We shouldn't blame everything on her. Jiandan and Mingju spoke together. That's possible. They looked at each other and smiled, feeling closer. This feeling was strange, almost magical, and hard to explain. Spending time with Mingju felt very natural and comfortable, more so than with Li Yan and the others. It was a joyful feeling. That won't do. I need to go back quickly, Li Yan said as she started rolling up her sleeves, looking ready to confront someone. A few male educated youths followed behind, whispering quietly. Mingju quickly stopped Li Yan, blushing but still brave enough to speak. I talked with Dongfang. The harvest is coming soon, and since we're not planning a wedding, why not come over for a meal today? Just as a warm gathering. Hearing this, Li Yan was no longer in a hurry to leave. Really? That's great. Although their pace was a bit faster than expected, they looked energetic and in good spirits. Congratulations. Mingju's face turned even redder.
Don't mention that now.
Later, don't cook. After watching the excitement, just come over directly, she said. Okay. Let's have a good meal today. Maybe we'll get 2 more work points tomorrow? Ha ha ha. When they arrived at the educated youth's courtyard, It was surprisingly quiet. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. What's going on? Are they pretending nothing happened? That's not like their character. Ling Weidong looked around and said calmly, probably because everyone is not united. They didn't start a fight. Not united? Jiandan thought for a moment and agreed. Chun Hongli and Du Shiling look very close. Wei Shuwan, who is with them now, seems all right and not like someone who would join in their mischief. The three young male-educated youths are all close to them. Wang Hongmei is talkative but doesn't dare do anything serious. Su Hong is proud and probably wouldn't bother with them unless something unexpected happens. There's also Tang Chui, who has a hidden bad side, Li Jianya, who feels overly confident, and brother Wang Jiancheng, who always tries to keep peace. Aren't their hearts out of sync? Wang Hongmei is talkative but doesn't dare do anything serious. Su Hong is proud and probably wouldn't bother with them unless something unexpected happens. Tang Chui, who has a hidden bad side, Li Jianya, who feels overly confident, and brother Wang Jiancheng, who always tries to keep peace. Aren't they all out of sync? They returned happily, but things here weren't very lively, which disappointed many who wanted to watch the fun. Isn't this okay? If things really get out of hand, we won't have peaceful days either.
All right.
Next time there's a fuss, call me. Don't worry, with their personalities, they'll be lively again in a couple of days. They said they'd warm the house, but since it was a newlywed couple, everyone went back to find something meaningful to them. Li Yan and a few others pooled together a large piece of fabric. It was easy for the male-educated youths, just give it to Lin Dongfang. They also casually took a large red bed sheet with peonies, which surprisingly amazed the girls, making their eyes go wide. Xiao Dan, you still have such good stuff? You've been hiding it from us, boo-hoo. Though it was a bit fake, everyone could accept it. Yeah, Jian, didn't you see Mingju's look just now? Like she wanted to hide that sheet? Xiao Dan, feeling small, teased everyone one by one. Hee, what can I do? I'm the youngest. Want it? Are you jealous? No problem. When you get married, I'll give you one just like it. Don't be too jealous, okay? Hey, little girl, what are you saying? After joking around, the homesick feelings weren't so strong anymore. If they wanted to go back, they could. They could leave whenever they wanted. They got along well, but since they were just arriving young educated youths, they hadn't fully trusted each other yet. They didn't bring expensive gifts, just a box of snacks. They didn't stay out too late because they needed to prepare for the next day's autumn harvest. If they were late on the first day, it would be quite lively. This was their first real autumn harvest. She was woken up early by her alarm. Since she had to walk quite a long way to the village, she left 5 or 7 minutes earlier, without delay. After quickly finishing breakfast, she slowly headed out to work again when the second bell rang. Not far past Mingju's house, she started to see villagers. They all wore short tops on top and pants below, with triangular headscarves, which is common here. The scarves help prevent leaves from scratching faces, protect against the sun, and can be used as towels when sweating, making them very practical. Some young people who had experience farming knew this and started to imitate the women. The simple clothes were prepared, but it was still early. The sun had just risen, and it wasn't hot yet. The scarves were folded diagonally, draped around the neck. This was a slow time, and tying the scarves in this way looked quite nice. All summer, weeding was tiring, but it didn't seem very tiring to us. We are all unusual people. Sure enough, before noon, Li Yan and a few others kept coming out to get some fresh air because it was too stuffy. At noon, when work ended, the girls' arms were so tired they couldn't lift them. They sluggishly walked out, their faces covered with leaf debris. Simple was a bit better, but her face still wasn't in great shape. She was strong, but after a morning of repeatedly standing up and bending down, her back couldn't take it anymore. Are you all okay? Li Yan asked weakly as she approached. What do you think? I'm exhausted. That scarf, when it gets hot, doesn't work well. The leaves and corn husks fall down and almost got in my eyes. I got anxious and reached to rub my eyes, but I forgot my hands weren't clean. I almost blinded myself, she said. Look at my eyes, they're red, And my face is scratched by leaves, she added. Simple wanted to laugh, but her conscience told her she shouldn't.
Fine.
Go home and wash up properly. The lunch break is long, so eat something quickly and rest for a while. Move your arms and legs around. Especially after resting, if you don't loosen up, the afternoon will be even more tiring. They were so exhausted they had no energy to greet others. Simple didn't say much. She was also very tired herself. Her small waist felt like it was about to break. Back home, she didn't hesitate. First, she cooled down, washed her face, and lay on a massage chair for a while. After feeling some relief, she took out the ready-made food from the base. At times like this, what's the point of talking? Isn't it better to rest a little longer? We have the conditions for that. A simple act of self-soothing worked well. After eating, I lay down on the massage chair for a nap until the afternoon work bell rang and woke me up. However, this thing still has some effect. I waved my arms, kicked my legs, and at least the stiff body was mine again. I have to say, when you're young, your body is at its best, flexible and resilient, and recovers quickly. By afternoon, I was bouncing around again. But that only lasted halfway. After work, I became a tired little person again. Honestly, I have to admit, this body is still young, not yet an adult. Heavy work is really not suitable. Fortunately, after a few days of drying corn, the young workers were collectively sent to harvest sweet potatoes. The reason was that they were too slow and holding everyone back. This year sweet potatoes were many, but compared to the corn, they were much better. There was a villager leading the way, helping with the planting, while young male workers used forks to turn the soil, and young female workers picked up the piles, filling baskets. Though not easy work, with no leaves blocking the air and good airflow, they could squat down and work for a little while. Even in the sun, they were willing. After work, although their bodies were still stiff, their spirits were good. Li Yan even had time to complain. Did you see that Chen Hongli? She hurt herself just picking a sweet potato. When did that happen? The sweet potato field was big, and they weren't in the same part, so they didn't know the details. It was just a little while after starting work this afternoon. The villagers were turning the soil ahead, and Chen Hongli somehow ran over to the fork. When someone used the fork, it didn't turn the soil, but she was crying out on the side. When the others saw it, they were surprised. Somehow the fork got her leg, and she was screaming. The worker was initially embarrassed, thinking she hadn't seen it, and even offered to take her to old Chen's place to check. They didn't refuse, but she kept crying and yelling. In such a busy time, who has the patience to listen to her complain? They just called the village head. When he came over, guess what happened? What happened? Li Yan's dismissive attitude was very obvious. Everyone gathered around, thinking it was something big, that someone was badly hurt. They all rushed over, including the village chief. When they lifted up his pant leg, they saw, seeing the curious looks from his friends, he shrugged and said simply, "Not even a scratch." What a farce. Really? Is he that stupid? Doesn't he know if he's hurt or not? If there's no skin broken, how could it hurt? Then why was he yelling so loudly? Isn't that embarrassing enough? Who knows? You didn't see the village chief's expression at the time. His face was so angry. I was so mad I was trembling. He didn't say a word, just turned around and left, almost falling over himself. Really? And that group of people, did Chen Hongli say anything? Lin Zhaodi chuckled softly. Don't even mention her. If I say something, I might as well say everything. What did she say? Did she apologize? Apologize? What are you thinking? If she could apologize, she wouldn't be Chen Hongli. You can't guess what happened. She paused for a moment, then staggered and said she felt dizzy, that she was scared and a bit confused. She said she didn't mean it. She understood and forgave. She even mentioned someone named Lu Xiaowu who was working nearby, and everyone around was stunned, listening in shock. That's her style. Yeah. When we left, those people were still standing there, not realizing what happened. We took the chance to leave when no one was paying attention. I can just imagine how spectacular the scene will be when the villagers find out. These little stories are fine to fool naive young folks, but against cunning old foxes like Lu Weimin, Lu Igua or Lu Sang. It's just child's play. Talking about it is pointless. Nobody wants to waste time on unrelated people. After arriving at the Jiqing courtyard and parting from Li Yan and her group, I went home alone again. Just before reaching my house, I split from Lin Dongfang and his wife. The evening sun's warmth was gentle. The first thing I did was drink a full bowl of water, then moved my limbs and sat in the yard to rest. I'm really exhausted. The workload on the farm was so light compared to the training and gunfire of my previous life, it was almost nothing. However, I overlooked one simple point. This body is only 16 years old and belongs to a young lady with no foundation. Even if she has trained her skills recently, her explosive power is sufficient, but her stamina definitely cannot keep up. After so many years of experience, can it really be rebuilt in just a short time? She looks at her small frame and thinks briefly. Others have the vastness of the sky and the earth and the biggest belly. But she doesn't worry about that. When the granary is full, one knows manners. When food and clothing are enough, one understands honor and shame. Although it's not ideal, this is her current situation. The villagers work hard for their food, and she has confidence. Naturally, she has no reason to suppress her growth. Not to mention anything else. At least she doesn't want to spend her life as a little person, right? This has been her worry since she traveled here. Black Dog hasn't returned after lending out something, and Lucky and Joyful circle around her feet, playing with her. She pets one and strokes the other, quickly calming her mood. Why think so much? Life is her own, so she should enjoy it however she wants. Wait for me, I'll add some more food for you. While everyone is happy and lively here, the Jiqing courtyard remains as busy as usual. After Lin Dongfang and Mingju moved out, only a few of the second batch of old Jiqing remained: Li Yan, Lin Zhaodi, Tan Yajun, and Chen Zhengwo. They started cooking together, and a few new people joined recently: Ling Weidong, Qian Cheng, and Yuan Yi, who had been getting along well over the past few days, and were accepted. The male Jiqing are responsible for chopping firewood, fetching water, and lighting the fire, while the female Jiqing only do the cooking. Tan Yajun just finished sticking corn cakes when a commotion came from the new Jiqing side. She was so startled that her hand trembled, and the last cake fell into the pot, splashing water everywhere. She reacted quickly, stepping back, and her arm was scalded slightly by the hot water. Without hesitation, she hurried to check the food in the pot. Lin Zhaodi pulled her to wash her hands. All food, even if it falls into the soup, can still be eaten. Don't worry, it won't be wasted. Li Yan quickly covered the pot. Yes, the soup will taste even better. Later, don't fight with me for it. They added some firewood to the stove and hurried outside. There was lively activity outside, and she couldn't miss it. After a long day, this was the best way to relax. The second batch of Jiqing also started cooking together. The noise earlier wasn't from the new arrivals, but from Wang Hongmei and the others. Today, Tang Chui was supposed to cook, but as soon as she returned, she went straight to her room to lie down. She was tired from the whole day. They understood, but by then, there was no sign of her wanting to cook. The smell of food was filling the yard everywhere. After a long day of work, they were both exhausted and hungry. Wang Hongmei couldn't hold back anymore and started muttering and scolding. There were no kind words, just complaints. Tang Chui was also tired from the day. She planned to rest for a while and then get up, but everyone who has worked knows that muscle pain is intense. Resting even a little makes it harder to move again. She felt uncomfortable and a bit sad. When she felt upset, she started thinking more. She missed home. Hearing Wang Hongmei complaining, she got angry, and they started fighting. They even stopped cooking. Su Hong is usually a calm person and generally doesn't get involved in such things. But there were two young men and some new young workers watching, waiting to eat. They came out to see what was happening and shouted to stop the fight. Worker Wang, don't fight. Worker Tang, today was supposed to be your turn to cook. Worker Wang was just trying to help. If you don't appreciate it, that's fine, but why are you so rough? Aren't you breaking the unity among the young workers? Worker Wang, Tang looks exhausted. You seem energetic and not very tired. If you're hungry, why not help her out and cook instead? There's a lot of gossip among many people, and these words are quite true. The onlookers didn't try to stop the fight, they just cheered and encouraged it. In the end, Wang Hongmei and Tang Chui completely tore each other apart. Li Yan mumbled, "They fought over a meal? Isn't that a weak reason? After fighting, do they think they don't have to cook? Won't they be even hungrier?" Her voice was loud enough for everyone nearby to hear. Chen Zhengwo smiled, and Wei Shuan turned to look at her. Li Yan looked around and lowered her voice, asking her friends, "Did I say something wrong?" Lin Zhaodi gently patted her and said, "No, you're right. It seems they're not really tired. Today's task was light. Look at how much energy they used to fight. They're full of strength." Wei Shuan looked back again and said, "You're right. Su Hong didn't come out to stop the fight. Li Jianye and Wang Jianqing couldn't step in either, so they just tried to persuade from behind, but it didn't work. The new educated youth had only been here for a few days and was too shy to step forward. In the end, it was Du Xiuling and Shen Hongli who stepped out to separate the people. Mainly, villagers outside had already been leaning over the wall to watch the scene, which was quite embarrassing. After the afternoon chaos, another incident happened in the youth dormitory. As villagers watched and started to leave, they discussed, "Oh, these city kids are so troublesome. They've worked all day and still have time to argue. Who knows? They look tired while working and couldn't keep up. When they argue, it's pretty intense. One won't let the other." Wang Hongmei and Tang Chui were pulled apart, both looking disheveled, but neither willing to admit defeat. Su Hong kept her usual cold expression. There was nothing to do but wait for Wang Jianqing, the leader, to speak. He told them to bring some grain and share a meal together. He was a peacemaker and was starting to lose patience. Today, our youth dormitory has become quite famous. People already look down on the educated youth. Now, if this gets out, about them fighting over cooking, it will become a topic in the village. We've really made a name for ourselves in Mediating. He paused and added, "Besides, this reputation for avoiding work and being lazy, do you think that's something to be proud of?" When he mentioned reputation, Wang Hongmei and Tang Chui finally realized that quite a few villagers had been watching. Thinking about the gossiping women and their sharp tongues, they felt a bit scared. But they couldn't show weakness now. Gritting their teeth, they said, "This isn't entirely my fault. If they don't do their work, it affects everyone's meals. And they shouldn't be criticizing us. We worked all day and could barely lift our arms. We just wanted to rest when we got back. But instead, we found cold food and cold dishes. Who wouldn't be angry? Can't we say something?" Tang Chui admitted that resting delayed her work. She was a little guilty and unsure of herself. Hearing this, her anger started to rise. "Yes, I didn't go to cook right away after I got back. But I worked all day too. I was tired, but I didn't just sit around. Can I rest for a bit before cooking? Do I need to report everything to you? Am I your servant?" "Tang, educated youth. What are you saying? Tang, you can't say that." As soon as those words left her mouth, Tang Chui regretted it. Wang Hongmei's face also changed. In recent days, the new educated youth had heard about the outside situation. They were eager to return to the city and felt uneasy. During such times, the 3 generations of poor farmers were their safety net. They dared not get involved with anything related to the outsiders. A farce ended with this one sentence. As for the result, the skillful mediator Wang Jianqing separated the 2 people into different rooms and gathered the 2 groups of educated youth together for a meal, claiming it was a fair division. Anyway, Wang Hongmei and Tang Chui's feud was also settled. The chaos here didn't affect the old educated youths. Li Yan happily ate the flavorful pancakes in the soup, still talking about letting Jian Dan try some someday. Jian Dan, needless to say, was very relaxed except for feeling tired. There were some vegetables left in the garden, but she wasn't in a hurry. The past few days of work had been quite heavy, and her small body was starting to feel the strain. She boiled a pot of water and also dried the Kong, heated bed. Of course, she cheated a bit when eating. Sometimes you need to eat meat to feel full. Big pieces of meat with rice, enough to fill her stomach. Lying on the warm Kong, she let out a long, deep breath. That day was really exhausting. The half-month harvest was neither fast nor slow. The villagers looked thinner, and the educated youths had some setbacks. 2 fainted, 2 got injured, but the rest persisted. As for work points, they didn't matter. As time went on, they simply couldn't keep up. It was true. Even Jiandan was the same. She ate big meals every day, nourishing herself, getting daily massages. Her body ached and was sore as expected. Her arms could only lift to chest height, and her legs were even worse. After so many trips up the mountain, they felt heavier than ever, completely exhausted. All the supplies were stored in the granary, and it was getting dark. A few old farmers looked on and said happily, "Good thing we finished harvesting quickly. Look, do you think it might rain?"
Probably, right?
That night, after the harvest, a heavy rain came with thunder and lightning, pouring all night. The next morning, the rain had stopped. The roads, yards, and back garden were all flooded. Jiandan opened the door to look outside. The village roads were full of potholes and puddles. They had already been told that if it rained, they would have a day off. Jiandan was very happy. After so many tiring days, it was rare to relax openly. She slept soundly on the warm kong all night, feeling comfortable and relaxed, her bones feeling lazy. But not just her arms and legs. Her fingers felt like they weren't even hers. Moving them was painful and hard to describe. She gently moved her hands, crossed them, and massaged slowly. Only after a long time could she grip her hands again. Jiandan knew she was suddenly very exhausted, but she wasn't in a hurry. On that day, there wasn't much outdoor work to do. Of course, the diligent housewives saw chores everywhere, but they were definitely not simple tasks. I thought about cleaning the house, since it hadn't been tidied in over half a month during the autumn harvest. I planned to sweep and dust a bit, to tidy up properly. But once the water was boiling and the bed was warm, I didn't want to move anymore. Leaning against the warm bed, I realized I was sleepy again. I closed my eyes for a second, thought, nothing's wrong, and then decisively shut my eyes. I slid down and fell asleep instantly, without even covering myself with a blanket. These days, not only her, but even the big men in the village who earn 10 or 12 work points a day are quite tired. She was still a minor herself. She knew her limits, never forced herself, and went with the flow. If she wanted to sleep, she just slept. People say that a second nap is the sweetest. Lying on the warm bed, she had a good rest for the day, even skipping her meal. When she got up and ate a hearty meal, she felt refreshed and energetic again. Li Yan and a few others came to knock on her door, asking if she wanted to go mushroom picking. During this harvest period, their meals were as simple as usual, no oil, and they even simplified their cooking more to save time. The group was quite strict about it and eager to go back to the place they visited last time to improve their supplies. They came several times that day, but no one answered the door. In the morning, they called her to go up the mountain, and in the afternoon, they were just worried. Luckily, each time they knocked, they heard her small dogs barking loudly inside, so they knew she was home. As for why she didn't open the door, they guessed she was probably still asleep. After all, she had slept in late too. But by the afternoon, no one had come out, and they started to worry. Is she at home? Could something have happened? Probably not. Maybe she's still sleeping? Can she sleep the whole day? Could she have gone up the mountain alone? That's unlikely. The dogs are still here. They looked at each other. Chan Jiangwo thought they were just overthinking. I think Xiao Jian is fine. Maybe she just wanted to rest properly. She's been working hard for over half a month. No wonder she's tired. Don't forget, she's only 16. After working so many days, it's normal to be exhausted. And besides, she has the dogs with her. If something was wrong, they would have come to find her. A few people reluctantly accepted this explanation, but less than 2 hours later, they came back. Li Yan was even more straightforward and announced, "If no one responds this time, I will. I will." "What will you do? Climb over the wall?" Li Yan immediately lost confidence. "No, I can't." The wall wasn't very tall, and she couldn't get through it. It's just going into the mountains. Shouldn't she be coming back by now? No news. Li Yan started to think creatively. Did the ox cart leave the village today? Did she go to the commune? No, I saw Huzi at noon. He said his grandpa was working at home. A few girls chatting casually drifted off topic. Chun Jangwo, feeling speechless, interrupted, "You're overthinking. Before, you forgot she was a child. Now, are you treating her completely like a kid? Have you forgotten she's actually more capable than all of us? That's true. But no matter how capable she is, she's still a child. She's several years younger than me." When Jian Dan woke up, the sun was already setting. Sitting in the yard, watching Ji Xiang and others rolling around and fighting for food, she watched happily. The front door was opened, and everyone's worries eased a bit. "Why did you come here?" Lian came in and looked them over. "Did you go up the mountain?" Jian Dan was confused by the question. "No, we just finished the harvest. Shouldn't we rest properly? Why rush into the mountains?" Chen Jiangwo shrugged. "I told you, she's probably fine. You guys are too anxious." Hearing this, Jian Dan asked, "Are you guys here just to see if I'm home?" "Of course. You've been cooped up inside all day without going up the mountain? Don't get sick from holding it in, understand?"
Jian Dan was speechless.
"Don't worry, even if I get sick from holding it in, I wouldn't get it from you." She took a plate of sunflower seeds and placed it on the table. "Here, have some snacks. I grew these near my garden." She sat down herself. "Did you come during the day?" Lian was quick to answer, "Yes. We wanted to pick mushrooms. It just rained, so there should be plenty of mushrooms. It shouldn't be too much of a problem if no one's monopolizing them, right?" Jian Dan was surprised. "Aren't you tired? Do you still have the strength to go up the mountain today? Are city folks so much stronger than her?" She began to doubt her own judgment after so many years. Was she really so bad? She couldn't compare her work to farmers' work properly. Now, even educated youth were better than her? Lian chuckled. "That's not quite it." The recently harvested grain was still stored in the village office warehouse. After covering it overnight and without enough dry, large area storage, Lu Weimin had already started contacting people to prepare for delivering the public grain. He instructed villagers to turn and ventilate the grain, as he didn't want any problems to occur at the last moment. Nearby villages, including Mediating, had some corn damaged by heavy rain. That night, workers worked until dawn but couldn't gather all the crops in time. Once the rain stopped, Lu Jixiang led villagers into the fields despite the muddy conditions. Every bit of grain they could rescue was precious. These were life-saving and filling food. Many other villages around also faced similar situations and were busy rescuing grain from the mud. So, not many villages had already delivered their grain. Only after the grain was handed in and stamped with the official mark did Lu Weimin feel at ease. The year was finally coming to an end, and what remained was just the village's own grain. A group of people with carts, hand-pulled wagons, and shoulder poles went out and returned happily. Most villagers at the village office were older folks and village officials. When they saw the return, the first thing they asked was, "Have you finished delivering the grain? Did everything go smoothly?" Lu Weimin was confident this year and answered loudly, "Yes, yes. The grain is all delivered. We'll count the work points soon, then distribute the grain and prepare to go up the mountain." Villagers nearby cheered when they heard this. Distributing grain and meat was the happiest time of the year in the countryside. Especially today with good weather, everyone was hardworking. The fields were almost free of weeds, and the harvest was in hand. Everyone was full of hope. After the autumn harvest, there wasn't much work left, mostly tidying up corn stalks in the fields. Not everyone needed to work, as most men stayed at home, and housewives shifted their focus to preparing for winter. There was plenty to do, harvesting winter vegetables like cabbage and large radishes, and finishing the garden work. At this time, fewer young educated youths went out to work, especially those who didn't have much money and were waiting to exchange work points for grain, like Wang Jiansheng and Lin Zhaodi. People like Lin Fang, Ling Weidong, who clearly didn't rely on work points, mostly stopped working. Of course, those who couldn't stay idle still had to prepare for winter, and since they weren't familiar with the village, they often had to ask and learn from villagers. Simple tasks like tidying the garden are no problem, but when it comes to storing vegetables, pickling sour vegetables, and salting preserved vegetables, Only Tan Yajun is experienced enough, having gone through several winters. At this point, she has full control of the work, organizing everything step by step, tidying the garden, harvesting cabbage and radishes, storing vegetables underground, slicing pickles, blanching cabbage, and drying vegetables, all done smoothly and efficiently. Fortunately, a few older educated youths understand their own limits and don't try to do more than they can. They follow instructions and do what they are told, knowing they need to eat what they produce. No matter how much they do, it's all necessary. The new young workers are a bit chaotic. They started out relaxed, but once they saw the older youths busy, they took a walk around the village and finally realized there was still a lot of work to do. It's too early to hibernate now. If they aren't prepared, they probably won't be able to rest peacefully. This is already the second autumn since they started, and watching the busy young workers, Jian Dan feels a strange, indescribable feeling. Wang Hongmei and the others arrived early. They finished planting almost as soon as they arrived. Apart from the vegetables and the garden being a little late, everything else was on schedule. Although Wang Hongmei and her group aren't very talkative, they are careful about what they eat every day. According to Li Yan, they are much more attentive than when they were working. The last group, including Chen Hongli and Ling Weidong, arrived just in time for the harvest. They didn't have much time to prepare, and everything was rushed. Seeing the older youths busy, they finally joined in without delay. Jian Dan's vegetable garden is half harvested, but after planting cabbage again, it's almost full again. This autumn, if they're in a hurry, they could harvest the cabbage now. Many families wait until it's almost freezing before harvesting. From now until the freeze, there's still about a month. Moreover, during this period, the weather is usually clear and cool, ideal for growing vegetables. The villagers who plan carefully know that the cabbage can grow quite well in this weather. Jian Dan isn't thinking about all that, but she does need to start harvesting her vegetables little by little. Some crops are nearing the end of their season. The beans are almost withered, but they still produce a good yield. There are some half-grown beans hidden under the leaves, still green and fresh. Following the principle of not wasting, she almost picked all of them. A few eggplants remain. She pulls them out. A few chili peppers are left. She pulls them out as well. She deliberately left 2 cucumbers, but they are almost overgrown, so she pulls those out too. Around the yard, all the small gourds, bitter melon, hanging melon, horned melon were all picked. Then the vines were thrown onto the open ground, and they dried in 2 days. Right after the harvest, her back was still sore. To take care of her small body, she took her time working on these chores for over a day. The kitchen was small and couldn't hold much. She opened the cellar for ventilation, and these items were piled under the eaves, big and small gourds, about 20 hanging melons and some older horned melons, but there were still quite a few. She also harvested 2 large winter melons and several old cucumber seeds. A small pile of sunflower heads was placed in a basket to dry. Once dried and roasted, they made good snacks. The yield wasn't high, and the heads weren't big, but they grew well, and the quantity was enough to produce a few pounds of sunflower seeds. After living here for a year, she fully understood the drawbacks of the small space. In summer, she specially asked Lu Weimin to help dig a small cellar, about 2 meters square, just enough to store many things. It was enough for her alone. Although she could cheat a little, she still wanted to keep up appearances, right? What if one day someone came over for a meal and asked where her winter vegetables were? She couldn't just make things up. That would be frightening. The location was very convenient, at the innermost corner of the kitchen, where firewood was usually stored. Next to the wall, there was a thick wooden board with coarse iron wires embedded on both sides. A wooden ladder was placed underneath. The cellar was over 2 meters deep, similar to other villager cellars. When opened, it was pitch black inside. Going down, the temperature was noticeably lower than on the surface. Experienced villagers had reinforced the walls of the cellar. She could tell she liked to keep things clean. She probably wouldn't like storing everything underground. Looking at the rack in the corner of her room, it seemed she preferred that. She had also attached a few rows of wooden shelves along the wall, which immediately doubled the usable space and made it easy to find things. The shelves were wide, and made of thick wood. Although it wasn't high-quality wood, it was sturdy enough and all natural. The craftsmanship wasn't fine, but it didn't affect its practicality. That was very thoughtful. This suited her simple mind perfectly. Now, looking around, she was very satisfied with everything. After ventilating for a while, she went down first to check. She found a lamp and placed it on one corner of the shelf. She couldn't really work in the dark. The work was busy and lively. She had completely forgotten about the possibility of cheating and didn't use any ropes. Instead, she found a small basket that she usually didn't use much, filled it mostly, and carried it down on her back. She carefully took off the basket and took out the items inside, placing them one by one on the shelf. The small cellar started to feel a bit more lively. As it gradually filled up, she felt a simple joy grow inside her. Maybe this is what simple happiness feels like. Looking at the many items on the layered shelves, they seemed small in comparison. The day's harvest wasn't enough to fill even one side of the shelves, and she sighed to herself, "How much stuff do I need to store?" But then she saw that she didn't even need to leave space for big cabbages. She straightforwardly climbed up and moved most of the potatoes and sweet potatoes inside, leaving only a little outside. The watermelons they grew themselves were perfect to store here too. The temperature inside is much cooler than outside, which helps keep everything fresh. Once the lid is closed, it becomes a sealed space, so there's no need to worry about spoilage. In winter, this place keeps things fresh while outside is frozen like a natural fridge and freezer. Thinking about this made her laugh a little. She had just finished tidying up the garden. She cut down some sweet stalks from the wall and stored them in the cellar, leaving some outside to entertain her friends. According to Grandma Lu San, these used to be grown a few years ago, but in recent years, even eating has become difficult, so no one has the time or energy to grow these anymore. They're not for quenching thirst or hunger, they're mainly for entertaining children. Recently, her focus has been on tidying up the garden. Just as she finished, the village announced that they would start going up the mountain tomorrow. As soon as she heard, Li Yan ran over excitedly. "Xiao Dan, we're going up the mountain tomorrow? How many times have we been there? Why are you still so excited?" Simple didn't quite understand. They could go up the mountain several times and even have small meals there, but this was a group activity without special arrangements. Yet, she still seemed so eager. "I want to find chestnuts." "Okay, let's see. If there are too many people, we'll stay away from them and not squeeze in." Having many people has its advantages and disadvantages. More people means safer group actions. However, the same applies. There are only so many things around. When you find a tree, 5 people share it equally. When 20 people share, it's still the same. Although whoever picks it owns it, the effort is just to find a bit more food, to add some supplies for winter, or to give the children some snacks. No one wants to go home empty-handed. Li Yan keeps nodding. Yes, I think the same. "So, are we still going together tomorrow?" Li Yan, Lin Zhaodi, Tan Yajun, Chen Zhengwo, Lin Dongfang, Mingju, plus Jian Dan have formed a small invisible group. The team isn't small, and for now, everyone seems nice. No one is petty, and Jian Dan thinks it's good. "Okay, then let's get up early tomorrow." The village chief didn't say how many days they would be gone, right? No, but on the way here, we chatted. It sounds like it will be 3 or 5 days. Last year was a disaster year. The things found were all life-saving, kept from previous years. Anything that could fill a stomach was good stuff. This year, the villagers are very eager. Early the next morning, even earlier than usual work time, everyone was already waiting outside the village office. Basic gear included a basket, a machete, rope, and a sack. It was similar to usual mountain trips: tighten pants cuffs and sleeves, wear scarves and gloves, carry a machete and shovel, rope, and sack. They also packed a large jar of water in the basket, so they were well prepared. Li Yan and others also armed themselves early and came to meet their friends. "Xiao Jian, are you ready?" It's Wang Ho-hot, and judging by her clothes, she isn't going up the mountain. Just like last year, her son and daughter-in-law go up, and she stays at home to watch the house. Jian Dan turned around, blinked naturally, and stepped closer. "Auntie, is your yard all tidied up?" Yes. Yesterday was sunny, so I didn't let anyone out. I finished all the chores in a day. Otherwise, I'd keep thinking about it. Jiandan smiled warmly. Auntie, it's really you. Wang Hohot smiled so broadly her eyes disappeared. Look, all year round, the housework depends on me and your sister-in-law. If I ask them to do some work, how could they complain? Haha, of course not. Are your vegetables enough? How are the cabbages growing? If they're not enough, just come and get some. This year, my garden is doing well. I dried a lot during the summer. I have enough to eat. Auntie, I won't be polite. I also planted a lot in my garden. If I run out of anything, I'll definitely come to you. By the way, Annie, now that I think about it, I really need to find you. Have you made any sauce this year? I don't know how to make it. If you have, I was thinking of trading for some. Wang Ho-hot waved her hand. Oh, what's the big deal? Trading what? I made a big jar this year. If you want to eat some, when you come back from the mountain, I'll ask Black Egg to deliver a jar to you. Of course, White Na can't take it, but there's no need to argue with her now. Just give the stuff to Black Egg later. Alright, I like the sauce Annie makes. Wang Ho-hot beamed with happiness. Honestly, I learned how to make sauce from my grandfather. That's a real skill. I tell you, in this village, I might not be the best at everything, but when it comes to this, I truly have a unique talent. Lian just nodded in greeting, then watched silently as her friends happily convinced the village chief's wife to leave. Little Dan, you're really something. Look at Auntie Ho-hot smiling so much, she's not walking straight. Most villagers had arrived, and Lu Weimin didn't hesitate. Everyone was full of energy now. When they set out, they looked like they were on a grand parade. It was about the same as last year. Almost everyone who could go up the mountain was ready, fully armed. A few people stayed close, about 10 steps apart, and some new young workers weren't far behind. No matter how big the conflicts were usually, outsiders now saw them as a team. With so many people, it was too crowded to bring the little dog. Their own dogs, though still puppies, were lively and shiny, so they'd stand out too much. They walked and stopped, going higher than usual digging for wild vegetables. The group finally stopped. A few men went in to look around, then came out.
Go this way.
There are walnut trees and a chestnut tree here. The villagers all hurried after them. The young friends looked at each other, then followed without saying a word, then quietly slipped out again. There are 2 walnut trees and a chestnut tree. It seems there are a few hazelnut trees ahead. Should we follow the villagers or? They looked at each other. Lin Dongfang said, "These trees look plenty, but did you notice? There are quite a few villagers today." Chun Jangwo nodded. Yes, there are quite a few, including several teenagers. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. While the villagers were busy collecting mountain produce, a few of them slipped into a bush at a fork in the road. They wandered around for 10 minutes, then appeared on the other side, where several tall chestnut trees stood clearly in sight. Li Yan's eyes immediately lit up. Hurry up, let's get to work. Since there were boys present, the girls didn't need to lead. 2 boys quickly climbed the tree, waving to signal the girls to stay back, then vigorously shook the trunk. Suddenly, a rain of chestnuts fell in front of the girls. Wait, those shells have spikes. Be careful not to get hit. This season, chestnuts are almost ripe. A simple shake loosens them, and all the fruit on this tree falls. The 2 boys moved to another spot, and the girls quickly got busy. They didn't bother peeling the shells right away. Wearing gloves, they carefully put the spiky chestnuts into baskets and sacks. Be careful. These spikes are quite hard. Don't poke your hands. Li Yan held a sack and called out, "Good thing you reminded me. Otherwise, we might have forgotten the gloves. Now we can eat as many chestnuts as we want." Clearly a food lover, she didn't hide her excitement. The girls laughed openly. Eat all winter. Let's see if you can get enough. Li Yan wasn't shy either.
No way.
I think these chestnuts taste sweet, no matter how you eat them. She got a bit greedy as she spoke. I really want roasted chestnuts now. After quickly packing a sack and tying it with a rope, she said, "Are you really satisfied just with roasted chestnuts? What else is there? We can't do anything else now, right?" Tan Yajun, the cook, was the most qualified to speak. "Let's kill a chicken for the new year. That will satisfy you." Chestnut stew chicken, how about that? Suddenly, several gasps of excitement sounded. Really? Now I really want that. Dan squatted down, holding up another sack, when he heard a faint sound behind him. He picked up a chestnut and shot it back, and 2 seconds later, a scream came from behind the bushes. What was that? The girls immediately became alert. After all, they were in the mountains in wild territory. Dan slowly stood up and walked toward the sound. Maybe some people's wishes could come true before the new year. The girls didn't care about their work anymore. They followed Dan and saw him squat down and pick up a small wild chicken. Suddenly, everything was quiet. Dan held the little chicken and looked at them. What's wrong? Don't recognize it? Just now you said you wanted to eat chestnut stew chicken, right? Look, it's coming right to us. Oh my gosh. Lin was the first to rush forward, reaching out to touch the wild chicken's feathers, excitedly talking nonstop. Is this really a wild chicken? Could it be that heaven heard my wish? Cough. She quickly looked around and lowered her voice. What are you talking about? Lin froze for a moment. All right, she got a bit carried away. But this excitement was contagious. After all, it was meat. It's really a wild chicken. We're having chestnut stew with chicken, and now there's a wild chicken. If someone said they wanted to eat braised pork, would a wild boar come instead? After finishing the second tree, seeing no one coming to find them, the two of them approached and heard this remark. Curious, they asked, what wild boar? Who's craving meat? Lin Dongfang also looked at Mingju. Mingju smiled and shook her head. No, we just caught a wild chicken earlier. We're joking. They admired Jianguo's quick thinking. There was nothing surprising about it. He didn't even seem shocked, just warned, better put it away now. No guarantee no one will come. Once everyone calmed down, they felt it was best to go back and continue collecting chestnuts. They had accidentally discovered this land with 3 chestnut trees, gathering about 300 jean of chestnuts, packed into 4 large burlap sacks. Once everything was packed, they were so tired they sat on the ground, wiping sweat, looking at the sky, then down at the village. The villagers' positions were blurry, probably resting. Should we, while no one's paying attention, send it back first? Chun Jangwo also looked around. What do you all think? These trees seem to be quite bountiful. We've collected so much. Isn't it a bit obvious? It does seem a little obvious. Although, who collected what doesn't matter. The difference is too big. The villagers will definitely have ideas. Jian will walk to one side to check the direction, pointing downward. Look, in this direction, can you see? There's a small path. 2 boys came over, rolled their hands into tubes, squinting, looks like it. It leads to.
Huh?
That small house. Jianguo nodded. Found it? It's pretty close. I've already collected everything from behind the wall of my backyard. Just toss it in. Lin Dongfang was excited. Wow, how did you find it? Didn't anyone else notice? Notice what? No one's discovered this land yet. Besides, if I found it, so what? I didn't build the house, and I haven't done anything wrong. The villagers below were still resting. Chun Jangwo and Lin Dongfang ate a bit, each carrying a burlap sack, then slipped into the small path. A few girls were sitting by the water, eating dry food and feeling a bit worried. Are you okay? Do you think someone might see us? Jian shook her head simply. Last year, when the wild boar came down the mountain, there were more than 10 of them. They took this path, which is rarely used. Since then, no one has dared to walk here. Don't worry, she added, seeing Mingju look anxious. This path I've been walking on recently is quite hidden and not very steep. Today was a good day. They had safely made 2 trips back. I threw all 4 sacks into your backyard. Your dog is really alert, any noise from the sacks, and they can hear it. They even went to the backyard to check. If it weren't for someone I know, I think they might have come running to bite us. Talking about this, Jian felt proud. Dahe hadn't come back yet, and the 4 little ones no longer needed protection. They now took on the role of guarding the house on their own. They were very alert at the slightest sound. Her small yard wasn't completely secure, but in the village it was quite safe. Well, look around and see who's feeding them, she said. After eating and resting for a while, they didn't go far. They searched nearby and found a small chestnut tree, which was not very old. It had produced dozens of pounds of chestnuts. Is that red thing on the tree over there? Jian moved closer and brushed the leaves to look. Who has such good eyesight? You can see from so far away. Look, there are still many apples. The wild apple trees on the mountain don't produce large fruit, and they might be quite sour, but they are rare and valuable. Really? Are those apples? As soon as they heard this, everyone rushed over and started searching through the leaves. Jian wasn't very interested. The base had plenty of fruit to eat, but they couldn't see the sun, so she didn't mind eating alone. Without needing to discuss, everyone put down their baskets and sacks and moved together to find apples. Even the two boys did the same. Since Lin Dongfang had come here, he hadn't eaten much of these fruits either. At this point, quality didn't matter, just having some was good enough. Jian clearly said she didn't want any and didn't go far, just wandering nearby. There's another one over here, she said. Hey, there's a hawthorn tree over there. This time, things got really busy. I still like hawthorn berries a lot. I picked them slowly and tossed them into my basket, occasionally popping one into my mouth. My face wrinkles from the sour taste. No matter when, these berries are always very sour. After eating two to refresh myself, I don't dare to eat more because it's too intense, almost as strong as lemon in later times. But others don't mind at all. Over there, the apple picking is finished, and someone is dragging their basket over. They seem to be grabbing every fruit they see, regardless of their appearance. They climb up to reach the higher apples, ignoring their image, and keep climbing until only a bare tree remains. It's been a busy time. Li Yan and a few others are exhausted, leaning on their knees and breathing heavily. Their faces are red, and it's clear they're happier than when they were picking chestnuts earlier. They look like they might fly. Are these apples tasty? I've already picked them all. Aren't you worried they're too sour? Li Yan, holding her basket, rolls her eyes at her. I like sour things too. The sourness just makes the apple taste better. Tanya June also smiles happily. If it's too sour, we can wait a few days until it gets cold outside. Then, we put the apples outside overnight to freeze. When they're fully frozen, they turn into frozen apples. They taste pretty good, and freezing reduces the sourness. Really? Children in the city really don't know about this. They don't get many chances to eat fruit, so they're reluctant to eat it, let alone freeze it. Tanya June had heard about this from villagers before. When she arrived, she learned about another famous local fruit, frozen pears. Really, if we can find pears, frozen pears are also very delicious. Especially when it snows heavily outside and it's warm inside. Biting into a cold, frozen pear feels so good, she said. Hearing this, Jian Dan's eyes lit up. She knew about frozen pears and had even tasted them before, but they weren't available at the base. When it comes to eating, Jian Dan feels she's more in tune with Li Yan. Just like now, before anyone else says anything, she eagerly rushes out to find a pear tree. They've been going up the mountain for 4 or 5 days now, and everything has gone smoothly. They've collected quite a bit of mountain produce. The villagers come back every day with full harvests. Lu Weiman feels it's been surprisingly smooth. No wild boars or anything, that's fine. But why haven't we seen any wild chickens or rabbits this year? There are indeed wild animals on the mountain. Besides the feared wild boars, they've also heard wolves howling. There are still quite a few small animals. Aside from last year's special circumstances, villagers in the mountains are not completely helpless. Besides foraging for wild vegetables, sometimes luck allows them to catch small animals like rabbits, wild chickens, mountain goats, or even some snakes which can be eaten. Life is hard. These small creatures have always been shared among those who catch them. Even in the past 2 years, when everything was collective, these old customs were not broken. They are part of the unspoken rules, and people generally don't report them. Of course, this also becomes a rare chance for villagers to enjoy a meal. Throughout the year, the only time villagers can openly eat meat is during the New Year when they slaughter a pig for the celebration. It helps the whole family satisfy their cravings and enjoy some greasy meat. At other times, eating meat depends on courage. Not everyone dares to enter these mountains. If someone lacks the courage or skill, but still wants to eat meat, they have to rely on luck. When a wild boar comes down the mountain and is lucky enough to be hunted, it's an opportunity. However, every time a wild boar comes down, it causes damage to crops and houses, and sometimes people get hurt. Considering this, only professional hunters dare to face wild boars directly. Lu Weimin has complicated feelings about this big game. He loves it but also hates it. So, he just complains about it, but he doesn't wish for it to become real danger. One careless mistake could cost lives. As the harvest season ends this year, he feels relieved. Let's distribute the grain these days, so we can have a peaceful new year. Lu Aigua nods, watching the busy villagers. This year's harvest was pretty good. Plus, the stuff we picked from the mountain this winter, the villagers should be able to get through it comfortably. Yes, not going hungry is a good thing. Life will get better eventually.
Ah.
Help! Help! Everything was going smoothly, but in the end, something unexpected happened. Lu Weimin's heart suddenly jumped to his throat, almost unable to breathe next year. He forgot about what he was holding and quickly moved to go inside. Lu Aigua sighed and followed. What happened now? What's the matter? Nearby villagers gathered around. What's going on? Not far from the group, Chen Hongli and Wang Hongmei faced each other, but their postures looked strange. Chen Hongli sat on the ground with her legs curled up, clutching her right foot and crying out loudly. Wang Hongmei was on the opposite side, leaning tightly against a tree trunk, still sliding backward. Her hands and legs trembled, and she moved only an inch or two after a long time. When she saw the approaching people, she almost burst into tears. Hurry, there's a snake. There's a snake. Snake? Where is it? A few men in front immediately went over, wielding snake-catching sticks and sweeping the ground back and forth. Even after searching all around, they found no sign of a snake. Wang Jiqing, do you think you saw it wrong? Where's the snake? They searched the grass, but didn't find any snake. The villagers didn't think highly of these two young women who often caused trouble, but when it came to life and death, they couldn't ignore it. Can you get up?
Can you walk?
Lu Weimin frowned tightly when he saw the injured person. What happened? Village chief. Village chief. I was bitten by a snake. I need to go to the hospital. Chen Hongli usually just took advantage of others and wanted a better life, but she never thought she might lose her life here. In just a moment, her mind was racing through hundreds of thoughts. Village chief, please, I beg you. I want to go to the hospital. I'm still young. I don't want to die here. Reluctantly, Lu Weimin had to make way. Someone checked the wound. People who had lived in these mountains for years knew some basic medical skills. They weren't doctors, but they knew about snakes and could identify them. This was a basic survival skill. Two nearby women started to lift her pant leg, but Chen Hongli, frightened, closed her eyes first.
Huh.
This is a non-venomous snake. No worries, just two small holes. Just go back, put some ash on it, and you'll be fine. Exactly. She was screaming so badly, I thought it was a venomous snake. No way. Chen Hongli was the most upset and suddenly became hysterical. No way. You must have seen it wrong. It's definitely a venomous snake. Village chief, please send me to the hospital. It must be venomous. I'm already feeling dizzy. A few people standing nearby nodded when they heard this. She really was feeling dizzy, and her speech was becoming slurred. Lian rolled her eyes. Why is she so unlucky? We've been here so many times without any problem, and now she gets bitten after just a few visits? Lu Weimin was also puzzled. Chen Jiqing, didn't I tell you to roll up your pants and sweep the grass with a stick before going up the mountain? Chen Hongli hesitated and said nothing. Wang Hongmei, who was slowly approaching from ahead, couldn't help but ask, what else could it be? Just for some meat, right? I was doing well chasing after it, but you insisted on catching up and caused such a commotion. Could it be that you scared the snake? Humph. Take this wild chicken back and block those two holes for yourself. Everyone then saw that beneath Chen Hongli's curled legs, something seemed to be wriggling restlessly. The woman who had just bandaged her quickly pulled it out. Suddenly, it flapped its wings, startling the people nearby, and they started talking. Ah, I knew it. You only scared the snake because you wanted to catch the wild chicken? Chun Hongli's face changed color. She finally accepted that it wasn't a poisonous snake and decided not to go to the hospital. She kept her eyes fixed on the wild chicken, afraid she might not get it back in her hand later. Lu Weimin and Lu Aigua truly didn't know what to say at this moment. If you say they were unlucky, the snake wasn't venomous. If you say they were lucky, they still got bitten. But such things shouldn't be supported. They should be disciplined. They worry someone might get jealous and copy this. Maybe they got lucky this time, but who can guarantee next time they'll meet a harmless snake again? Foolish. Unreasonable. Is the meat more important, or is life more important? Chun Hongli looked up at Lu Weimin's face, but didn't dare to speak. Wang Hongmei rolled her eyes nearby. Exactly, I was chasing it perfectly fine, but you had to come and… this is just retribution. And you too. Lu Weimin, angry, was now speaking directly at her. What's wrong? Now your mouth is out of control. What can you say, and what can't you say? Don't you know? Do you want me to send you back to learn some manners? Wang Hongmei, who was quick-tongued, had just been frightened by the snake. Now, after Lu Weimin's scolding, her face turned pale, and she swayed unsteadily. Seeing this, Lu Weimin sighed, looked around at the crowd, and said, Everyone wants to eat meat, but don't you first need to see if you have the ability? Tell me, risking your life just for a bite of meat, aren't you feeling frustrated? Can missing that one piece of meat really kill you? You're all educated people. You should know what's more important and what's less. Chen Hongli also felt scared now. What if the snake was poisonous? Lu Weimin's voice continued to ring in their ears. I'm not trying to scare you. Our mountain has been here for generations. The border is just over there. No one knows how many poisonous creatures are in these mountains. A few years ago, someone was bitten by a snake while climbing, and by the time they reached the foot of the mountain, they were gone. No hospital could save them. Everyone old enough knows this story. If you don't believe it, you can ask around in the village. Do you know why everyone prefers to stay away from this mountain, even if it means going hungry? Last year, in the spring, the village's big pillar, who is the son of the second aunt nearby my house, was forced to go deep into the mountains. To this day, no one has seen him alive or dead. Think about it yourself. Since we're talking about this, there are also some young people from the city nearby. After thinking for a moment, I'll continue. I know some of you are probably wondering why others can go up the mountain easily, but we can't. Do you think we're being treated unfairly? I'll tell you honestly, there are indeed some small things up there, and quite a few. The mountain really does have good stuff. But last year's drought was so bad that no one wanted to go into the mountain. We still had some hope on the ground, but going into the mountain was like risking everything. Until there's no other choice, no one will take that step.
Think about why.
Let's take a step back. We know this land and mountain much better than you do. We're guarding this treasure, and we'd rather go hungry than risk going inside. We only stay on the outside and move around there.
Why?
There must be a reason. Everyone fell silent. The villagers thought about the big pillar, last year's drought, the suffering they endured, and their family members who almost starved. In just a moment, most of them had tears in their eyes. It's only been a year, but the memories are still fresh. A few outsiders listened quietly, not pushing forward. Simple was also thinking about her recent actions, whether she had done anything inappropriate or too bold. After all, her goal was to appear lazy, low-key, strong, but still growing. Over the years, the villagers have definitely remembered her kindness, but over time, that memory will fade. Luckily, thanks to last year's help, she has already established herself here. As long as she keeps working toward her own goals and builds her ideal image, she'll be fine. Lu Weimin also knew he was just making a point today. But not only the young people from the city, even the villagers have clearly become a bit proud in the past few days since the mountain was closed. Just a few days of silence, and they already think the whole mountain is their backyard. Seeing everyone's expressions, Lu Weimin finally felt some relief in his chest. Seeing the situation, Lu Aigua knew he had finished speaking. He waited a few more minutes before stepping forward softly and saying, Don't think I'm just warning you for nothing. Let me be honest with you. If something happens to you on the mountain, no one in the village has the ability to rescue you, especially in the deep mountains. Of course, if something really happens, we can't ignore it. But he also didn't understand why some people were so eager to scare others and make trouble. The outside situation is so serious. The people going to the countryside all have their reasons and difficulties. But since they came, why keep causing trouble? Are they trying to find a reason to blame others? If you have the ability like Xiao Jian, who dares to go up the mountain and can ensure his safety, then go ahead. Walk anywhere you want, and no one will stop you. But if you don't have that ability and just envy others, even catching a wild bird can scare a snake and almost frighten yourself to death. Honestly, what else can you do? Going up the mountain that is just like delivering vegetables. It seemed the crowd was no longer as careless as before, and Lu Igua softened his tone. It's getting late. Let's pack up and prepare to go down the mountain. This year's harvest has been good. We've discussed it and decided to rest for a while when we get back. Then we'll share the grain, and everyone can prepare for winter. After a year of hard work, it's time to rest. For farmers, the best news is the grain. Although they knew the grain would eventually be distributed to them, hearing the news still made them very excited. The sadness from earlier disappeared completely. Grain is being distributed? That's wonderful. That's great. This excitement kept their spirits high, and the journey back didn't feel tiring at all. A few people had been following the main group every day but slipped away halfway, quietly sweeping the surrounding area. Chestnuts, hazelnuts, walnuts, all the mountain produce. Not to mention, they also collected some pine nuts and a little bit of sunflower seeds, all wild and naturally grown. Leaving them would be a waste. They also took advantage of the wild grapes, small apples, and plums they found earlier. 2 boys worked hard, running up and down the mountain several times a day, and finally went to a secret base to catch a few big fish. Only then did they join the main group to go down the mountain. It wasn't that they were out of touch or not part of the group. The village only had so many trees, and with so many people, even collecting things meant fighting. Their speed was so fast that they could even grab a hammer. So, a few people agreed to secretly bypass the others by repairing the mountain path and then sneaking past them. They decided to first gather their own belongings and come back later when they had a chance. The mountain now was quite safe for them, as long as they avoided large wild animals. The safety issues could be managed. A few people quietly followed the main group to do some private work, each feeling very satisfied. The villagers were also happy, especially when they heard about sharing the grain. At that moment, everything else seemed unimportant. They carried baskets and sacks easily and quickly. It shows that grain is very important to farmers. Wang Hongmei was okay, helped by Wei Shuan. Chen Hongli was not fine. Even if she wasn't bitten by a snake, she was clearly injured. They made a simple stretcher from nearby materials, carried by Wang Jiancheng and Li Jianya, 2 young workers. When they returned to the youth workers' courtyard, the first thing they did was call old Chen. Chen Hongli cared a lot about her life and didn't mind spending money at this moment. She repeatedly said, if you're not confident, go to the county hospital. Old Chen was speechless. If you keep nagging, your wound might heal before you get there. Seeing his serious attitude, as if he had no patience, Chen Hongli finally shut up. She watched old Chen apply medicine and held back her pain. Knowing they shared the same surname, old Chen didn't hide his disdain and muttered to Lu Weimin outside the room. This young girl worker is too delicate. Just 2 small eyes, and she wants to go all the way to the county hospital? Probably just wasting money. Hearing that she was fine, Lu Weimin felt relieved. Being delicate is also a matter of confidence. Let's see how long she can hold on. If she can rely on herself to stay delicate, I really admire her. This little drama didn't affect their simple good mood at all. Because of the chaos at the youth workers' courtyard, the past few days, the small group stored their harvest in Lin Dongfang and Mingju's yard. Mainly because the space there was too small, and if it rained again, all their efforts would be wasted. They poured everything together. The grains from a few days ago had dried enough. The group sat talking, their feet lightly crushing the chestnut shells on the ground. After a few days of drying, The shells had become brittle. When stepped on, they cracked open, and with a little more force, the smooth chestnuts rolled out. Seeing their hard work pay off made them very happy. A few days ago, the chestnut chicken stew was not eaten, and this time, not only Li Yan but others are also interested. Let's do that chicken tonight? The two main chefs, Tan Yajun and Lin Zhaodi, are watching. Currently, Lin Dongfang is still learning, and Mingju's cooking skills in the kitchen are not much better than basic. So, it can be skipped. She herself is aware and took on some side tasks. I'll go get some firewood for you. Jian took out a wild chicken and a rabbit from her basket, saying, "Here, stew these together. Don't hold back, eat your fill." Next to her, Chen Jiangwo pulled out 2 big fish. "Add these too." Li Yan looked at this, then at that, and at the ground full of brown chestnuts, her mouth watering uncontrollably. This kind of meal, it's like New Year's celebration. Isn't that a bit too much? Lin Dongfang was also surprised. Our family only has 1 pot. Seeing these ingredients, Dan automatically imagined a simple, tasty recipe she once had at Hanhui Temple. She liked it so much, she asked the master at the base to learn it, and even made some spice packs. No need to fuss. Just gather everything, stew it in 1 pot, and serve with a big pancake around it. Everyone was stunned. 1 pot? All together? They usually cook these ingredients separately because they are good on their own, but together? The 2 chefs hesitated. I can do it, but I can't guarantee the taste. Was she asking them to show off their skills? Just as she said that, Dan stood up. Just pack up, I'll go home and bring you some special seasonings. I promise you'll be amazed by the flavor. She was confident, even more so because this dish would become popular later. She just worried they'd want to skip the next meal after eating this one. Earlier, she didn't enter the house, but now she was warmly welcomed by a few small animals. Originally, she came back just as an excuse, so she simply released the small animals, then locked the big door again. Go, enjoy some fresh air. They hadn't seen her for a day, and the little animals were eager to run around and have fun. The village entrance was already quiet, so Dan didn't restrict them much. She took her seasonings and went back to Mingju. Tan Yajun and her partner are talented cooks. As soon as Dan explained, they understood immediately. They waved her away. All right, watch us. Are you looking down on me? Tan Yajun pushed her out directly. Yes, I look down on you. Want to cry now? You guessed it right. A big pot of stew was cooked in a large iron pot, making several friends very happy, and they kept saying she brought it late. How did you make this?
Wow.
It's so delicious. The last time I ate, it was many years ago, in a past life. When I think about it, it feels like a different world. The familiar and nostalgic taste, simple yet satisfying. I've eaten quite a bit. I'm not joking, right? Don't look at my cooking skills, but I can eat well. Everyone laughed at this. That's true, you really can eat. But you should really take care of yourself. You're still growing, so make the most of these years to grow taller. Simple was walking back, with the 4 little ones. Their shadows stretched in the sunset glow as they entered the village, heading toward a small dark courtyard. One person's shadow tilted their head and muttered, "It's still not lit up. Did she go back into the mountains again?" Another slightly sturdier figure replied, "Does she often go into the mountains?" The first person answered without hesitation, "Yes, she even caught some bad guys in the mountains before. She was the one who saved you, remember? Don't worry, she's very capable." The other person chuckled, "Are you so sure about that?" "Of course. I've been saved by her several times. What else can I say?" Near the door, they seemed to hear faint voices, but Simple didn't pay attention. She walked slowly, calling out to the dogs, Jixiang, Rui, Ping'an, Sheila, time to go home for dinner. Since the stew was heavy and flavorful, she didn't feed the little dogs. She planned to cook a small meal for them later. Hearing this, the dogs immediately stopped, turned around and trotted back, sitting at the gate, wagging their tails, waiting for Simple to open the door and feed them. Simple chuckled, "You little gluttons." This made the dogs bark happily, probably acting cute. She didn't say anything, took out her keys to unlock the door, which made the person behind her laugh. Wow, these dogs are so smart. They understand what you say so well. All the little dogs turned around at once and barked in unison. Woof, woof, woof. It was an unfamiliar voice. Simple turned around cautiously and saw a stranger's face. The lighting was dim, and the person seemed to have a faintly familiar look. But then she saw the person beside him and immediately relaxed, smiling. What are you doing here? It's already dark. The young man next to him flashed a big, bright smile. I came here on purpose after dark because it's easier to hide at night. During the day, people might see us. Aren't you tired of the trouble? Simple paused for a moment, surprised. You noticed that? Of course, it's easy to tell. When there are many people, things get complicated. You frown and it's obvious. Honestly, kid, what are you worried about? You shouldn't keep running into the mountains. People who drown usually know how to swim. Don't take chances. You're still a child. Don't worry too much. The most important thing now is to grow strong. As for other things, we're here. If you can't handle the work, just do less. I'll talk to the village chief about it. Look at your head. It's so heavy, it's not growing properly. Simple softened a little. Although they didn't spend much time together, and Simple was usually the strong, assertive one saving the day, it was clear that Cheng Chao's personality suited being a good older brother. Having such a brother would be a happy thing. Thinking this, his tone became gentler. Okay, I get it. But don't keep teasing me about my height. You know, hitting someone doesn't mean hitting their face, and talking about others shouldn't mean revealing their flaws. Night fell, and no one paid attention to this side. Simple opened the door.
Come in.
Have you eaten? Hearing this, Cheng Chao's stomach growled in response. He chuckled, not feeling awkward. He always felt relaxed around Simple, like being with family. No need to keep up appearances. No, I haven't eaten. I was thinking of coming here to grab a meal. But, he sniffed deeply, smelling the aroma of iron pot stew. The smell clung easily to him. It wasn't as strong as hot pot, but since the meal was light on oil and salt and lacked meat, the scent was quite noticeable, especially to Cheng Chao, whose nose was sharper than a dog's and tongue picky. He couldn't hide his interest. Wow, what delicious food you have. It smells so good. Have you already eaten? Simple closed the door in silence. Are you going to eat or not? Cheng Chao immediately straightened up.
Eat.
He answered clearly and decisively, making the person beside him stare in surprise. Cheng Chao suddenly remembered he hadn't introduced himself. He quickly reached out to pull someone over. Do you remember this person? The one you rescued from the mountain? Let me introduce him. This is Jian Wenxiu.
Just call him Uncle Jian.
I won't say much about his background. You just need to know you did a great deed. But I secretly tell you, Uncle Jian and my little uncle have been good brothers for many years, so you don't need to be polite with him. Jian Wenxiu looked at him with a side glance. Who is this silly kid from? Jian Wenji was speechless. Had he not noticed before that this child had this problem? Jian Jiqing, I am grateful for your life-saving help. I can't repay you. Right now, my life still has some use for the country. As long as you don't go against national interests, you can come to me for anything in the future. I will risk my life to help you. He looked like a gentle, polite person, but when he spoke, he sounded like a rough man. His loud voice shocked Jian and made him step back a few steps. Oh, come on, Cheng Chao said, annoyed. Uncle Wen, why is your loud voice still the same? When you get excited, you lose control. Look at how scared you made people. You'd think she's just like those rough men. Jian naturally admired the national hero, so he quickly waved his hands. No need, no need. I don't lack anything. Besides, I'm just staying in this village. I won't encounter any big trouble. Helping you is just a coincidence. The people chasing you are clearly not good. If it were someone else, I might help too. You're doing important work, so there's no need to take such small matters so seriously. No, Comrade Jian, one thing is one thing, and another is another. You can't mix them up. The debt of saving your life is real. Saving the country's losses is also real. These things are not enough to express my gratitude. But I dare to ask, Does Comrade Jian want to go back to the city? If you want to, I might be able to help. No need. Jian quickly interrupted. What kind of international joke is this? She deliberately found such a remote place, and now she wants to go back to the city? Ahem, I mean, no need to trouble yourself. I am determined to settle in the countryside and contribute to rural development. It's only been a year. If I go back now, wouldn't I be a deserter? Jian Wenji looked at her with shining eyes and a hint of admiration. Rooted in the countryside? Do you mean you want to dedicate your whole life here? Jian Wenji said seriously. What's wrong with that? Rural development isn't something that can be done overnight. It's a long-term project that requires effort from generation to generation. I may not be able to make a big contribution, but little by little, every bit adds up. The power of one person isn't obvious, but what about 10, 100, 1,000, or 10,000 people? Drops of water can wear through stone. Jian Wenji smiled, and Cheng Chao's eyes widened in disbelief. When did this rural place become so attractive? No, wait, something about this girl's words just didn't seem right. Whether they believe it or not, it was getting dark quickly, so they hurried inside and lit the oil lamp first. Sit for a while, I'll make some food for you. Jian Wenxiu wanted to be polite, but Cheng Chao, who was dragging behind, pulled him along. Okay, let's see what work there is in the yard. He disappeared quickly, and Jian Wenxiu didn't even have time to make a simple gesture. But that was fine. They could relax a bit. They didn't do anything fancy, mainly because Jian Wenxiu didn't know many recipes. He cooked dinner again, making a pot with rabbit, chicken, and fish, all prepared at the base. He added 2 pounds of ribs, stir-fried them, added seasoning, and poured in water. The dough for the pancakes was mixed fresh, but there was no need for fermentation, so it didn't take much time. The simple part was cleaning up some leftover mess at the back of the yard, which the 2 men quickly tidied up. In the front yard, there was a pile of firewood brought back from the mountain that hadn't been sorted yet. For these 2 strong men, it was no big deal. Cheng Chao felt that in no time, the kitchen's delicious smell started to tempt him. Uncle Wen, smell this. It's so fragrant. Is it fish? No, maybe chicken? He sniffed several times, becoming uncertain. It was strange. Is my nose malfunctioning? Or am I just craving meat too much? How can I smell so many flavors? Jian Wenxiu's eyes flickered with thought, but he didn't speak. He wondered if it was his nose acting up, or maybe he was hallucinating from craving meat. A big fire, a large pot. It was ready quickly. He lifted the lid, and a strong aroma immediately spread from the small kitchen, drifting out through the open door. Cheng Chao quickly tidied up the firewood in his hands and carried it to the woodshed. His long legs hurried into the kitchen, calling out loudly, "Is it ready? I can smell it already. You really do have a good nose." He extinguished the stove, transferred the dishes into a large basin, scooped the pancakes onto a small basket. The kitchen was small, so they used the stove as a table. Cheng Chao had done this before. When it looked ready, he pushed Jian Wenxiu into the inner room. "Go rest now. We'll handle the rest ourselves." Seeing that there wasn't much left, Jian Wenxiu naturally went inside. With someone outside, sleeping was impossible, but lying by the bed and chatting quietly didn't matter. Jian Wenxiu was surprised. Cheng Chao pushed Jian Wenxiu in, then went to find a small stool, took some bowls and chopsticks, and called out like a host, "Uncle Wen, come sit." "Can you really resist this aroma?" Jian Wenxiu's mouth twitched slightly, but he naturally sat down. "You really aren't polite at all, coming to a young girl's place to eat and drink, thinking this is your home? Uncle Jian, no need to be so formal. Cheng Chao's life is in my hands, and we're close friends, so it's fine." Cheng Chao also shouted, "Exactly, it's all fate. Listen, Uncle Wen, every time I come here, I feel so relaxed and comfortable. Honestly, if I didn't know our Cheng family had no other relatives, I'd think this was my own sister. Really? My 2 younger uncles don't make me feel this way." Jian Wenxiu's gaze sharpened as he looked back at the wall in the middle. Was his feeling not mistaken? He asked casually, "Do you really think that?" Cheng Chao was munching on meat, speaking somewhat unclearly. "Yes, I recently went on a mission and managed to visit there. Those 2 kids are too young, they can't play with me, so they just mess around. Jian Wenxiu was speechless, thinking, you're in your 20s. What can you do with 2 kids? Play the game where I make you cry? Shout, Jian, how did you do it? It smells so good. Ugh, after this meal, I'll have to eat at the cafeteria tomorrow. How can I eat anything else? He kept this in mind and focused on grabbing food with Ching Chao. Xiao Jian's stomach was still full, but smelling this aroma, he didn't feel tired of it. Great things are always great, timeless. Xiao Jian made a big pot. A whole fish, a fat chicken, a chubby rabbit, 2 pounds of ribs, a circle of pancakes. The 2 of them ate until they were completely full. Finally, Ching Chao, with his belly full, tidied up the kitchen, washing all the pots and dishes. Jian Wenxiu wasn't much better. For someone so disciplined, he had already broken his rules. They didn't come empty-handed either. They brought a large bag of things. Ching Chao understood her intentions. What he brought wasn't flashy or showy. Before leaving, he winked at her, don't hold back. I'll bring more in a few days. I tell you, Uncle Wen's family is well off. Don't hold back for him. If you're not polite to him, he'll feel better. He looked confident, as if he knew best. Jian Wenxiu couldn't bear to look at him. After all these years, he still hadn't learned anything. He also felt a bit embarrassed. He came to thank them but ended up having a meal, and it was all the kind of meat they usually didn't indulge in or could rarely find. Before leaving, Jian took advantage of a moment when no one was paying attention and threw a stack of money onto the Kong. It was a small gesture of kindness. If they told others, the 2 grown men had eaten all the meat the young girl had saved up with great effort, and he would be too ashamed to face anyone. On the way back, Jian Wenxiu intentionally or unintentionally asked Ching Chao questions. Ching Chao was open and told him everything he knew. Jian Wenxiu listened with wide eyes, feeling excited. Did she encounter a bad person? Did she really kill a wild boar? That's so brave. Bombs? Did you let her get so close to a bomb? Ching Chao didn't notice how Jian Wenxiu's tone was getting colder, and he felt proud. Uncle Wen, do you think she's really capable? Wow, the first time she saved me, I was lying in the kitchen basement. She made me millet porridge and egg cakes.
I still remember the taste.
It's not the best cooking, but I just like that flavor. It feels like being at home. Isn't that strange? After seeing them off, Jian entered the house and saw the stack of money on the Kong. Without thinking, she knew their intentions, probably not wanting to take even a penny from the people. She didn't say no. Was this really necessary? That big bag was even larger than the last time she came to pick things up. When she opened it, she was amazed. Everything needed for food, clothing, and shelter was inside, except for the shelter. There was a women's military coat, 2 sets of matching military green uniforms, various biscuits, canned food, candies, milk powder, and a few sausages. There was a bag of rice and a bag of flour, each about 10 jin. At the bottom, there was another stack of money. The money, ration tickets, and meat coupons were all normal. At the very bottom, there were tickets for radios, sewing machines, and bicycles, clearly visible. Bicycles at this time were as valuable as luxury cars in later years. Jian, being straightforward and simple, was a bit shocked. This guy has enough for a bride price. But she was happy with what she received. She carefully placed each item on the shelf at the end of the Kong. The weather wasn't too cold, so snacks and other perishable items were still good. Everything was valuable and meant to be eaten, so she didn't want to waste anything. She directly took them to the base. Unaware of Jian Wenxiu's plans to gather information from her, Jian happily fell asleep. The next day was the day villagers looked forward to every year, grain distribution. Likewise, the educated youth were also looking forward to it. Mainly, the new educated youth had no plan. The village lent them grain, but by this harvest season it was almost all gone. From the initial days of just enough dry food during harvest to now barely enough porridge, it's hard not to feel sorry. As the old educated youth say, it's just too frustrating. When they first brought the grain back, it was clearly explained that they should at least eat their share, and a warning was given in advance. You only have work points during this harvest season, and probably won't get much grain. So, You should be careful and not run out of food in the winter, or it will be a big problem. The new educated youth didn't know, which is understandable. Wang Jiancheng and Wang Hongmei's group came after planting in spring, and it's been over half a year. They don't know much and haven't tried to advise them. Although they are annoying and sometimes difficult, there's no deep hatred. Li Yan and the others wouldn't just watch them starve. Fortunately, recently they collected mountain goods, or they might have run out of food already. But the tension in their hearts only grows. How can they be like this? Whose grain is more? It's all earned with their own sweat. They talk and say they'll borrow, but it's so easy. Everyone is angry, but this is the only way. If something really happens, it's a matter of life and death. Besides, when they hear that the educated youth have no food and mountain goods alone aren't enough, they feel ignored and unfriendly toward them. Alright, it's like this now. But recently, we must secure everything: food, clothes, firewood. The water jars should be moved inside, and the kitchen door locked when we leave. Li Yan was surprised. Sister Yajun, do we need to be so strict? Better safe than sorry, Lin Jiadi agreed. We don't like to think badly of others, but we should be cautious. Oh, seeing that the two agree, Li Yan didn't oppose. Chen Jiangwo was just helping out, and Ling Weidong and the others, still in a temporary partnership, had no right to comment. They immediately started working. When locking the door and heading to the village office, Ling Weidong said, "Not just things, try not to go out alone, especially the female educated youth." Li Yan didn't understand, but Tan Yajun's face suddenly changed, recalling past humiliations and hardships. Chen Jiangwo also looked serious. What did you hear? Ling Weidong is not good at gossiping behind people's backs. It's just to prevent problems before they happen. But don't trust everyone. Bad people only think of ways to do harm and won't change easily. After this small incident, until Tang Yajun carried back the food, her face looked very sad. The previous events had a big impact on her. She had kept it inside for a long time, thinking that time would make it better and that she would forget. But now, the wound was reopened. In the following days, the girls prepared for winter hibernation. Simple was no exception. They exchanged some dried vegetables with villagers: dried beans, dried eggplants, dried potatoes, dried radishes. The villagers also traded some mushrooms they collected. Before the first frost, they harvested the cabbages and radishes from the backyard, leaving some for pickling, and stored the rest in the cellar. Of course, 2 young helpers assisted. Huzi started helping with the cabbage harvest, running over there. Simple didn't want to stop their enthusiasm for work, so she outsourced the task of transporting the cabbage to the cellar. There were quite a few cabbages left in the backyard, about 70 or 80 plants for pickling. Huzi frowned as he looked at them, feeling distressed. He called his best friend, Haydn, but was also a bit disappointed because Sister Jian didn't let him do the work himself, worried he'd get tired. The 2 children ran and jumped happily, and even Simple felt motivated to work. "Jianjia, is that pile of cabbages for pickling?" Simple called from below. "Yes. When will you start pickling at your place?" "I'll ask your mom later when she has time to help me make a jar," she replied. Last year, they had help from outsiders. This year, Simple carefully measured everything but didn't dare to do it herself, afraid she'd ruin the big jar of cabbage. Huzi's eyes lit up. "My family isn't in a hurry." "Jianjia, don't worry. I'll ask Xiaohua to go back and ask." Xiaohua didn't get the job this time. She was eating the roasted chestnuts Simple had cooked while supervising. Hearing this, she immediately ran down. "I'll go ask my mom now." She turned and ran out the door. Soon after, she brought someone over, Sun Xiang, helping Granny Lu inside. Simple had just arranged the radishes and looked up. She was a bit surprised to see the old lady. "Grandma San, why are you here? You said you wanted to make pickled vegetables?" "We came to help," she said. Simple was used to her and spoke casually. "Oh, is this jar of pickles making you so tired? I was thinking of asking you to teach me how to make salted vegetables that day." When they were harvesting the seedlings, there were still some small cucumbers left. She didn't eat them, just took a bite or 2, and then left them untouched. There are also some small potatoes that were carefully sifted out when harvesting. She heard about them and knew they could be used to make pickles. Even if she was just going along with local customs, she wanted to learn how to do it. The elderly woman's face lit up with a smile, showing her wrinkles. You little girl, you always say such nice things. Didn't you learn how to make pickled vegetables last year? Why forget it this year? Simple chuckled softly. I didn't expect that I'd be so bad at this. I always thought I was pretty clever. Sun Xiang helped the elderly woman sit down and then rolled up her sleeves to start working quickly. She was very efficient. Simple couldn't compare at all and just admired her silently. Third aunt, your hands are really amazing. Last year I ate that pickled vegetable all winter. It didn't spoil until spring and was still crunchy. Haha, well, no one in Lu's village can beat her at making pickled vegetables. Hearing these compliments, Sun Xiang felt a bit embarrassed and her face turned slightly red. Mom, please don't say more. Isn't it a bit too much to praise your own family? I'm not lying. Isn't that right? Simple nodded repeatedly. Yes, it's all true. Why are you planning to make so much pickled vegetables? Let me see what you have. Simple brought out her collection of pickling ingredients, a small pile of cucumbers, eggplants, small potatoes, dried chrysanthemum greens, a few mustard greens, some sour vegetables, radishes, and a few cabbages that could be made into spicy cabbage. The elderly woman looked at it and asked, Are you planning to send these to someone?
Huh.
No, I'm not. Can pickled vegetables be sent? You're alone and making so much. Do you plan to eat pickled vegetables all winter? Simple was surprised. Too much? No problem. I have a few friends. They don't know how to make it, so I'll share some with each family later. Everyone can try it. The elderly woman knew a little about this. The girl knew the police chief, several soldiers, and even some people from the town. She thought for a moment and didn't say much more. All right, do you have jars? Water, salt, and if you have soy sauce or vinegar, that would be great. I can make some sour cucumbers for you. They're crunchy and perfect to eat with porridge in winter. That's real freshness. Hearing that it would taste good, Simple had no objections. Yes. The elderly woman hesitated for a few seconds, but then decided to go ahead because she was willing to share. Okay, let's start with these cucumbers and potatoes. After we finish boiling the cabbage, we'll use that pot. Your aunt can steam them for you. Then we'll do the rest later. Do they need to be steamed? Simple was completely unfamiliar with this. She had never learned about it before. Haha, do you want to eat raw potatoes? This is a simple knowledge gap for me. Something I've never explored before. I don't pretend to be brave. I just listen quietly. I see you also have dried mugwort. Later, you can blanch it until cooked, then mix it with the potatoes and pour in the seasoned sauce. Actually, you can cook the potatoes and mugwort together, too. It uses more oil and ingredients, but we just cook everything thoroughly first, then combine them. The flavor won't be much different. Jiandan nods, not insisting on making a fancy, formal version. She prefers to go with the local customs, keeping it simple. I heard that even old mugwort can be eaten. You guys said it's all good stuff. I dug some up and dried it, but I was wondering how to eat it. That's right. This stuff is full of treasures. Especially the really old mugwort, just keep the roots. Later, you can rinse and drink it, then turn off the heat. Jiandan wanted to ask Sun Xiang for help, but she ended up taking the lead. Jiandan sat comfortably, refusing several times to get up and help, which made her feel a bit embarrassed. You just sit here quietly. Your aunt said she'll finish this small task soon. Don't go messing things up. Messing things up? Could she really sit still and not cause trouble? Don't worry, I definitely won't cause trouble. I also plan to learn more from Auntie. I just don't believe it, just pickled vegetables, and I still can't figure it out? Seeing her cross her arms, looking annoyed, the old lady's face was full of smiles. What's that? You can't learn in a year, and you're planning to learn for 2 or 3.
Go ahead then.
Your aunt's skills are the best. Hurry up and learn from her. This pickled vegetable recipe isn't a secret. Everyone has their own way. Coincidentally, Sun Xiang's version is especially tasty and well-known in Mediating. Old Jiqing's friend Tan Yajun also knows how to do it, and she even helps with Mingju's batch. Otherwise, like Jiandan, she'd have to find someone else to help. Jian Dan simply liked Sun Xiang's taste, so she decided early on to learn it. Hearing this, she confidently said, "Of course. I must learn this skill from Auntie. I don't believe I, such a smart person, would be afraid of this." Actually, she couldn't help much with the process, just passing cabbage or salt. She was better off helping Tiger do more. However, Sun Xiang was indeed teaching her. This cabbage, blanch it briefly, then rinse with cold water. That way, it won't turn mushy. For large heads like this, cut them in half so they cook through better. Layer salt between the layers, press it down with stones, and it's ready. Just like last year, keep it in a place that's not too hot or cold. I checked, and I think the corner of the outdoor kitchen is good, cool in summer, not cold in winter. After busying herself for a while and fermenting a large jar of pickled vegetables, Sun Xiang didn't sit down for long before starting to prepare salted vegetables again. The elderly woman said she would help with the pickling, but Sun Xiang knew most of the process already. Besides, she didn't want the elderly woman to tire herself out. At most, she would remind her now and then. Sun Xiang was lively and talkative, busy with her work and not shy to chat. "Jian Jiqing, you're making so many salted vegetables. Do you need a lot of salt? Our family can't eat enough without salted vegetables, but we can't have too much either. It makes us feel sick." "Jian Jiqing, look, if I weren't helping you with this secret recipe, my mother-in-law wouldn't tell me. I kept wondering why my version didn't taste the same. Turns out, the elderly lady still has some tricks up her sleeve." The elderly woman kept talking without stopping. "Look at my daughter-in-law, so impolite when talking to her mother-in-law." It was clear this was just their way of getting along. In the village, their relationship was well known for being harmonious. Except for Wang Hohot, who sometimes had a temper. The elderly woman had been with Lu Sanyi for many years. She had traveled around and was quite worldly. She didn't look down on those who liked to show off or act bossy. She didn't treat her daughter-in-law like a daughter, but she knew she was her son's wife. They lived together, and although they only had one son, once he was married, they became two families. They should be close when needed, but also keep some distance when necessary. Over the years, there were no nasty fights or conflicts.
Ha!
"I know your relationship is good. No need to show off to me." "Ah, you. By the way, when is the new year? You'll be 17 then, right? Do you have any plans?" Jian Jiqing was caught off guard. She was prepared for this, knowing it would happen eventually, but not so soon. "Third aunt, I'm only 16, still a minor." The elderly woman's eyes showed calmness and understanding, with a gentle smile. "I see you're not interested in that. If you had the time, you'd rather spend it eating or going up the mountain. But you should keep this in mind. Even if I don't speak, there are many people in this village who are thinking about you. I'm not afraid to visit openly, but I worry about someone causing trouble or doing something bad. You are skilled and strong, but you still need to be careful. Even a tiger takes naps sometimes. If you're really not interested in this, the best way is to quickly end it so others won't have any ideas. Otherwise, as you grow older, you'll attract more attention. Your conditions are better than others in the village, and you can hunt wild boars. Where would you find a wife with such qualities? Our village isn't necessarily full of bad people, since you have kindness here. But every family has relatives, and a single word might make others think differently. Life isn't fair to women. If anything is slightly out of line, people will talk. Some even want to shame someone publicly." Simple was surprised that the old lady saw things so clearly. She spoke slowly. "I thought you would advise me to settle down and find someone to marry when I get older." The old lady sighed. "I'm not sure how to advise you. If you don't want to find someone, that's your reason. But you should know, in the countryside, traditions are strong. You're still young now, so maybe it doesn't matter much. In a couple of years, when you're grown up and of marriage age, no matter what you say, someone will come to ask about marrying you. Whether they are sincere or just have other plans, you should be aware." Simple realized that the old lady was speaking from her heart, and she nodded obediently. So far, she hadn't thought about marrying anyone. Having money and free time, living comfortably, isn't that good enough? Why marry a stranger and become someone's servant? Yes, third aunt, don't worry. I have no such intention. As for the future, we'll see when it comes. Like the old lady said, if it doesn't work out, just quickly end it to warn others. She's best at that. After setting the mood, the old lady began her serious push for marriage. Of course, if you find someone suitable who treats you well, that's another matter. Simple's eyes widened suddenly. Wait, what do you mean? Just now, weren't you supporting my single life? Seeing her expression, the old lady shook her head helplessly. Don't think about things so absolutely. Yes, living alone is very good. You don't have to worry about daily chores or please others. You won't have to suffer or think negatively, like worrying that if you marry into a family, they might be difficult. That would be really hard. But nothing is absolute. For example, during the new year, having a partner could be helpful. You could rely on each other and discuss problems together, right? You're only in your teens and there's a long way to go. There's no need to rush decisions. Think about it. You're going to live for many more years. At home, you only talk to yourself. When you're happy, no one notices. When you're upset, no one cares. Even when you're just lying on the bed drinking water, you have to get up and pour it yourself. Is that really good? In my past life, I was always alone.
How did I live then?
When there was nothing to do, I was lost in pleasures, running around the mountains, playing everywhere. When there was trouble, it was dangerous, and injuries were common. I understand, third Annie, I will think carefully. Although I don't have big ambitions, I went to the countryside with a purpose. I just want to stay low-key and get through this turbulent time. Even though I don't know what the future holds, going back to Beijing to enjoy good food and have fun seems inevitable. I wasn't very ambitious in my previous life either. My background was heavy, and from birth, I was burdened with responsibilities. This life, I just want to go with the flow. While this mother and daughter are talking here, Sun Xiang has already arranged a wall of pickled vegetables, simple cucumbers, small potatoes, and motherwort, ready to go. Little Jian, I see you don't have many preferences. I've already pickled what you wanted. The rest I've prepared for you. When you try them, tell me which ones you like. Jian's eyes immediately lit up. Auntie, you're amazing. In just a little while, I've finished all my winter pickles. Sun Xiang has 2 children herself. Seeing Jian, who is only a bit older, she treats her like her own child. It's nothing, not tiring at all. It'll be done in a moment. Sigh. This year, there are no ducks in the village. If only we had duck eggs. I tell you, pickling duck eggs is even better than vegetables. As she spoke, Sun Xiang felt a bit regretful. These past few years, because of bad times, even when there were no disasters, people didn't bother to keep duck eggs for themselves anymore. They saved them to exchange for things. The bank under the chicken's tail is useful for ducks too. Farmers always make good use of everything they have, never wasting anything. In recent years, no one raises ducks anymore. It's too hard to afford. Ducks eat grass, but not entirely. They also need some corn husks or bran. But these days, people don't have enough food, so there's nothing left to feed the ducks. She hasn't pickled anything in years. Salted duck eggs? Her eyes lit up again, and she said today must be a good day. Annie, can you pickle salted duck eggs? The old lady gently patted Jiandan. You. Just now you didn't say anything, but as soon as food is mentioned, you get excited. Jiandan played dumb, just giggling. However, your Annie's skills are really good. She's famous in 10 villages around. When she first started, some people from other villages even came to ask her to help pickle duck eggs. Jiandan felt a strong sense of pride. Third aunt, I know you're very happy with your daughter-in-law, so don't show off anymore. Suddenly, the old lady was both amused and a little embarrassed. You're just teasing us now? Sun Xiang was smiling broadly, saying that with her mother-in-law's praise, who wouldn't be happy and respectful. Before Annie went out, her skills were already very good. Many people wanted to marry her back then. Only her uncle Guangming was a bit slow and ended up being chosen by her. The story was getting off topic, from salted duck eggs to dating, which wasn't appropriate to tell a 16-year-old girl. Third aunt, you've shown off to me several times. I know you really like your daughter-in-law. If you keep showing off, it might get dark soon. Sun Xiang still remembered Jian Dan's earlier question about salted duck eggs. Little Jian, do you want to pickle salted duck eggs? Auntie, is it hard to pickle salted duck eggs? What do I need to prepare? She actually had quite a few duck eggs in her farm. A few days ago, she collected some from the mountains, but she didn't know how to eat them. With her skills, she couldn't get rid of the fishy smell of the eggs. She tried twice and gave up. I still have some duck eggs from the mountain, picked up earlier. I can't do it well either. I was just worried about how to eat them. When you said it, I remembered they can be salted and preserved. She hadn't eaten salted duck eggs many times before, so she didn't think about it. The old lady thought she remembered her late family members and didn't respond to the remark, simply agreeing. If you're going to give it to her, then don't worry. The old lady dares to guarantee you. She's so confident. She eats one and wants two, never satisfied. Although Sun Xiang was confident in her cooking skills, her mother-in-law's praise today was a bit too much, making her cheeks flush. Mom, isn't that a bit exaggerated? Jian didn't care much about the details. When the old lady mentioned Hall, she quickly went into the kitchen. She hadn't eaten this herself. It had been sitting in the base all along. She hadn't even thought of taking it out when tidying the cellar. Now was a good time to do so. She lifted the cellar lid and climbed down the ladder. Tiger, who was following behind, lagged a few steps and couldn't keep up.
Yenya.
Only then did she realize there were really quite a few duck eggs. Thinking back to her previous life, this kind of thing was quite tasty, especially the yellow yolk. Holding it made her want more. She carried up a basket full and still felt it wasn't enough. Sun Xiang, who was upstairs, was already surprised. Oh my, so many. There must be over 100, right? Are you going to pickle them all? Won't you save some for boiling and eating? She initially wanted to ask if she could exchange some for other things, but then thought that Sun Xiang didn't lack these items, so she swallowed the words. I don't know exactly how many. Auntie, can you help me pickle them? I've been going up the mountain a lot recently.
I found these near a water spot inside.
I brought them all back, but I don't know how to make them. Just pickle them, and later send some to my uncle and sister, so they can try your cooking too. Today, Sun Xiang was constantly praised and felt very happy. Today, she was praised again and felt very pleased, promising repeatedly, all right, I can do that. I'll finish it in a little while. Doing what she loved, Sun Xiang's expression became much more focused. Xiao Jian, do you have any wine at home? Preferably a stronger one. I think so. I'll go inside. And look. Annie, do you need anything else? I'll find it all. Sun Xiang waved her hand. This doesn't require many ingredients. Mainly high-proof white liquor and salt. Do you have bay leaves, Sichuan pepper, star anise, and cinnamon? If yes, take some. If not, then plain fine salt is best. It spreads evenly and makes it taste better. Other than that, it's quite simple. Our base has a well-equipped, professional kitchen. She turned around and headed straight for the shelf at the end of the heated bed. A curtain hangs over the shelf, usually pulled closed so you can't see inside, making it easy to cheat a little. I took a jar of plain rice wine, a large bag of fine salt that I had opened, and a few spices. Sun Xiang clicked his tongue in amazement. Oh my, you're wasting so much.
You don't need that much.
This wine just needs to wet the duck eggs so they can stick to the salt. Wow, this salt is really fine. At this time, the common salt used in the countryside was still coarse grain salt, similar to what is used for pickling today. It wasn't cheap either. For farmers, it was a significant expense. I had bought some simply at the supply and marketing cooperative, but it was just for show. Usually, I used the seasonings from the base. So I was a bit stunned and quickly tried to explain. Yeah, I just casually mentioned that I bought some salt grains, and my sister bought me this big bag of fine salt. Honestly, how long do I have to eat it all myself? Though it sounded a bit boastful, it was a good excuse. Everyone in Mediating knew that Xiao Jian, the educated youth, had an uncle and an older sister who often sent her large packages. After last year's cloth incident, everyone was curious and excited about her parcels. But this year, although she still wrote letters and sent things, most of them she kept directly. She understood the principle of not stirring up trouble over small favors. Last year, she was on the brink of starvation and couldn't just watch helplessly. But this year was different, good weather, and a good harvest. Since spring, she had stayed low profile and didn't see the point in showing herself. Helping others in times of need is very different from adding unnecessary trouble. If she did too much, it might encourage some people's greed. She wouldn't do something foolish like digging her own grave. Fortunately, Sun Xiang, though envious, was not naive. After a few words, he started working. He added water to a large pot, threw in bay leaves, Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, and cinnamon, then brought it to a boil over high heat. Since you only have a few spices, you don't need fine salt. As long as it boils, large grain salt will do. He poured in a big handful of large salt grains, stirred vigorously with a spoon until everything dissolved, then set it aside to cool. He filled a big basin with water, washed the duck eggs carefully, and placed them in a bamboo basket. The autumn breeze would dry them quickly. One by one, he carefully placed the eggs into jars. At this moment, the large basin of water had cooled almost completely. Sun Xiang poured in some white wine, stirred it well, and then poured the mixture into a jar, almost filling it. All done. Find something to seal the jar tightly, keep it in a cool place. It will be ready to eat in about a month to a month and a half. Watching her smooth, flowing movements, I was truly impressed. This was her strong suit. Okay, she replied, then went to the house to find a plastic cloth. She tied the jar tightly with a rope, checked around, and placed it with other pickled vegetables. Everything was done. She clapped her hands and said, "All finished." Third aunt, Auntie, are you tired? Want to stay here and eat tonight? Want to try my cooking? She was very skilled at cooking with a cast iron pot. But both women shook their heads repeatedly. No need, don't bother. It's just a small task, take a break and rest. We're going back now. Sun Xiang also refused. Xiao Jian, why are you so polite with us? This is just a small job, easy to do. You can clean up the rest yourself. We'll leave now. If you need anything, just come find us. Huzi often comes here. If there's work, just tell him. No need to be formal. All right. She guessed they wouldn't stay for dinner. Okay, I won't be polite then. Let Huzi and Xiaohua stay and play, then I'll go back later. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law didn't turn back, clearly feeling very at ease. Huzi, don't cause trouble. Huzi and Xiaohua played with Jixiang and the others. Seeing their mother leave, they showed no sadness and happily ran over. Jian Jie, is there anything I can help you with? He just helped carry cabbage and radishes. His mother had already taken all the chores in the afternoon, which made Huzi quite unhappy. Jianxiang looked around and told him to clean up the vegetable leaves, which was easy since there wasn't much left on the ground. Just some leaves, easy to sweep away. Can you help me tidy up these vegetable leaves? Later, can you help me deliver some things, okay? Huzi agreed happily, doing whatever she asked. Since he was helping with chores, she knew she couldn't ask for anything expensive or too much. Thinking about it, since they wouldn't stay to eat, she decided to prepare something for Huzi to take home. For now, the only dish she could confidently make was the cast iron pot stew, so that's all she could do. Green beans, potatoes, and winter melons are all ready-made. They definitely shouldn't add too much meat, or else they won't want it. After thinking, they decided to add a fish and a wild chicken. Since she goes up the mountain, everyone knows about it, and her skills are known too. That explanation makes sense. Worried they might overthink, they put a lot of green beans, potatoes, and winter melons, almost filling more than half. In the end, they buried their heads deep into the food and then called out to Huzi. Huzi, can you carry this? It was a deep enamel basin with a lid placed in a basket. As long as it doesn't fall, it's quite safe. Huzi lifted it slightly. This isn't heavy. I can carry it. Sister, who is this for? He casually rubbed his short hair. Take it to help sister deliver it to your home. If you have time tomorrow, you can bring back the basin and basket. Can you do this task? Xiaohua froze for a moment. To her own house? Huzi also scratched his head. Sister, is this for us to eat? But my grandma said we don't eat rice.
Don't worry about that.
Just go back and give it to your grandma. Huzi hesitated. He saw it was a basin and it smelled delicious, surely tasty, maybe even with meat. Although he was drooling with hunger, the more he thought about it, the more hesitant he became. If he took it home, his grandma might scold him. Giant Pain found it funny. You're just a kid. Why are you so worried? Your grandma already said no. Just listen to me. Huzi started scratching his head again.
Yeah.
Exactly. This is my family's. Shouldn't you listen to me? If your grandma asks, just tell her that's what I said. Huzi's little head spun around for a while. He felt something was off but couldn't quite figure it out. Still, he was easily persuaded by Giant Pain and carried the basket back. He knew what was inside and had to be very careful. If it fell or spilled, he'd be heartbroken. Giant Pain had no guilt about tricking him. After sending him off, she clapped her hands and went back inside. Looking at the small jars lined up along the wall, she felt very satisfied. These were her family's savings. Although she wasn't the one working, climbing up and down made her exhausted. She simply ate a bowl of leftover vegetables and grabbed 2 steamed buns to finish her dinner. The next day was still a bright, sunny day. They harvested the mountain and divided the grain. This was the season for their annual crops. Now only the leftovers remained, mostly finishing up the work. At this time, most villagers went to work. They didn't want to waste labor points, and everyone tried to earn as many as possible. The educated youth worked hard all autumn and finally had some free time, but none of them wanted to go through that effort again. Even the new educated youth, who had just faced a food shortage recently, didn't want to risk losing their supplies again. After sharing the grain, they no longer looked desperate like before. Li Yan looked down on their attitude and muttered to Lin Zhaodi, "Look at them. This is what the villagers say, bad at everything and always eating more than they need. They just shared the grain and they think they can last until spring? No way, they'll run out before the new year." But the village chief said during the grain distribution that it was important, and he emphasized it twice. "If they don't care, what can we do?" Lin Zhaodi replied, "Yeah, they're adults now. They probably just want to improve their situation after getting the grain." Li Yan sighed. "I wish I could ignore it, but if they run out of food, don't come looking for us." A few days ago, when the food ran out, the old educated youth helped out, but it seemed the new youth didn't really appreciate it. They still looked at us with suspicion and dislike. Before entering the house, Du Xiuling had snorted at Lin Zhaodi harshly and then swung her braid as she went into her room, leaving Lin Zhaodi feeling confused. Thinking about this made her a little worried. It's true. That youth looked at me with such a fierce expression. I don't even know what I did wrong. Tan Yajun kept folding the dried clothes without stopping, pouting. You should ask, when did they ever look kindly at us? Lin Zhaodi paused for a moment and then realized, maybe. That's true. Fortunately, among the new youth, there was a responsible person named Wang Jiancheng. After enjoying a couple of days of eating freely, he firmly stopped this reckless behavior and returned to their simple daily meals of porridge mixed with grains. Oh, and since it was getting cold, they soon switched to 2 meals a day. Li Yan and others had stored winter vegetables, and the grain supplies were from what they had shared. But secretly, they also collected mountain goods. They dried and sorted them, keeping some separate that could be mixed with grain like chestnuts and sweet potatoes. They also kept some nuts, walnuts, hazelnuts, pine nuts, to enjoy as snacks during the new year. They planned to set aside a little more to send home before the holidays. They discussed going to the commune to see if they could exchange some of these goods for money or useful items. They hated to see all these good things just being eaten as snacks. They felt heartbroken about it. In winter, the main preparations are food, clothing, and heating. For food, I think we can manage for now. It would be better if we could get some more meat, but we should take it slowly. If not, we can still survive. As for clothing, simple is best. No worries about dressing well. Li Yan and a few others came last year. They are from ordinary families. Li Yan and Qin Zhengwo are doing okay. Their winter coats from last year still work, so they didn't plan to make new ones. When Li Yan and Lin Zhaodi arrived, they brought old clothes. They managed with them last year. Li Yan's clothes are still okay, but Lin Zhaodi's are thin and lend the wind. They've been making do for a year. This year, they plan to find ways to add some cotton. Neither of them is short of money, But Lin Zhaodi and Li Yan are different. Li Yan's family can sometimes help her, but Lin Zhaodi is usually ignored at home. She has little stuff and money, and her family hardly sends her anything. So, they rely mostly on what others have. Lin Zhaodi speaks little and always volunteers to do work, worried about taking advantage of others. Cotton is also hard to get, so even if they want to make new clothes, it's not easy to do quickly. It's not easy to gather enough. As for Lin Dongfang and Mingju, although Mingju's family is having a hard time, they actually don't lack anything. Lin Dongfang even found someone to make him a thick winter coat. Ling Weidong and his small group are not short of money either. They prepared military coats early on. After planning, their next goal is the biggest winter expense, firewood. Chun Jangwo and the other boys check their firewood. It's barely enough for cooking, but in winter, especially after snow falls, the house must keep the fire going almost constantly. Firewood is hard to come by and not easy to gather. Li Yan, Lin Zhaodi, and Tan Yajun share a room. The male youth are in another room, Chun Jangwo in one, and Ling Weidong with his group in another. The firewood for these 3 rooms is not small. Lin Dongfang and his wife also checked some firewood, but it's not enough for winter, let alone lasting until the snow falls. It's already difficult just to hold on until then. Hearing everyone's plans, they decisively packed their baskets and set out with the main group. Due to the recent food shortage, Chen Jiangwo immediately contacted Wang Jiancheng. Without worrying about others' reactions, they left the youth camp together, heading toward the foot of the mountain. Once they left, the other youth gathered around and asked, "What are they going to do?" "Yes, why do you always act alone? Isn't that too uncooperative?" Wang Jiancheng stared blankly, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. Wang Jiancheng looked on, his unease growing. They went to gather firewood. He paused, looking at everyone's different expressions, feeling a bit tired. "Do we still have enough firewood for a few days? It's not cold now, but when it gets colder, we can't let the fire in the house go out. Without firewood, how will you all get through the winter?" A few young workers looked at each other, then Wang Hongmei muttered, "Isn't gathering firewood supposed to be your job, the young men?" Wang Jiancheng glanced at her silently. Soon, several young women started criticizing. "Exactly. Wasn't it agreed that we young women cook, and you young men fetch water and gather firewood?" "Yeah. What's the meaning of this? Are you regretting it now? It's so cold, and you can't even extend your hands. What are we supposed to do? Just go gather firewood yourselves?" These 6 young women, along with 2 young men, Wang Hongmei, Tang Chui, Su Hong, Du Xiuling, Chen Hongli Wei Shuan, and Wang Jiancheng and Li Jianya, who are also young men. At this moment, except for Su Hong and Wei Shuan, who leaned against the door and watched coldly without speaking, the 4 young women kept arguing, almost stepping on Wang Jiancheng and Li Jianya's feet. Even Li Jianya, who usually doesn't do much work, could tell something was wrong. "Hey? Wait. What are you all talking about? Is it true that you agreed that you cook and we fetch water and gather firewood? Did we do anything wrong? Or are you just being silly and trying to fool us?" They said it was about cooking, and since they were sharing the work, they were responsible for firewood. What's the problem? Can't you understand? We just said it. It's about cooking, sharing the work, so we're responsible for the firewood. What's the issue? Can't you understand? We also need to keep our rooms warm. Are you just waiting for the cooking to get hot? Fine, if you think this is okay, then Wang go, and I have nothing more to say. From now until the new year, we'll prepare firewood for your 2 meals a day. But that's all. When it gets really cold or snows heavily, don't come crying about the cold. If your hands and feet freeze and you say we didn't do enough work, we only handle cooking. The rest is not our concern. A few young women knew well enough that after being here for so long, just listening to the villagers' gossip gave them a good idea. The villagers would go to the foot of the mountain right after work and almost never went home empty-handed, either carrying 2 bundles of herbs or holding onto tree branches. It was clear they weren't just wandering around aimlessly. Besides, before coming here, who wouldn't have asked about the place? It's near the border, the coldest part of the country, famous for its cold weather. Everyone knew what to expect. They just thought, if I can be lazy, I'll be lazy. If I can get some benefits, I'll take them. Wang Jiancheng and Li Jianya shared a room. Wang Hongmei, Su Hong, and Wei Shuan shared another. Du Shiling, Chen Hongli, and Tang Chui shared a third. This was arranged after Wang Hongmei and Tang Chui had a falling out, deliberately grouping them apart. There are quite a few rooms in this yard, or else they wouldn't feel so free. Now Li Jianya looked worried. The others also changed their expressions and stepped forward to smooth things over. Su Hong and Wei Shuan watched coldly from behind, exchanging glances now and then. Soon, they whispered to each other, then smiled knowingly, clearly agreeing on something. While the others were still chatting happily, the two slipped away quietly. The young women, exhausted and dazed, sat down for dinner. Su Hong suddenly announced with a blank face, "I and Wei have moved our luggage to the small room at the door. Starting tomorrow, we'll share a room and won't be with you anymore."
What? How can you do that?
They had just returned from gathering firewood, so no one noticed that one set of luggage was missing from the room. Everyone was shocked, completely caught off guard, with no warning at all. It turned out there were 6 young women. Even sharing cooking duties, they could only take turns every 3 days. If only 4 people remained, they'd be cooking almost every other day. Naturally, Wang Hongmei and the others weren't happy about that. Wang Jianqing frowned, opening his mouth as if to say something, but then paused, seeming to understand why. Honestly, if she didn't know how to cook, he wouldn't want to share a room with her anymore. Li Jianya looked around, then lowered his eyes and calmly sipped his porridge. When the argument started, he had already guessed it wouldn't end easily. Who wanted to be the fool who paid for everything and still suffered through the cold and hardship? The small room at the door wasn't big. It was enough for 2 people, didn't need much firewood, and could stay warm with a small stove. They wouldn't have to argue or suffer cold. Why wait? They'd better move quickly. They weren't fools. For young women from the countryside argued, scolded, and caused a fuss. Su Hong, who had been cold before, now showed strong determination. No matter what others said, the decision to split up was final. After dinner, the 2 of them confidently took their food and utensils they bought with their own money back to their rooms. Wang Jiancheng and Li Jianya quietly finished their meals and went back to their rooms. The remaining young women looked at each other, surprised by what had happened. Meanwhile, the 2 girls carrying things back to their room looked at each other silently for a few seconds. They both smiled at the same time and then burst out laughing until tears came to their eyes. The next day, Li Yan was surprised when the 2 who approached her first said, "You mean you're splitting up?" Su Hong, usually cold, was smiling slightly, but it was clear she felt relieved. Seeing the chaos in the kitchen, Li Yan suddenly laughed out loud, saying, "You did the right thing." Looking in the same direction as Li Yan, Su Hong also smiled. "Yes, it's the right thing. It's just a pity it wasn't done earlier." Li Yan comforted her. "It's not too late now. The weather isn't cold yet." Since they had already split up, they didn't hesitate. While the other young women were around, they openly moved a quarter of the winter vegetables they had prepared. Wang Hongmei and others weren't happy about it, but Su Hong's strong attitude surprised them. Also, the effort they put into growing those vegetables or their garden was less than what others had done. With so many people watching, Li Yan, leaning on her arms and giving a sharp look of sarcasm, warned that if they tried to stop them again, it wouldn't just be about being shy. Li Yan enjoyed the show and even helped out, mainly to annoy them. Wang Hongmei and the others were very angry, their faces turning red, but they didn't dare to act. Wang Jiancheng and Wang Jianya watched silently, with Wang Jianya sighing quietly, "Brother Wang, why can't we just have a good life?" Wang Jiancheng also sighed, "It's because we're too tired. When you're tired, you don't have the energy to do anything." The once peaceful youth commune had split into several groups, and Wang Jiancheng felt powerless to stop it. When they arrived, Li Yan stood at the door of a small room, hands on her hips, smiling brightly at Wang Hongmei and Shen Hongli. The people across from her looked angry, but didn't dare to speak. Their faces were red with frustration. She looked back and asked, "What are they doing? Where is the competition?" Hearing the voice, Li Yan happily turned around. You're here? They haven't finished packing yet. We'll leave soon. Today is a nice day. A few people decided to go to the county town to buy things needed for winter. They already sent some parcels. As the weather gets colder and snow is coming, they don't want to go outside much later. The roads are not convenient, and when it's cold, no one wants to go out and get frozen. Okay, I just went around and checked. Third master just went to hitch the cart. Lian called out loudly. Yajun, are you ready? A quick reply came from inside, almost done, almost done. About 3 or 4 minutes later, a few people began to come out, carrying baskets. Su Hong and another person heard the noise and came out to ask, Are you going to the commune? Lian looked at her friends and said, It's getting cold. We need to send some things home. We want to mail them before it snows, so we won't want to go out later. Their eyes lit up with excitement. Can we come along? We'll pay for the ride. You saw, we still need to buy some small things, they said. Everyone looked at each other and agreed naturally. They didn't dislike these two, and it was also a way to earn some money for the old man. They wouldn't refuse. The two happily went inside to pack, and soon the ox cart clattered to the entrance of the youth commune. Oh, everyone's waiting? Come on up. Little girl, you're going empty-handed? No parcels this time? Without much politeness, she went around and sat on the other side of the front of the cart, swinging her legs. The door is so heavy, I won't carry it so far, she said. You lazy girl, it's not far. Are you willing to tire out my ox? It's worth it. The ox is still so lively for such a long way. Why don't you say it saves effort? Hey, you little girl. Su Hong and the other person got on the ox cart, watching Simple and Lu Sanyi argue, feeling very surprised. Li Yen and the others were used to it, and sometimes even joined in. They all come from the same youth commune, and there's no deep grudge. Before leaving, Chen Jiangwo even asked Wang Jiancheng if he wanted to go, but he refused. That made it easier for them. The ox cart slowly headed toward the village entrance. Midway, it picked up Lin Dongfang and his wife. When they reached Simple's house, they stopped again to load the large basket. With about 10 people and the things, the cart was full. The old ox slowly moved out of the village. It was still cool in the early morning, around 7 o'clock, but everyone was wearing jackets. The refreshing breeze felt very comfortable. She sat leisurely in the front, gently swinging her legs and lightly shaking the whip. Third master, why don't you take Huzi out for a walk? It seemed that every time he went out, Huzi would be waiting at the door. The old man glanced at her. Why take him out? To cause trouble? When adults go out for business, who brings the kid along? She shook her head. I'm still a kid, right? Going out to see the world and walk around is good. No harm in it. No family has a child as disobedient as you. Even more gray hair will grow. He said this, but he was also thinking, isn't my grandson a bit older? He seemed to be watching at the door just now. Thinking of that, she felt uncomfortable and wanted to turn around immediately to pick up her grandson. Seeing the old man's subtle change of expression, she proudly lifted her chin. And you say I'm wrong. When they reached the county town, it was close to noon. Since everyone had different financial conditions, she naturally wouldn't insist on going to a restaurant. Everyone had their own matters. She needed to send some mountain goods to Chen Hongjun and Zhu Yan, and Li Yen and others had brought mountain goods secretly. She wanted to ask where she could exchange them. Lin Dongfang and his wife seemed to be making a call or doing something else, but they would go separately. When the car stopped, the couple left first. She led a few people to the supply and marketing cooperative. She remembered she had an acquaintance, Sister Lin, here. She used to buy dried black fungus from the Chiao family village. Maybe they also bought mountain goods. But she hadn't been here for a long time, and maintaining relationships was important. Before entering, she took a cloth bag out of her basket, looked around, and immediately spotted Lin He, who had just finished her work. She raised her hand with a smile. Sister Lin He, I came to see you. Today there were many people, and Lin He was busy just a moment ago. She was stunned when she heard the voice. When she looked up again, she saw a bright little face in front of her. Sister Lin He, I came to see you. She cheerfully handed over a small cloth bag. Sister, I picked these mountain goods myself from the mountain.
Try some.
Lin He finally recognized the person in front of her. Little sister, is that you? You really haven't come for a long time. What's this? This chestnut was picked from the mountain. I tasted it, and it's very sweet. She looked around and lowered her voice. Below are watermelons I grew. They've been stored in the cellar. I thought I'd bring some for you to try. The young girl still had a bit of innocence in her smile, which made Lin He feel a little dreamy. Watermelon? Did you grow it yourself? She nodded simply. Yes, yes.
Try it.
This year I didn't harvest many, so I brought you one. Next year, if you plant well, I'll bring you 2 more. No matter what, everyone likes to hear nice words. Lin He glanced at the items and then placed them directly under the counter. Speaking more affectionately, she said, What do you want? Why did you come to see me? What do you want to buy this time? Sister will help you get it. Jian Dan didn't have any customers, so she listed all the things her friends needed. Isn't it going to snow soon? Our place is quite remote. We're thinking of preparing early. If the snow is heavy and it gets hard to go out, it won't delay things, right? Lin He nodded as well. That's true. Let me find some for you. Look at these and these. Besides these 2, the others have flaws. If you don't mind. Jian Dan turned around, and everyone nodded eagerly. Of course, they didn't mind. Their money was tight, and when good things came along, they held on tight. The relationships that held people together were truly clear and straightforward. Everyone acted like mice rushing into a grain warehouse. This, yes. That, yes. That seems useful too. They were so happy, and their shopping went much smoother than expected. Of course, they bought a lot more, truly getting good value. Jian Dan asked casually where they stored the mountain goods. Lin He immediately thought of the basket they had been careful with and hadn't put down. She rolled her eyes at her. Are you still shy about this? What's our relationship? What kind of place is this? Do you even know where we store things? Jian Dan immediately looked up with wide eyes, full of surprise and joy. Really, Sister Lin He? Don't you only store the mushrooms from Qingjiao Fortress? Lin He stood by the counter, taller than Jian Dan. Since Jian Dan was close, she had to tilt her head to look at her. Lin He's tone softened a lot, and she couldn't help but reach out to gently ruffle her hair. Of course. Would I lie to you? She pointed to the corner counter. Isn't that it? Who told you we only store mushrooms? Lin He found it a bit funny and quietly added, however, we do have high standards for mountain goods. Many people who come here to buy are giving gifts, so we don't accept those of average quality. There were a few people over there weighing items. Li Yan and others watched with envy and excitement, but since their relationship was simple, they just waited patiently, waiting for Xiaodan to speak. Big sister, if it doesn't bother you, shall we go take a look? If the quality is good, that would be even better. If it doesn't meet the standards, Xiaodan looked back at a few people. They also picked out the best items, so it probably wouldn't be a problem. If they don't meet the standards, we'll take them away without causing trouble for you. Is that okay? Lin He was at a loss for words. Usually, when colleagues, relatives, or friends come, they all help out and even try to mix in the mismatched items. They often complain, wondering if they treat her like a scrap collection station. Look at her sister. Every word she says shows understanding. She's just worried about causing trouble for her. Although she isn't afraid of trouble, there's really no need to go. If she went over, Old Li would definitely think she was using connections. With his talkative nature, the whole supply and marketing cooperative would find out quickly, especially since there are men among them. There's no need, truly no need. All right, go quickly. Just call Uncle Chen. Don't be fooled by his smiling face. I tell you, he's strict. Xiaodan immediately pouted and nodded heavily. Don't worry, sister. Everything we brought is good. The few of them turned seriously and headed toward the corner counter. Xiaodan followed behind. She was just helping to ask around, mainly exploring the situation.
She didn't plan to sell anything.
She wandered around nearby counters, seeing items that could be used and weren't flawed like earlier, and she didn't hesitate. If it could be used, she bought it directly. Finally, she carried her basket back to Lin He's counter. The supply and marketing cooperative in the county town was at least 3 times larger than the one in the commune, but it was still just one building. Xiaodan didn't go over. When she looked up, She saw a few people pouring items out of their baskets, probably trying to lighten the load. Watching their cheerful movements, they seemed satisfied. Leaning against the counter behind her, Xiaodan also mimicked the villagers, folding her sleeves and whispering to Lin He, "Big sister, it's almost New Year. Shouldn't you be busy too?" Lin He was tidying the counter and replied without looking up, "Of course. Unlike you guys, you only busy yourselves during spring and autumn. Especially in winter, staying warm indoors is so nice. As the year comes to an end, we get busier and busier. After a whole year of farming in the countryside, only in winter do we have time. We share the grain and money, then we can afford to buy some things. We wait for this moment, then 3 or 4 groups come in to buy things. Looking at their clothes and appearance, they are all from the countryside. When they come in, they are shy and cautious, walking carefully, afraid of breaking something they can't afford to replace. I understand the hardships of rural life, but she is not a saint. She doesn't have a compassionate heart. She can only watch over the past 100 years as they nervously compete for a few cents, get teased and scolded by shopkeepers, worry over a ticket and be laughed at. Most of the time, they leave disappointed and hunched over. What's wrong? I can't stand it anymore. Suddenly, Lin He, the girl from Xiahua, snaps back to her senses and looks at her calmly. It's not that. I just think that rural life is really poor and hard and farmers really have a tough time. Linny scoffs. Why do you say that? Isn't it because everyone is eager to come to the city? The city offers jobs, stable jobs with food and supplies, a guaranteed income. How much can you save after a whole year of hard work in the countryside? Sometimes, just enough to fill your stomach is a problem, right? Some people, after working a year, still owe money to the village. Her parents both have jobs, but her grandparents and relatives are all from the countryside. She is very familiar with rural life, especially the hardships she remembers from every meeting. 1 penny is hard to come by, and that shows how tough things are. She has heard a lot about the difficulties in rural areas. Thinking about it makes her sigh. People say rural life is hard, but at least there are mountains and water. You can dig wild vegetables or plant a small garden. In the city, everything looks good, but during this time, the grain station starts limiting supplies. Especially vegetables. Rural areas are full of cabbages, but here, you can only buy 1 at a time. Big radishes and green onions are said to be scarce. We don't even know if vegetables will be enough this winter. Simple doesn't understand. This year's weather has been good, with proper wind and rain. On the way, an old man was muttering about it. Yes, the weather's been good, so it's a good harvest year. But the grain and vegetables are distributed uniformly. They first go to the provincial capital, government agencies, border troops, and the military, then it's our turn in the county. Those big supplies are mostly allocated, and when they reach the lower levels, they have to limit the amount. Oh, I see. But what if there are no vegetables at all? Your supply and marketing cooperative and the grain station should be part of the same system, so they probably have more connections than others. Linny shook her head firmly. Come on, don't be silly. When things are rare, they're more valuable. Right now, especially with vegetables that need to be stored for winter, it's not just our county watching. Many eyes are on it. She hadn't thought about this simple truth before. This year, she had been almost self-sufficient in the village, but now she seemed a bit out of touch. She always thought farmers were the hardest to deal with, but she overlooked that in this era, city life isn't perfect either. Things are still rationed, and supplies are often short. Thinking about this, her mind drifted, and suddenly she thought of a phrase, "Why not eat the meat porridge?" It made her laugh at herself. If she were truly someone who didn't care about worldly things, she might even ask that question. Lin He waved her hand in front of her eyes. Thinking about silly things, are you happy like this? Just then, a commotion outside broke out. Lin He and the shop assistants immediately looked worried. It wasn't a good time to go out, so she gently tugged at Lin He and whispered, "Sister, what's going on? Did something happen?" Lin He took a deep breath, suppressing her rising anger. "Don't get involved in this, kid. If you see something like this again, hide quickly. Do you hear me? Those troublemakers don't play fair." She had one more thing she wanted to say, but didn't. Although the girl was young, Her face was becoming more and more attractive. If those troublemakers saw her, they might cause more trouble. Seeing that she couldn't respond easily, she reached out and patted her again. Did you hear me? Don't come to the county town recently. If you see trouble, hide quickly. Don't get involved or be curious.
Got it?
After being scolded several times, the girl finally woke up. She said clearly, I understand, sister. I definitely won't be curious. I'll stay far away. Her words were straightforward, and she appreciated her sister's kindness. But how she handled it was her own business. Meanwhile, Li Yan and the others were also startled. Their joy from exchanging money was quickly replaced by fear, and their faces showed shock. Since they had just finished selling their goods, they hurried over with empty baskets and gathered around the girl. They had all moved to the countryside for various reasons, but they had never faced such a situation before. A group of children around 15 to 18 years old loudly and noisily passed by in front of the door. The person in front was holding a rope, tying up two people, or rather, dragging them along. They staggered, their rough straw sandals already stained with bright red blood. With each step, they left two bloody footprints, one big, one small. The man was trying his best to protect the children nearby. The teenagers around them played tricks. As the man got closer to the children, they suddenly tightened the rope. The small children couldn't keep up and would fall to the ground, which made the teenagers laugh loudly. The man clenched his fists again and again, his eyes filled with anger, hatred, and pain, finally turning to despair. The small children looked expressionless, their clothes torn or maliciously cut, full of holes. Although the sun was still shining, the sharp autumn wind was relentlessly blowing through, making their small bodies shiver. They continued to walk forward quietly. Probably because the two people in front were too boring, they neither cried nor complained about their pain. These people felt no sense of achievement. The two at the front whispered to each other and then, with mischievous smiles, approached the children. The man's grip on the rope tightened again. Brother Feng, look at this kid. Isn't he pretty fair-skinned? The man's gaze suddenly shot like an arrow at the two figures ahead. But then he staggered a few steps because the rope pulled him back. Now that you mention it, he really is. I wonder if he's also that fair all over, haha. The two older children grinned mischievously and reached out with evil intent toward the unaware child. The man in front was so anxious his eyes turned red, but he was tripped by a few more older children. His despair deepened, and he looked around the roadside, probably searching for some tool. The children, though expressionless, could feel the malice. They quickly dodged away. Hey, this kid still knows how to hide? Haha, Brother Feng, this is the fun part. That stiff thing, what's the point? While they joked and laughed, they didn't notice the moment the child suddenly moved.
Ah?
The teenager screamed and forcefully threw the child aside, clutching his bloody hand and crying out. The small child couldn't withstand this. Even with the rope, he was thrown onto the road and hit the wall hard. After a few seconds, he slid down, eyes closed, in an unknown condition. The people on the roadside had already hidden in fear, and now only this group was on the road. The man's eyes turned red, little sure. The young boy covered his hand and shouted fiercely, Fine. You guys are tough. Sheng Ziyuan, I remember you, and that capitalist little punk too. Feeling pain in his hand but not wanting to lose face, he ordered his followers, Catch that kid for me. Didn't you say you didn't want me to see? Well, I will. Him now. I want to see what makes the capitalist brats so special compared to us. His followers dragged the unconscious boy over, looking nervous. Brother Feng, they haven't said what to do with him yet. If he dies like this, it'll be hard to explain, right? They could cause trouble or break things, but if someone got hurt, it was a different matter. The boy seemed to understand this, and reluctantly said, That kid got off easy. He turned to face the man with fierce, wolf-like eyes, and his anger flared again. What are you glaring at? Sheng Ziyuan, is it so easy to become a son-in-law of a rich family? Humph, just a coward. Brothers, that kid hurt me, so now I'll hurt him back. His clothes. You said you wouldn't your own son? Well, I'll you instead. He looked at the boy lying silently on the side, discarded without a sound. The man's spirit slowly faded from his eyes as a few teenage boys tore his coat apart, throwing it into the air with a loud laugh. The injured boy finally let out a breath of relief. Just as they were about to the last piece of clothing, something unexpected happened. A few of the attackers were hit by flying stones from nowhere, and blood burst from their hands. One stone pierced through, flying out from the other side of the hand and landing nearby. My hand. Who's there? Who's messing around?
Come out now.
They looked around, but it was just their group on the street. The young leader felt a flicker of fear, but his younger brothers didn't believe him. They were angry and rushed forward. Brother Feng, I think they just want to slack off, huh? Before he could reach out, another stone hit the same spot, causing the same bleeding. They didn't say anything more. Clutching his hand and crying out in pain, he ran back quickly. Brother Feng, someone attacked us. Most of them were minors or just turned adults, inexperienced and scared stiff. At this moment, they forgot about the rich family. They threw down the rope and disappeared quickly around the corner of the street. Someone else quietly collected the stones, too. The man struggled to break free from the ropes, ignoring his torn clothes. He staggered to the roadside and squatted beside the child, trembling as he tried to check the child's breathing. He reached out several times but was too shaky to do it properly. Before he could feel the child's breath, tears started to fall.
小诗, I'm sorry.
Dad didn't protect you well. Earlier, people on the street had been running away. Now, there was no one around. Inside the supply store, only a few sales clerks and her small group remained. Seeing the crowd leave, no one dared to speak for a long time. Outside, the man's crying could be heard clearly by a few people. Lin He and the others had seen many similar scenes these days, but their hearts still pounded with fear. They leaned against the counter silently. Li Yan and the other girls were completely stunned. They had heard that the city was chaotic, but who would have thought it would be so bloody? They hadn't fully reacted yet. The girls held hands, feeling the coldness between them.
Yan Ye.
Jian Jia was outside the door. She had been standing beside the child for a long time, unnoticed by the man, who was still crying uncontrollably. Jian Jia, with her quick temper, snapped, "Aren't you done yet?" The man was startled. He looked up, tears and snot still on his face.
Why are you looking at me?
Looking at the child? I just want to see you crying here? The man was surprised. Did you save me? Jian Jia was impatient and a little hungry. Just check if the child is okay. The man looked down at himself, mocking. They've been running wild in this county for so long. Aren't you afraid they'll come back for revenge? Jian Jia looked at him strangely. Why would they revenge me? Who saw me do anything? He chuckled, ha yeah. He held the child in his arms, gently touching the child's small face. After a while, he slowly stood up. Ma'am, comrade, can you watch Xiaoshi for a while? Jian Jia felt something was wrong and wanted to refuse. What are you going to do? Isn't this your son? The man, shedding his earlier hysteria, became gentle and smiled softly. I'll go back to get some things and then take the child away from here. Really? Jian Jia still felt uneasy, but after looking into his eyes for a while and seeing the small, transparent face in his arms, she reached out and took the child. Thinking for a moment, she agreed on a meeting place. I'll wait for you at the state-run restaurant. The man nodded, stared at the child for a moment, then turned and left. Jian Jia quickly followed and added 2 more sentences. Hurry up. I tell you, no second chances. Just now, I briefly looked over. When the child was thrown, his angle changed, and his body buffered the fall. It seems he received a strong jolt, but there are no signs of bone injuries or anything serious. What he needs now is rest. Li Yan and a few others nervously came out. They saw Jianli holding the child and were instantly shocked, but no longer afraid. You really took him in? Of course, I can't just leave him on the main road. I'm going to the state-run restaurant to wait. What about you? Originally, I thought Li Yan and Lin Zhaodi might not be willing, so I didn't say anything. Now, it seems only the restaurant is suitable for waiting. Li Yan and the others seemed to have discussed it and nodded in agreement. Let's go. We're coming too. They returned to the house, grabbed their baskets, and carried their day's catch. Jianli didn't care about anything else. She waved to Lin He, and they headed straight to the state-run restaurant a few doors away. Even her basket and what she bought today were carried by Chun Jangwo. It wasn't time for the factory to end work yet, and there weren't many troublemakers at the restaurant, just their group. They found a big table, set down their things, and Jianli placed the child on a bench nearby. As soon as she did, the child woke up. Suddenly, their eyes met, and Jianli was momentarily stunned. Jianli, what do you want to eat?
Astamid bun? Ha!
She looked at Shengshi, the little kid, and the braised pork in front of her, then said, I want a bowl of noodles, no spicy stuff. Jianli had no experience caring for children. The only children she was close to were Huzi, Xiaohua, and Haiden, who were already grown up, so she didn't need to worry about them. Thinking for a moment, she took out her water bottle, filled with sugar water this morning. Yan Jie, can you help me get an empty bowl? When she returned with the empty bowl, Li Yan was shocked to see the child she was just holding sitting up. Jianli took the bowl, poured half a bowl of water, and handed it over. Drink some water first. After being tortured all this time, both the adult and child's lips were cracked and dry. Shengshi didn't speak. He looked at Jianli for a few seconds, took the water and gulped a sip, his eyes brightening. Then he held the bowl and drank several mouthfuls quickly. Jianli thought to herself, he's not very smart. He could tell it was sweet right away. Everyone wanted Jianli's share, and soon her food was ready. She also asked for a small bowl, divided the noodles in half, and handed one part to Shengshi. Here, eat. Your dad said he'll come to pick you up later. Shengshi obediently ate what was given. But after a long time, he still didn't see Xingji Yuan, and Jianli couldn't help feeling nervous. What does this mean? Fire. Fire. Simple quickly stood up, feeling that something about the fire seemed off. He hurried to the door and saw at the end of the street, probably the back alley, thick smoke rising high, flames and fire spreading widely. Passers-by were talking among themselves. How can there be a fire? There's no strong wind today. Yeah. Hey, it looks like that place over there. Emma, let's go. That seems to be where those people live. Oh no, it's true. Last time we knocked down old Chen's house, all their stuff was moved over there. Isn't that right? No, it was moved here. That house that's on fire. It's the one they usually play in. They're usually here during the day. The neighbors around are all silent. Now I remember. That kid had a nightmare last night because he was so scared, right? Speaking of that, those houses over there, aren't they all old Sheng's families? Don't talk nonsense. Be careful, they might come looking for trouble. Even though everything was chaotic, Simple could roughly understand what was happening. These little thugs had broken into many homes, taken the belongings, and now one house was on fire, probably the house they usually hang out in. He rubbed his chin. No need for conspiracy theories. Something was definitely wrong. It was too coincidental. Hey, who bumped into me? A small figure bumped into her and ran ahead around the corner, then pointed back at her. Are you calling me? The child nodded vigorously and pointed behind him. Me? Simple, confident in her skills, told Li Yan she was going and stepped toward the direction indicated, entering a small alley. Tell me, who asked you to call me over? The little beggar pointed behind her. Simple turned around and immediately frowned. The little beggar pointed behind her again. Simple turned around and immediately frowned. What's wrong? Seeing the new injuries and obvious black soot on him, Simple's eyes widened. She lowered her voice. You set the fire. It wasn't a question, but a statement. Sheng Ziyuan struggled to force a smile. Before he could speak, he started coughing uncontrollably, clutching his stomach. His face turned red, giving the impression that his lungs were about to collapse, but his voice was not loud, and his breathing grew weaker. Finally, he calmed down, leaning against the wall, his hands hanging weakly at his sides. His abdomen was nearly soaked in blood, dripping down his side. This bout of coughing had drained all his energy. He had no strength left to open his eyes. The fire in front was growing bigger, and the street was becoming more lively. I peeked out briefly and felt a bit anxious. I hoped they wouldn't impose a lockdown again soon because if they did, it would be very crowded and chaotic. It seemed that Sheng Ziyuan sensed my thoughts. He opened his eyes, forced himself to sit up, and his pale face was lit by the slanting sunlight, flickering between light and dark. His weak spirit was still very fragile. Sheng Ziyuan seemed to know his condition wasn't good. He hurriedly explained, "Comrade, you see what's happening. I don't have much time left. Can I ask you for a favor?" I frowned and said nothing, feeling that this was probably not a good sign. Sheng Ziyuan saw that I wasn't responding and continued almost without pause. "The houses over there are just decoys. All the valuables are in this house," he said, bloodied hand weakly pointing to the small broken yard across the street. After a few heavy breaths, he added, "Also, there's an alley near the train station. The third house on the right, my house. Both places have hidden things underground. I give them all to you. Please help me raise Sheng Shi so he can live a decent life." He was very urgent, but it was clear his strength was failing. His words came out in fragments, and after finishing, he gasped for breath for a while. I kept frowning until he quieted down, then asked, "Do you know me? Aren't you afraid that after I agree, I'll just take the stuff and kick the kid out to fend for himself?" A faint smile appeared at the corner of Sheng Ziyuan's mouth, and his eyes stayed closed. "You're right about my eyes.
You.
Sheng Ziyuan asks you, if I survive, I will repay your kindness greatly." After saying this, he turned and hurried toward the alley, limping but running out of sight around the corner. I still held up my fingers in a peace sign for a moment before lowering them. Did I just get myself into trouble? The bustling street grew even noisier. It was clear that the fire was getting bigger, and it seemed unstoppable. I was about to go see what was happening. Just as I reached the alley entrance, I remembered Sheng Ziyuan's words. I looked back at the small broken yard. Was there something there? I didn't know if I needed it or not, but I knew it was authorized by the owner. Not taking it would seem disrespectful. Should I go or not? If I didn't go today, it would get colder soon. Coming back to the county town might become more difficult. Today, when the fire started, no one knew what change of it might cause. Naturally, she felt safest in her own base. Many factories on the street called for everyone to help put out the fire. With a simple stomp, she thought, why hesitate? And decided to take action. At worst, she could hand everything over to Sheng Shi later, just as a temporary measure. She didn't realize that in just a few minutes, she had already accepted this young man as one of her own. There were no people in the alley, and the yard was very run down. She carefully checked the area before climbing over the wall. The yard looked abandoned, with dry, tall grass almost as high as a person. She didn't know where the things he mentioned were, nor could she tell if they were real or fake. She simply followed the path at the entrance and walked inside. The ground was covered with grass roots. She kept walking until she reached under the eaves, then circled around the house to the backyard, but found nothing unusual. She rested her chin on her hand and thought for a moment. There were only two possible reasons why Sheng Ziyuan was so confident. One was that he was lying to her. The other was that he was very sure the item was still there. Usually, if he had recently checked, he wouldn't leave any trace. She carefully examined the area twice, then returned to the backyard. She put on gloves and climbed through the window into the house. The front door was in an alley and not very noticeable, but what if someone saw her? Her actions now weren't exactly visible, and she couldn't explain her presence. Being cautious was wise. At this time, anything in the house that shouldn't be seen would be hidden away. She looked around inside, knocking and searching, but found nothing unusual. That was strange. She looked around helplessly, then remembered Sheng Ziyuan's words. She slapped her forehead and said, "Oh my, I'm so stupid. They said it's underground. Why am I searching inside the house?" She immediately went outside and found the well in the backyard. She examined it carefully. Sure enough, there were faint marks near the well and on the wall, even though they were covered with dust. The marks were different from the rest, and with careful observation, they could be seen. She put on gloves and shoe covers. Not finding a place to tie a rope, she was eager to leave. She put on a headlamp, held onto the well's edge, and slid down. Fortunately, Sheng Yuan was quite reliable. About 10 meters down, she found a noticeable large groove, with a protruding piece inside. The depth of the groove and the protrusion was roughly level with the well wall. It was dark below, and unless she reached out to feel, she wouldn't notice it. She reached out and pressed it, then slowly climbed back up several meters, always paying attention. If there was a trap or mechanism, she could hide in her base at any moment. A loud rumbling sound came from one side, lasting for about half a minute. After waiting a few more minutes to be sure there were no traps, she slid down and slipped through the small open door. She descended about 20 steps, and with her headlamp, she easily saw the entire secret room. At this moment, she couldn't help but marvel at how endless the imagination is. Since arriving in this era, she felt she was almost being assimilated. Although the base had countless supplies and wealth, more than she had ever seen before, she was still surprised by what was in front of her. The secret room, about 200 square meters, was packed with boxes stacked from the ground up to over 2 meters high. There was only a narrow space around the edges, leaving almost no gaps. She briefly expressed her surprise, then quickly thought about her situation. She waved her hand, making the boxes and items vanish into thin air. The scene was quite shocking. After confirming she hadn't left anything behind, she returned the way she came. As for the marks near the well, they couldn't be restored, and she didn't have time anyway. Looking at how abandoned the yard was, she guessed few people came here often. The traces underground would probably disappear after the next rain. She thought for a moment and decided to ignore it. After all, she was wearing shoe covers. If someone did find something, let them investigate. While everyone's attention was on the big fire, she followed a small path straight to the train station and found the second location that Sheng Yuan mentioned. She took everything there as before, then circled back to the main street through the back alley, deliberately passing near the burning house. Honestly, Sheng Yuan was quite capable. It had been almost an hour since she found him, and the fire was still burning fiercely. Surprisingly, she didn't smell gasoline, and the fire hadn't spread to the surrounding areas. It was almost as if nothing was wrong. Strange, isn't it? Even on the main street, she kept away from people, walking through alleys and small lanes. The streets were so empty that it was almost exaggerated. Even the elderly and children who couldn't help were standing at the alley entrances, watching the scene unfold. For her, moving around was very easy. Back at the state-run restaurant, more than an hour had passed. Several people were standing outside, watching the situation. If she didn't come back soon, they would call the police. When she saw her return, her eyes lit up. She looked behind her, but didn't see the person she wanted to see. Suddenly, a mist appeared in her eyes. Jija, isn't my dad looking for you? Why hasn't he come to pick me up yet? This is a story about a young child, around 4 or 5 years old, who has already been frightened. After spending a long time with some strangers, the child's nerves are very tense. The child suddenly can't hold back tears and starts crying loudly. Simple quickly pulls the child back from the crowd, ignoring her own worries, and gently holds him. She tells him, "It's okay, your dad is busy now, but he will come to pick you up soon." The child seems to sense something and reaches out toward the fire scene, crying out. Simple feels anxious and decides to give him a candy to calm him down. She reaches into her pocket and finds a small wooden dog carved by her friend, Sheng Yuan, with a red string tied around it. The dog is smooth and well-made, showing signs of frequent play. Sheng Shi, the child, takes the wooden dog happily, asking if it was really given by his dad. Seeing the child stop crying, Simple breathes a sigh of relief, feeling exhausted from the stress. She worries whether she can raise him safely. Sheng Shi looks at her and nods, seemingly agreeing. The group decides to leave quickly, carrying their belongings and hurriedly heading out of town on a cart, with Sheng Shi held in Simple's arms, quietly clutching the wooden dog. They had just arrived, and Lin Dongfang and Chen Zhengwo, who had gone to gather information during the chaos, also returned. They looked serious. Chen Zhengwo glanced at the child in her arms and shook his head simply. Jianjia's heart sank. She looked down at the suddenly quiet child, feeling a surge of sadness. Old man Wu didn't say a word. Seeing everyone was safe and sound, he raised his whip and drove the oxen to head back. Apart from Mingju, the other educated youths had never faced such a situation before. They found it hard to accept at first, and the atmosphere remained silent on the way back. Mingju had experienced similar things before. After today, she felt nothing special, just a sense of helplessness and emptiness. She couldn't see a way out. Even her joy from her recent marriage was overshadowed. Jianjia hugged the child, feeding him saliva, then a piece of candy, gradually getting used to him. Halfway home, Xingshi had pushed aside his sadness from earlier and leaned against Jianjia, chatting casually. Big sister, are we going to your house? How many people are there? Do you think they will like me? This child had once lived a good life, but suddenly fell from happiness to despair. Today's parade wasn't the first time, and the child had become very nervous around others, worried they might dislike him. As for empathy, it wasn't very strong. After all, they had only known each other for a few hours. Jianjia's initial role was just to take money and care for the child. But this obedient child did make people feel happy. Just me at my house, big sister. In the future, it will be just us two. Big sister, don't you have parents? Suddenly, everyone in the car looked over. After shopping in the county town, Jianjia was busy packing things. The others were anxious, waiting for her, and forgot to think about it. As a result, except for Lin Dongfang and his wife, the others hadn't sent their packages. When they reached the commune, they had to stop. Jianjia and Li Yan rushed into the post office before it closed and sent their parcels. They stood outside the post office in the evening breeze, and Jianjia shivered. They had used up a lot of energy during the day, and their half bowl of noodles had long been digested. They probably wouldn't have the strength to cook when they got home. She looked at the nearby state-run restaurant and asked, I need to buy some vegetables and dry food. Do you want to go? Li Yan and the others had planned to have a better meal at noon. They only managed a bowl of noodles during the chaos and saved some money. Sure, I'll buy a couple of things too. The group headed out. With the child not present, they finally asked, Are you really planning to raise that child? She simply sighed. How could she explain this? She didn't know that person at all, yet she adopted their child after just a few words. Who would believe that? Of course, she couldn't say the real reason. If she did, it might bring trouble. So she told a kind lie. It's not really like that. I went to see that person and found out he's a friend of my dad. Actually, this child is somewhat related to me. You know, my dad was a hero. For his sake, I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Could I really be so heartless? Some of it was true, some was not. You can believe it or not, but you shouldn't ask too many questions. Even close relationships have secrets. But after saying that, she realized the child was brought in suddenly and didn't even have a household registration or official paperwork. He was a complete outsider, a black household. She needed to think of a way to fix that. They bought some food and supplies. The sunset was already leaning west. Xiao Xingshi sat on the ox cart, waiting eagerly for Jian Dan. Big sister, come up quickly, the little orphan child, afraid Jian Dan might leave him behind again. This trip was quite eventful. When they left the county, the fire was still burning. If they hadn't been worried about causing trouble, they could have come back and told stories. From now on, we should go out less, everyone agreed. They had already heard about similar incidents happening recently. This wasn't even the worst. Some cases ended in tragedy. Tell the new young workers, too, to stay away from trouble, Chen Jiangwo sighed. I'll talk to Wang Zhijiang when we get back. Let them handle it themselves. The ox cart made several trips back and forth. They had already pulled a lot of people, especially the young workers. This was the quietest trip yet. When they arrived home, Jian Dan was the first to jump off the cart. Lin Dongfang and Chen Jiangwo also got down to help unload the things they bought. Open the door and put these inside the yard. Jian Dan didn't hesitate. She took the key, unlocked the door, and as soon as it opened, she was greeted warmly by the four little ones. Xingshi was startled and took a step back before realizing what it was. A puppy. It didn't sound scared, more like excited. Jian Dan felt relieved. Yes, a puppy. Do you like it? Looking at her small home again, she sighed once more. How could they all fit here? The child was only 4 years old. Fine, he was small and he could sleep in a tiny space. But the bigger room? Honestly, her house didn't even have enough space for a proper bed, just a small corner. Like, sister, he's just like me. That's good. Just don't fight, okay? A 4-year-old child and a few months old puppy, they really suit each other. She explained to Jixiang that he couldn't bite people, then simply went inside to tidy up. Today was really sudden and unexpected, catching her off guard. She didn't feel like doing anything else now, so she simply lit the stove, boiled some water to wash the child later. She heated the newly bought vegetables and dry food in another pot, then thought for a moment and steamed a small bowl of egg cakes. She wasn't sure about the child's appetite or taste, but at least they had food, which was enough nowadays. Why bother complaining? If she guessed right, the old man would go back and tell Lu Weimin, and soon he would come over. Sure enough, just after she turned off the stove, she heard Jixiang's excited calls, mixed with Huzi's voice. Jixiang, Rui, peace, happiness, it's me. We're not friends? Xingshi was having fun, but when she heard the calls, barking and knocking at the door, she suddenly became alert, like a startled bird. She turned around and ran to Jianjian. Jianjian sighed, feeling more regret.
What should she do now?
It's okay, someone has come. Let's go open the door together. Xingshi's big, round eyes looked at her in surprise. Then she looked at the door. She wasn't sure if she believed it, but she grabbed Jianjian's sleeve and followed her to the door. Huzi, why are you here? Have you eaten? Jianjia, my grandpa said you have a little brother. My grandma found Xiao Hua's small clothes for him. Her grandma meant that Huzi's clothes from when he was little were all worn out or no longer usable. She heard the old man say that the little brother was much smaller than Xiao Hua. Both the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law felt sad about it. They brought over clothes that couldn't be worn or shoes that hadn't been taken apart. Jian didn't ask much. Yes, this is my little brother. I just brought him home. Can you come and play with him? The new little friend, Huzi, was very interested. He nodded repeatedly. Tomorrow I will come. Can I bring Xiaohua too? Of course, you both can become good friends. She was about to go inside with a basin of laundry water when she remembered something. By the way, Huzi, ask your dad to help me make a bath basin. Huzi was still looking at the new friend. Sister, is it for the little brother? Yes, but it needs to be a little bigger. The little brother will grow up too. Tiger waved his hand and said, Don't worry, sister. I told my dad to make the best possible for my little brother. Xiao Shi, aren't you going to thank brother Huzi? Xiao Xingshi, seeing appear his age, was happy and quickly replied, Thank you, brother Huzi. At 4 years old, he still had a soft, baby voice. Cute as can be, Tiger grinned happily, showing his small white teeth. Sister, are you going to give your brother a bath? Let me help him. He looked at the basin that had been taken away and paused for a moment. Can you do it? Tiger crossed his arms and said, Sister, don't underestimate me. My grandma says I am a real man. Of course I can do it. I can do everything. My grandma also said that girls shouldn't bathe boys. Since I am a boy, I can give my brother a bath, but you can't. Simple, who has doubted, was stunned by his confident words. She looked at her own small hand, so tiny, and wondered, are boys and girls really different? She couldn't give her brother a bath, but seeing Tiger so eager, she didn't want to discourage him. She took the basin from his hands and went to the kitchen. The water in the pot was hot. She mixed hot and cold water, and soon a basin was ready. She placed it under the kitchen counter, right next to the stove with remaining fire. She turned off the stove, blocking out the cold air. All right, come quickly and take a bath. In no time, the two kids, now friends, held hands and went inside. Shengshi had been walking in town earlier and had already been through a lot. His clothes were so dirty, they looked like they had no color left. Simple didn't let him go to bed yet. She unbuttoned his clothes and asked, Xiaoshi, do you want brother Huzi to help you take a bath later? Huzi was eager to try. Little brother, we're boys. Girls shouldn't give us baths. Shengshi suddenly pulled his arms back and shook his head hard. No baths for boys.
Why?
We're boys. Girls shouldn't see us. Shengshi shook his head very firmly, clearly refusing. Little brother, do you want Sister Jian to give you a bath? Huzi held up his small hand, acting like a little adult. No, boys and girls are different. We can't do it together. Little Hand stared with big eyes, not sure if he understood. Anyway, he didn't let go of his small hand. Their looks changed, as if they were planning something sneaky, and they seemed to be on guard. The steam in the bowl was less than before. She sighed simply and felt more regret. Why was her mind slow, and her words slow back then? She had refused at the time. What was there to think about now? Although she didn't care much about this, since Xiao Doding was only 3 or 4 years old, Huzi's words made her think more. Her mind was a mess, but she decided to accept it and stepped forward to comfort herself. She just left her family, and it's normal for children to feel scared. Okay, come here. I'll wash you, she said, releasing her hold on him. Jiandan paused for a moment and started talking again. Tell me, why do you insist on finding me? Didn't you play nicely with brother Huzi just now? So, why can't you take a bath? After being here for a long time, Jiandan had heard that some children can play with others during the day and are fine with anything, but at night, when it's time to sleep, they must find their mother. The mother doesn't do anything special. She just stays nearby, and then the child can sleep peacefully. Could this child also be feeling like that? Hey, tell me, why can't brother Huzi give you a bath? He even brought you clean clothes, she asked. The clothes Xiao Doding wore in autumn weren't many. While she was talking, his clothes were about to be taken off, revealing a battered upper body. Hearing Jiandan's question, he frowned and muttered, not a boy. Jiandan didn't lift her head. What did you say? Come on, lift your arms. Not a boy, he said, voice suddenly rising. Jiandan's hand trembled, and Huzi behind him was also stunned. Who isn't a boy? I am, you're, and only Sister Jian is not. Sister Jian is a girl. No, I'm not, he insisted. What did you say? You're not a boy. Huzi looked confused. But you only have a little bit of hair, and you're clearly a boy, Jiandan said slowly, carefully examining his face. He's only 4 years old, and it's hard to tell gender clearly. His face was dirty, and he had a buzz cut, so it's no wonder everyone thought he was a boy. Does anyone know you're a girl? Xiao Doding bit his finger, his big eyes rolling around. Dad doesn't let me tell. Does everyone think you're a boy? Is that right? Yes, he nodded. Jiandan didn't know what to say. Was Sheng Zhiyuan wise? Or was he just thoughtful? Now, it seemed easier. One boy was gone, and a girl was added to her family. Most people probably wouldn't connect the two. The water was getting cold, so I hurriedly took a shower. I threw the dirty clothes directly into the stove pit to burn, then changed into Xiaohua's clothes. I guess it was a lucky mistake. The little bean is still white and tender, but there's not much flesh on his small face. He's probably been tossed around by those people. He still has a lot of bruises and purple marks. But this child is strong and doesn't cry out when hurt. After cleaning him up, I poured out the water. Inside, I lifted the lid of the pot and took out the hot food, placing it on the stove. Come quickly and eat. Huzi, go wash your hands and bring a small stool. Huzi stared blankly at his little brother suddenly turning into a little girl. His small brain hadn't figured it out yet. The egg cake is naturally for the child. As for Huzi, he just ate some simple dried vegetables with filling, and he looked so happy he was drooling. But at 8 years old, he already knew to be shy, so he scratched his head awkwardly. Big sister, I've finished eating. I simply pressed him onto the stool. Eat up. Each of us gets 2 pieces. Remember to bring Xiaohua over tomorrow to play with the little sister. Xiaoshi, she just arrived, and no one knows her yet. You all need to protect her, and not let anyone bully her. As I interrupted, Huzi's dried food was halfway into his mouth, but he quickly patted his chest and promised, with me here, no one will dare bully my sister. The fair-skinned little girl quietly enjoyed her egg cake, looking very happy, as if she had eaten some rare delicacy, her eyes curved in a smile. Simple was right. Just after eating, Lu Weimin arrived. Naturally, the first to greet him were Ji Xiang and the others, jumping around happily. But since they were acquaintances, they could come in. It was already dark outside. To avoid suspicion, Lu Weimin came with his wife. As soon as they entered, they saw 3 people sitting in a row near the stove. When they heard the door open, they all turned their heads to look at the couple. Simple finished her last bite and stood up. "Uncle, Auntie, you're here." Huzi quickly shoved the food into his mouth and stood to the side. "Master Weimin, Auntie." The remaining little bean looked at the visitors, saw everyone standing up, and hurriedly got up too. But since they didn't recognize him, he thought for a moment and then moved behind Simple to hide. Among the 3, only one was a stranger. Both the couple's eyes focused on her, but she couldn't hide. Wang Guohua was surprised. "Hey, didn't third uncle say it was a boy? Is this Xiaohua's clothes?" Most importantly, after washing, the child looked so clean and tender that he didn't seem much like a boy. I was quietly thinking about what to say, since there are procedures involved and I need to trouble Lu Weimin. Zhuzi raised his hand and said, I know. Not a little brother, but a little sister." "Andy, isn't the little sister pretty?" Wang Ho-hot pursed her lips. How should she respond? You have a sister at home, and you're praising someone else's sister for being pretty. Does that seem appropriate? But this child is indeed pretty, white and tender. Anyone who sees her would like her. "Little Jian girl, what's going on?" Jian pulled the child out from behind her. "Uncle, Annie, I met my uncle by chance in the county town. He got into some trouble, so I was asked to take care of this child. Honestly, over the years, my dad has been in contact with his family, but since we live far apart, I've never seen her before. This is the first time. She was a bit scared today. If I don't know her, that's one thing, but she's not a stranger. I can't just watch and do nothing. I decided to bring her home. Uncle, we don't take any village work points or quotas. I will support her myself. But her family had an accident, and she has no ID or anything. Can she settle in our village?" When Lu San mentioned this, Lu Weimin guessed that Jian's girl was very serious about her family. She brought her straight home, so the likely outcome is what he expected. Have you thought it through? You're not even an adult yet, and now you want to take care of another child. Have you thought it through? You're not even an adult, and if you take care of another little one, you'll be working alone. Jian gently pushed the little one and softly said, "Sit down and eat your meal properly." The little one looked around, not wanting to fight, and obediently sat back on the small stool to continue eating her egg cake. "Uncle, I understand what you mean, but this is my uncle's child. No matter what, I can't just ignore her. I'm her sister, so she can't eat fine grains, but she can have coarse grains. She can drink porridge with me and survive. Better than wandering the streets." Lu Weimin was about to scold her. Did she even listen to what she was saying? Drinking porridge? Living in the village, life is already the best it can be. He knew that she often went into the mountains. Besides other things, she rarely missed out on meat. Just make sure you've thought it through. If you want to settle her in the village, I can go back and register her. When I go to the commune, I'll ask someone I know to help register her. I know a little about this, but I didn't expect that the household registration system in the countryside would be so unorganized. Thinking about it, it's normal. Many families, especially those with girls, don't register their children at all, and some don't even get marriage certificates. In this way, some women might never need to use these documents in their lives. She simply went inside, packed a few things, and placed 100 yuan at the bottom of the basket. "Uncle, I won't say much else. I know it's not easy for you. This is just a favor from you. I can't ask you to beg others and bring things along. So, Uncle, I'll cover the cost of this.
Please take care of the rest."
She knew she wouldn't actually need that much money, but her words weren't wrong. Although the village chief is a local official, he still has connections with higher departments. They often deal with each other, and some might even be quite close and familiar. But those are his personal relationships and favors. It's about mutual exchange, and he doesn't need to spend these for her. So she'd rather pay enough to avoid any criticism. Asking for help requires the right attitude, showing respect and humility. Lu Weimin looked serious, wanting to say something. It wasn't difficult for him. Child, she quickly handed the basket to Wang Hohot. Uncle, you can see this came suddenly. When the child arrived, she had nothing with her. Nothing has been done for a day or two, but if it drags on, people will start to notice. So, I need your help to handle the formalities. Even my sister and I are worried about the trouble. Seeing the little one look up now and then, Lu Weimin didn't say much. He just nodded and accepted the things. All right, I'll go handle it for you tomorrow. By the way, what's the child's name?
How old is she?
Simple looked at Shengshi. Do you have a nickname? She wasn't sure what was going on with Sheng Ziyuan. The Sheng surname isn't very common, so it stands out. Maybe it's better to change both her first and last name now. If anyone investigates later, it won't be so easy to find her. The little girl shook her head. How about I give you a new name? Same surname as me, Jian. From now on, you'll be my little sister, okay? Lu Weimin in front of me wants to make up a fake name, and I have to help you register it? The little girl seemed hesitant at first. I crouched down to her eye level and said, from now on, when you're here with your sister, we will call you by one name. When Dad comes to find you, we will call you by your original name again, okay? The girl scratched her head. 2 names?
Yes.
Your sister will call you Xian, which means bright and thriving, just like her. You will share the same family name, Jian Xian. Is that okay? The 4-year-old little girl, Xiao Doding, didn't really understand what was good or bad. She just understood that sharing the same family name was simple, so she agreed. Big sister, you also give me a name. I want to have the same family name as you. Next to her, Huzi suddenly came over and said something heartfelt. Before Lu Weimin could react, his face darkened. What a naughty kid. He was forgetting his roots. I'll give you a name. You will share my family name, Lu Weimin said firmly. Huzi happily ran up to Lu Weimin and asked, really, sir? What name will you give me? Lu Weimin put the paper with a new name, birthday, and gender into the basket. He firmly grabbed Huzi by the collar and led him out the door, saying he would personally take Huzi home. All right, you all should go back quickly. Lock all the doors and windows. Xiao Jian, it used to be just you, but now that you have a little sister, you can't ignore her and run off to the mountains anymore. If anything happens, tell your aunt. She'll help you think of a solution, okay? Xiao Jian repeatedly thanked him and saw them off before locking the door. She looked down at the new family member and slowly called out the new name, Xian. Tell big sister, do you like it here? The newly appointed Xian, the little girl, was stunned for a few seconds before realizing that Xian was herself. I like it. That day, the child was actually quite tired. During the day, she was taken around the town, scared, then immediately handed over to a stranger by her biological father. She traveled all the way to this unfamiliar village. The only person she felt close to was Xiao Jian, so she clung tightly to her. Even when her eyes nearly closed from exhaustion, she didn't dare let go. Xiao Jian could feel the child's nervousness in her small hand. She understood how she felt, but she had no experience in comforting children. Seeing her eyelids drooping, she decided it was time to go back inside and sleep. They entered the house and locked the door. The small bed was warm from the fire. Xiao Jian laid her own bedding along the edge of the bed and added a smaller one inside. She gently placed the clean child on it, looked at her, and then took out a small pillow from behind the curtain on the shelf. Here, rest your head and sleep. We'll play again tomorrow. Xiaoxin was indeed sleepy. She arranged her pillow, closed her eyes, and within seconds, she started to snore softly. The room was usually just her own, so having someone else stay there was a bit strange. She tossed and turned until she finally fell asleep around midnight. Not long after, she was awakened by a child's crying. The sudden sound was startling, and she sat up quickly. It took her a few seconds to realize that the child was in her room, on her bed. She scratched her head, turned on the light with her dry eyes, and reached out cautiously to check. Feeling the child's breath, the little one rubbed against her and grabbed the corner of her pajamas, blinking as if to look at her. Slowly, the child calmed down. Xiaoman sighed, feeling like her good days might be over. Was she unknowingly inviting trouble? But when she looked at the small face with tears on it, she felt a bit helpless.
She whispered.
Their first night of living together had gone fairly safely. The autumn harvest was over, so there was no need to work early. Xiaoman wasn't in a rush to get up. She had slept late the night before and woke up startled again, so she didn't sleep deeply afterward. She felt tired and lazy in bed, reluctant to get up, and before she knew it, she drifted back to sleep. When she opened her eyes again, she felt much more relaxed. She reached under the quilt to find her warm clothes, but instead touched a small hand. She was startled and quickly pulled back, realizing belatedly that there was still someone else in the room. She turned her head and saw a young girl sitting in a corner of the bed, with the blanket folded up. Only her bedding was spread along the edge of the bed. Xiaoman's face flushed unexpectedly. "Cough, if you woke up, why didn't you call me? Are you hungry?"
she asked.
She put on her clothes, folded the blanket, and casually touched the bed. The warm air from last night was almost gone. "Are you cold? Wait a moment, I'll go light the fire, and it'll be warm soon." She added water to the big pot and lit the fire. The child had already gotten off the bed and was sitting beside Xiaoman. She glanced at her but didn't chase her away and instead started chatting casually. "What do you want to eat this morning? Porridge? Or maybe eggs and buns? Or steamed buns?" The Sheng family was living a good life, but at this child's age, she probably didn't remember much. Anyway, the two of them knew that life wouldn't be easy for long. Hearing Xiaoman talk, she silently swallowed, feeling hungry already. The more she listened, the hungrier she became. The child is not stupid. He may not understand the full meaning of being dependent on others, but he is aware and considerate. "That's fine, sister. The food is delicious." He simply scooped some millet, quickly rinsed it, and poured it into another pot. Then he took 2 burning pieces of firewood from the stove and placed them on top, pressing down with 2 stones. The pot soon started to steam. The millet porridge quickly formed bubbles, and he stirred it to prevent it from sticking to the bottom. He also added a cloth to keep it warm. The porridge probably wasn't enough to fill him, so he heated a few buns as well. "All right, today we'll have millet porridge and buns. Is that okay?" He covered the pot, and the water in the other pot boiled. He poured hot water into the kettle, then added half a pot of cold water to balance the temperature. He scooped some into a basin for washing his face. "Come quickly, wash your face, and get ready to eat." Xin, small and straightforward, placed the basin at the door.
"Come here."
"This is a towel for wiping your face. By the way, do you know how to brush your teeth?" Most families wouldn't care about this, but thinking of Sheng Ziyuan and remembering Xin's politeness yesterday, he felt it was important to pay attention to details. Sure enough, the little head nodded obediently. "That's good. Clean children tend to be better than messy ones." "Okay, the toothbrush and toothpaste are here. Can you do it by yourself?" He grabbed the towel and vigorously scrubbed his face until it turned a little red. His small mouth was still proud. "I can. I've grown up now." He went to pinch the little chubby cheeks, which weren't very obvious anymore. "All right, you've grown up and you're capable. Do you want to eat now?" He mumbled with toothpaste in his mouth, unclear. Yes, I want to eat." Washing his face was slow, but brushing his teeth was done in double speed, quick and efficient. He finished and even ran over to show his small teeth with a grin.
"Look, they're white now."
Yes, they're white. Let's go to bed and get ready to eat." The two of them weren't in a rush, so he simply set the dining table. They each had a bowl of soft millet porridge, almost falling apart, with a thick layer of rice oil floating on top, golden and appetizing. In a small basket were a few buns, shiny with oil, and the aroma wafted straight into the nose. Finally, there were 2 plates of small salted vegetables. He thought about bringing salted duck eggs, but they wouldn't be ready for another month, and he didn't want to treat the table differently. Luckily, the pickled vegetables were also good, crisp cucumbers that paired perfectly with the porridge, making for a very satisfying meal. Xin ate without lifting her head, drinking half a bowl of porridge before glancing at the steamed bun nearby. She looked at the simple food again, but didn't dare to reach out. That night passed, and she didn't even know if her dinner was real or if she would be sent away the next day. Since waking up, she had been feeling very nervous. Jian looked at her briefly, then ate another bun. There were 2 more in the small basket, but they were not big. Jian simply pushed the basket over. "I'm full. This is yours." The child immediately looked up, opened her mouth wide, and her big eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't eaten many buns before. Did she really have to give them all to her? "What's wrong?" Jian asked curiously. "1 bowl of porridge is enough to fill me? Why don't I eat the buns?" Her small hand holding the spoon clenched tightly. "Big sister, are these buns also for me?" "Of course. There are only the 2 of us at home.
Who else would I give them to?"
Hurry up and eat. Once you're full, Brother Huzi will come to play with you." The child looked confused again, as if she was thinking about something, and suddenly shivered. "Who is Brother Huzi? Is he here to catch me?" Jian sighed again. "Why would he catch you?" "Brother Huzi is the young man who came yesterday." Seeing that she still looked confused, Jian explained directly, "The young man who was going to give you a bath yesterday?" The child's eyes widened, and she waved her hands repeatedly. No, I won't go. No, let's go quickly." Jian smiled softly. "Oh, Xin doesn't like it? Fine, I won't let him come." The child was very innocent. In just a few words, she revealed her thoughts. "Big sister, he's a boy and I'm a girl. I don't want him to see me bathing." No, Brother Huzi has a sister at home named Xiaohua. You can call her Sister Xiaohua. He has a sister, so he simply likes you." Her little head seemed to freeze, not expecting this. What she didn't expect was that during breakfast, someone suddenly came over. "Jianjie, we're here. Where's Sister Xin?" A small person, holding a bowl bigger than her head, struggled to cross the threshold and placed it on the stove. She looked steady as she landed, and she broke out in a cold sweat first. Jian praised her. "Wow, little Xin is so amazing. She can help sister with chores." At this moment, Brother Huzi and his friend entered the house. "Jianjie, can I take Sister Xin out to play?" Jian didn't answer. She looked down at the little one and asked softly, "Do you want to go out? There are many children your age in the village. Would you like to go out with Brother Huzi and see?" Sister asked if Jixiang and the others could follow you, okay? Xin didn't respond, but Huzi was the first to get excited. "Really, sister? Are we really allowed to take the puppies outside? Boys are always curious about wild things." No matter their age, Huzi really liked these puppies. Every time he came, he would play with them for a long time. But it was only in this yard. The children were young, the dogs didn't understand much, and they didn't want to cause trouble. "Go ahead, but don't run too far, and don't cause trouble. Come back soon."
Got it.
Excited, Huzi pulled Xin and Xiaohua, who were still a bit confused, and they hurried outside. Jixiang and the others ran around happily once they were outside. Xin looked back anxiously, still unsure how she felt. Looking back now, she realized she and Sheng Ziyuan were strangers who had never seen each other without masks. They met for the first time yesterday. She wondered what she was thinking then, why she paid more attention to them instead of rejecting their trust immediately. Was it the small figure who silently endured the beating and fought back in despair? Or her father, who suffered humiliation but never gave up, even when he was maliciously targeted at the children? Or maybe she was just interested in the good things Sheng Ziyuan mentioned, which eventually led to this situation. She couldn't even imagine that she had personally brought this all on herself. Thinking about it, she was just a 16-year-old girl, and now she had taken in a 3- or 4-year-old child. Could she believe it? She found it hard to believe. Looking back, she thought she must have been under some spell yesterday, or she wouldn't have taken on such a responsibility. And Sheng Ziyuan, he was even bolder. A stranger, so young and inexperienced, and he dared to trust her with a child, offering such a big reward. If it had been someone else, they might have just taken advantage of her. In the simple base, with its vast wealth, boxes of treasures, her eyes sparkled at the sight. Those boxes looked like they contained generations of accumulated wealth: gold, silver, antiques, old books. They had a wide range of items, but gold was the main focus. Xiaojie admired Sheng's ancestors' wisdom. Gold has always been a stable currency, no matter the era. Although she considers herself not a good person, she is also not a terrible villain. In her past life, bloodshed was common, so she truly isn't a kind-hearted person. After crossing over, worried about being discovered, and given that her new identity isn't very pure, she initially just wanted to find a safe place to live quietly.
She didn't dare to act boldly.
When she arrived in the countryside, she didn't encounter any of the so-called top-tier people from the novel. She hadn't had a chance to do anything yet, but she gradually adapted to the simple life here. From being cold and numb with blood on her hands, she became someone who could save others. Over a year, she completely changed into a person very different from her previous self. Not just in how she lives, but also in her attitude and way of doing things. She became the opposite of the flamboyant young lady she once was. Tiger was happy. Usually, he only had his little sister, Xiaohua. The old lady didn't want Xiaohua to play too much with troublemakers. Now that he saw his sister, he wanted to show her off. There weren't many pretty and clean girls in the village. Even Xiaohua wasn't as fair-skinned as this girl. A few other children, when they ran around happily, had no restraint. With Tiger, they quickly ran out of sight. Not only Xiao Xian, but even Xiaohua was left behind. But after a while, Xiaohua became familiar with this. If her brother went crazy, there was no hope. Looking at her little sister, let's not play with those boys anymore. I'll take you to my house. My grandma and mom really like you. Xiao Xian was a bit reluctant to leave. She was worried because Tiger had run off, and her panic was rising. She followed Xiaohua, glancing back often. Xiaohua was gentle and soft-spoken. Xiao, little sister, don't be afraid. I'll take you to my house. I have good food there, given by Sister Jian. I'll share it with you, and later I'll send you back. The word Sister Jian still worked, making Xiao Ding feel more at ease. Really? Xiaohua gently held her small hand, not daring to squeeze too hard. Really? Are you cold? These are my childhood clothes. Later, my mom will see if she has warmer ones. It's going to get cold soon. Watching over the old lady and Sun Xiang, both pure rural children, Xiaohua knew everything she needed to. Her family just didn't want her to. Xiaohua spoke naturally, and Xiao Ding quickly lowered her guard. When they reached Lu's house, the two children were chattering happily. When the door was pushed open, Little Flower shouted, "Grandma, Mom, look who's here." Her loud voice not only called the family out but also scared Little Bean, who hid behind Little Flower. "Flower, why did you come back? Weren't you going to see Little Jian? Did you see that kid?" "Mom, maybe we should go see them later. That Tiger boy still can't speak clearly." "Okay, after we finish here, let's go." Whether it's a girl or a boy, that little girl's family probably isn't prepared. Little Flower waited a while, but since her mother and sister started talking, she got angry and shouted again, "Grandma, look, who's this?" The old lady smiled warmly and walked outside, coming. "Why are you shouting? Your big sister Jian is at home. Why didn't you help out?"
Oh my.
She approached and looked at the small head peeking out from behind her granddaughter. There was nothing unclear anymore. "You've brought the kid back? Come inside quickly, let Grandma see." The old lady spoke loudly, but gently. Little Xian leaned on Little Flower and didn't pull back. Little Flower felt happy. "Grandma, is the little sister pretty?" She turned to show her friends. "This is my grandma. Isn't she lovely?" Xian blinked her eyes. How lovely was she? The old lady caught a word. "A little sister? She really is a girl. Sit down, let Grandma see." There weren't many younger girls around Little Flower. Now that she was a big sister, she even puffed out her chest. "Grandma, does Sister Jian have more good snacks?" It was clear she wanted to share with her friends. The old lady didn't stop her, smiling kindly and pointing to a small box on the shelf. "It's in that little box on the cabinet. Go get it yourself." The children didn't want to eat the simple snacks right away. They kept some for later, taking a small bite when they craved it. Little Flower stepped on a stool and climbed onto the wardrobe, quickly holding the box and bouncing back to the bed. Come quick, look. These are from Sister Jian. I didn't even want to eat them all. Here's peach cookies and egg cakes. The old lady looked at the children's clothes and naturally recognized they were from her granddaughter's childhood. Mom, she really is a little girl. Why is she so pretty? Sun Xiang also heard the girl shouting excitedly and thought something was wrong, so she came in to see. She saw the child sitting by the bed, sharing snacks. Little Flower straightforwardly answered. Sister Jian said the little sister's name is Jian Xian, called Little Xian Xian. Isn't that nice? Tilting her head, she thought for a moment. Mom, maybe I should change my name too. How about Xin? After sending off a few children and the little dog, the house became completely quiet. At first, she felt a bit uncomfortable with the silence. Since there was an extra person in the house, many things needed to be bought or rearranged. For example, she could temporarily wear Xiaohua's clothes, but she couldn't wear someone else's underwear. And since the temperature was dropping, Xiao Xian only had the clothes she was wearing. The immediate need was for cotton-padded clothes and shoes, and she didn't have underwear either. When she thought about it, she realized she had quite a lot to do. But despite her worries, she didn't delay. She went outside to look for cotton and fabric. Soon, she carried a bundle and left the house. Xiaohua was a generous older sister. She happily shared her snacks with her new little friend, not just because she was pretty and well-behaved, but also because the little girl was from Sister Jian's family. Sometimes having an idol-like image played a big part. The child didn't have a big appetite. Not long after breakfast, she ate a piece of peach pastry, and her belly started to swell. When she entered the house, the small girl was sitting on the edge of the kong, a traditional bed, holding a large teacup and drinking water. When she saw Xiao Jian come in, her eyes lit up immediately. She put down the cup and was about to slide onto the ground. The old lady reached out and gently lifted her up. Why are you in such a hurry? Aren't you coming over? I knew you'd come.
This is all so sudden.
You're just a kid, and now you've taken care of another kid. Behind Xiao Jian, Xiao Xian's small, round head was snoring softly as she sat on the edge of the kong.
It's okay.
It's good that I caught her in time. Otherwise, I'd be worried. I can't just let her live by herself. She's so tiny, and if someone bullies her, she wouldn't even know how to fight back. I can't trust others to take care of her. I'll raise her myself. She's my sister, she said, starting to sigh. Honestly, if I hadn't run into my uncle yesterday, I wouldn't even recognize her. I only found out she was a girl when I was bathing her yesterday. I thought she was a little brother, she explained. Third Master saw her yesterday. He said she looked like a little beggar, and no one would believe she's a girl. Even her biological father can't tell. If someone else raised her, who knows what she'd be like, she continued. Anyway, I'm here alone. I might as well keep her company. We grew up together, me and her. Isn't that pretty good? You. Since it's come to this, there's nothing more to say. All right, you're right, but you should be aware, although she's just a child, she doesn't eat much or wear much. There are still many worries. Since you're raising her, you must take responsibility. Simple smiled lightly and pushed the bundle forward. Third aunt, the child came yesterday suddenly, and she has nothing. Look at her, these clothes were sent by you guys. It's getting cold now, and this isn't enough. I found some cloth and cotton, and I'll need your and Annie's help to make a few outfits. Look at these shoes, they're the same ones she wore yesterday. How can she get through winter like this? Since Simple arrived, the child had snuggled close to her, leaning on her and not moving away. Their closeness was obvious to everyone. The shoes on her feet were the same as yesterday. Recently, she's been pulled along in parades, and since she's small, she can't keep up. She's often dragged along, so even the best shoes are useless. The front of her shoes is worn out, and her toes are showing. The old lady untied the bundle, looked inside, and saw there was plenty of cloth and cotton. She secretly made plans. All right, the two of us will sew her a thin cotton-padded jacket and make a pair of shoes for her in the next couple of days. She can wear those first. The rest isn't urgent. It's cold now, but it'll be a few days before it gets really cold. Don't worry, it won't delay her wearing them. Sun Xiang also kept agreeing. Mother, I'll make a pair of small shoes for my niece. It seems she can wear them, right? I'll go get them and try them on her. If they fit, I'll give them to her. Sun Xiang went inside to rummage through boxes. The old lady smiled happily. 2 years ago, your auntie made a pair of shoes for her niece, but they turned out too small. She didn't want to give them away and kept them instead. If it weren't for you guys, I'd be in trouble again. Simple also sighed in relief. Honestly, she wasn't afraid of going up the mountain or anything like that. She really didn't know how to take care of children. She never had the chance before, and other kids' families wouldn't let her help. In this life, she's still a child herself. She simply doesn't have that skill. Soon, Sun Xiang came out holding a pair of cloth shoes with thick soles. It was clear she put thought into them. The soles were a bit soft, but the upper part still had small red flowers, bright colors that girls liked in this era. The little girl knew she couldn't wear them yet, but she stared at them for a long time. Xiao Xian looked at Simple, obediently stretched out her small foot, and Sun Xiang gently put the shoes on her. Mother, look, they fit perfectly. Really? The old lady also took a look and was pleasantly surprised.
Both shoes are on.
Xiao Xian stands up on the Kong bed, steadies herself, then looks down and stretches her foot to show Jiandan. New shoes. Yes, new shoes. Aunt made them herself. Should you thank Aunt? Xiao Xingshi's good upbringing shows in her obedient posture. Thank you, Aunt. Her sweet little voice makes people feel warm inside. Sun Xiang is no exception. She hasn't had children after having Xiao Hua, and hearing this soft voice makes her heart melt. No need to thank me. When evening comes and there's nothing to do, I'll make you a cotton coat, so you won't be cold. This time, Jiandan didn't need a reminder. She simply thanked her in a sweet voice. Thank you, Aunt. These are new shoes. Sister, they're so comfortable. Actually, Jiandan feels a bit sad. With such a wealthy family, she should be living a luxurious life, not just happy over a pair of cloth shoes. Yes, new shoes. Aunt is so capable. Even sister can't make them. The child looked at Jiandan, then squeezed herself into her arms. Aunt is amazing. Sister is also amazing. Xiao Hua cheered from the side. Jianjia is definitely great. She can even hunt wild boars. No one else dares to do that, huh? Wild boar? Piggy? It's meat, little sister. Wild boar is a kind of meat very tasty.
Slurp, slurp.
2 sounds of drinking in the room echoed softly. After talking about clothes, Jiandan thought about home. Yesterday, I told Huzi to ask Uncle Wangming to help make a big bath basin, a little larger. Huzi said he's going to find some good wood. The wood here isn't very good. They said they'd look for a better piece. Don't worry, I'll make it for you when I get back. Jiandan quickly waved her hand. No need to rush. Actually, we can wash with the laundry basin at home. I was just thinking, since I'm a little girl and our clothes get so dirty when we work outside, the bacteria in that basin probably isn't little either. It's not a big deal to use this basin. Although that's true, in the countryside, most families only have one basin for washing face and feet, and they share one towel for the whole family. You're really not picky. When it's your turn, it's just right. But this time, isn't it enough? Jiandan also thought about this. Her small Kong bed is just for one person. Now she's still young, and her child is small. When she grows a bit more, it'll be really crowded. And if that happens, she really wouldn't have any personal space at all, making it much harder to enter the base. Now it's not so crowded, but after the new year, I'll be 17. This kid is growing up fast, changing every year. Being so squeezed like this really isn't a good solution. Third aunt, what should I do? My small room is pretty good. I don't want to move. Do you think I can add another half room to my place? It's about the same size as my current room, and when she grows up, she can live there too. Being so cramped with just the 2 of us isn't right. There are more than 10 years left, so everything should be prepared in advance. How well life goes depends entirely on ourselves. The elderly woman nodded. That's true. Your room is really too small. Let me think, your house is the east room. Which side of the front is more open? She frowned slightly. The front of the east room is pretty much the same on both sides. Back then, the wall was built based on the current position, and there was no space left. Who would think of this? I thought I wouldn't need to change my house for many years.
No worries, no worries.
If you want to add on somewhere, let Wei Min and the others take a look later. Things are fixed. People are flexible. If there's no space, just think of a way. Your yard has no one on either side. If you want to add a room on one side, just push down the wall there. Once it's done, you can block it up again. It's just a wall, no big deal. Once it's finished, it's settled. Simple truly didn't expect this kind of solution. Following her principle of tinkering, she even considered that if nothing else worked, she could build an extra room in the yard. It might look a bit out of place, but at least it would be in the same yard, so she'd feel more at ease. Hearing the elderly woman say this, she also nodded her head. Wow, how did I not think of that? The wall isn't even nailed to the ground.
Ah, I was worried about it.
How did I even think back then? I just built a small bed. Sun Xiang couldn't help but laugh. Jian Jiqing, your house is so small. If you want to build a big bed, there's no space. That's true. I was just thinking that since I'm alone, it's perfect that way. Alright, if you think this plan works, go find Wei Min, tell him what I said. Have him find someone to help you. Since work is light right now, everyone has time, and it's not freezing yet. Hurry up and do it. There's no rush to move in. You can take your time and heat it up later. Yes, Simple agreed, standing up. She decided to go early and not wait. Go back and check what else needs fixing at home. Once the workers arrive, let them fix everything together, so you won't have to worry about problems later. How can you handle it alone? All right, third auntie. I'll go find Uncle Wayman now. Little Xin can stay here for now. Please watch her for me. I'll come back later to pick her up. After finishing her words, the elderly lady pretended to chase people away. Hurry up, it's almost noon. The kids can stay here for now. It's a good chance for Xiao Hua to keep her company. Okay, little Xin. Sister will handle things now. I'll come back later to pick you up. Play nicely with Sister Xiao Hua. I'll bring some good food for you when I return. She didn't show much reaction to the food, but Xiao Hua responded cheerfully, Sister Jian. I'll go and take care of my sister. Lu Weimin had been up early for several days and went straight to the commune. The local officials and the commune staff knew each other well, many for years, so dealing with household registration was quite common. He simply picked up what was needed. He wasn't stingy. What should be given was given. What should be handed over was handed over. There's a difference between showing face and genuine effort. There are many tricks and pitfalls in these dealings. When benefits are delivered and people are happy, every step runs smoothly without hidden risks. In less than half a morning, he returned with a household registration for an additional person. He borrowed a bicycle from Lu Xiaoxiang next door to save time. As soon as he entered the house and took a sip of water, the simple task was done. Your nose is really sharp. I just got in, and you're already here? Simple was stunned for a few seconds before remembering that she had said yesterday she would help her with household registration today. She awkwardly scratched her head. I forgot about that. Wang Guohua came in with water. Forget it, no big deal. Can I come chat with you? Sit down and have some water. Lu Weimin threw the new household register onto the table with a stern face. Here, take it and go. Wang Guohua was angry and reached out to grab it, then sat beside Simple. Are you now at ease? Looking at the second page of the household register, Simple nodded repeatedly. She never thought about adding a new person to her household. Is there something you need when you came here? Wang Guohua was straightforward, and Simple liked it that way. Yeah, uncle, auntie. You know my room, right? Only one person can live there. It's a bit crowded now. Can you add another half room? It doesn't need to be big, just enough for someone to stay. Everything else is fine. No need to move the kitchen. Just add a bedroom for sleeping. The child is over 5 years old now and growing fast. He's okay now, but when he gets bigger, it will be less convenient. Lu Weimin nodded. Do you have any ideas? After all this time, he could tell this wasn't a plan without hope. Hee, I knew I couldn't fool you. Simple didn't hide anything. I just came from third master's house. Third grandma said, why don't you go see if you can add a room on the west side of the kitchen? First, push down the west wall, finish the work, then block it up again. Would that work for you? It seems fine. Both sides are empty land, so it's convenient. Lu Weiman thought for a moment and nodded. I'll go check. It should be fine. Just add one room this time. Or, is there anything else you want to do? It's not a big deal. Let's see if there's anything else that needs fixing, and we can handle everything together. Just like with the old lady. Simple didn't hesitate and really thought for a moment. Probably, there's nothing else, right? She had lived here for over a year and actually liked this small house. She hadn't thought of any major changes. She did want to add an indoor bathroom, but she knew that wasn't realistic. Still, it reminded her she was hungry. Over the year, she mostly took care of her personal needs at the base. With more people, cheating would be even harder, which was a real headache. Thinking about the upcoming winter, Simple quickly brought her focus back to reality. Uncle, nothing else, just the new room. Let's turn it into a fireproof wall. Just us, the kid is small, and I'm afraid of the cold. Hee hee. That was easy. Lu Weiman immediately agreed. Seeing she had no other instructions, he didn't delay. He picked up his teacup, took a few sips, then got up to leave. All right, I can't explain everything to you. Sit here. I'll find someone. I'll try to go this afternoon. The sooner it's done, the better. We'll fix any uneven spots directly.
Huh?
Was she being ignored? Before Simple could argue, Lu Weiman had already left quickly and was out of sight. Let's talk about us. Let him find someone to do it properly so you won't be cold.
I'm not worried about that.
I'm not new here. I know how my uncle and the villagers are. I just want to say, I haven't paid you yet. Seeing this, Wang Ho-hot let out a sigh. No need to worry. Just wait and see. All right, since everyone has already said what they needed to, there's no point in overthinking it. I've said everything I wanted to, and it's the same whether I give it now or later. After sitting here for a while, when I went back to Lu's house to pick up the kids, Xiao Jianxin was already playing happily with Xiao Hua. There was no more of the morning's hesitation or shyness. She didn't bother us. She just sat beside the old lady inside the house, sighing, kids are so nice. They make friends so quickly. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law spread out a quilt and some cotton, busy working without looking up. What do you think? Just watch. Tomorrow they'll be out playing together on their own. Then I won't have to worry. I won't even need to watch the kids. You're really dreaming. There's so much to do when raising children. You have to be careful. Sun Xiang looked up, threading a needle. Mom, she's still just a kid herself. How could she understand all that? That's true. By the way, is your house ready? The old lady asked, bringing up the previous topic.
Jian Dan no dead.
Yes, it's settled. Uncle Weiman is helping me find someone. He said they might start this afternoon. It's getting cold, so it's better to finish early. Yeah, it's about to freeze outside. That kid is so small. Once everything's done, she can't sleep alone, right? Jian Dan also thought about this. Recently, it's probably not a good idea. The child still lacks a sense of security. She plans to go to the base, but there are other options. No need to rush. No, that's not good. She's too young. If she kicks off the blanket at night, I wouldn't feel at ease if I don't watch her. I was thinking, since this room needs to be expanded anyway, why not just make the bed a little bigger? Tonight, I'll sleep with her in the east room first. The west room was just built, and it's still damp. We need to light a fire. Last winter, I planted some greens in that trough, and they did pretty well. I thought I'd plant some again this year, just put them in the west room. If we do that all winter, our vegetables will increase a lot, right? This winter, our living won't be affected, and planting vegetables won't be delayed. Plus, the house will be fixed up by then. After the new year, the child will turn 5. When spring comes and it's warmer, I'll let her sleep alone in the west room, on the big bed, and she can roll around as she likes. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law listened, and even their work stopped. Last year, when I saw you planting those vegetables, I wanted to ask, how did they grow so well? You finished the troughs, and we did the same at home. You didn't see last winter, but those vegetables weren't doing well. all droopy and sad. How could that be?
This was my first time planting.
You've been doing it for so many years. How could mine be like that? Dan was simply letting the vegetables grow naturally. She was also puzzled. This shouldn't be happening, right? Third aunt, I didn't see your vegetables last year when I came over. Are you not staying in this house? No. We're staying in our own house, said Sun Xiang. During the day, the children play in this house, and visitors also stay here. That lush green looks fresh in winter. When the time comes, everyone will pull out the weeds together, so we decided to leave things as they are. Thinking about it simply, I understood. Auntie, you also stay in this house during the day? Sun Xiang didn't deny it. Yes, we stay here all day, so we don't need to burn anything. Plus, when there are more people, it doesn't feel cold. The old lady understood. That's right. We just thought too much.
My mind isn't as sharp as it used to be.
I didn't say anything, said Giant Pain, looking at the time. It was almost noon. She stood up, ready to take Xiao Xian home. You all go ahead. We need to go back. Maybe someone will come this afternoon. We have to tidy things up and clean the yard. Otherwise, it'll be busy when they arrive. The old lady looked outside, but didn't stay. All right, go back and cover the house a bit. Don't tear down the wall between the kitchen and the west room completely, just make a doorway. That way, it won't be full of dirt everywhere, and it saves some trouble. Okay, I understand. Giant Pain was about to leave when Sun Xiang called out, if anything happens, just send Huzi to call me. Giant Pain waved her hand from afar and led Xiao Xian back. The little girl was very happy, her face flushed, and she was bouncing as she walked. The only thing that looked a bit odd was her short haircut. Did you have fun? The little girl's eyes sparkled as she smiled. Big sister, Hua is so nice. Seeing her like that, Giant Pain also felt relieved. Good, come back to play again when you have time. Before they reached the house door, several children ran over excitedly, kicking up dust along the way. They hurried over and circled around the two, with Huzi panting behind them. Wait a moment, Jixiang, you all ran too fast. Huzi led the group of children, all chattering and following along. They weren't ready to leave the puppy behind. But when they saw there was a new, unfamiliar child, their eyes immediately turned to her. The little girl was so frightened she hid behind Giant Pain. Giant Pain quickly understood. These kids came rushing in, probably reminded her of some bad memories, and she felt a pang of sadness. She didn't force her to come out, but instead took out a handful of candies. This is my little sister. Her name is Jianxin. From now on, outside, you can help take care of her, okay? In the village, the adults and children all knew each other well. The children liked her very much because she was generous and spoke kindly to them. She never looked down on them. What children see is naturally different from what adults see. Adults think more about life and reality. To children, Sister Jian is like a fairy from the sky. She often gives them food, and if they help her, she gives them a piece of candy. During festivals or New Year, she also gives them 2 pieces of candy when they visit. Last year, when they went to pay respects, she even grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds for them. Children don't have bad intentions. They're just curious about things they haven't seen or tasted because life can be tough on them. Yes, I can. Sister Jian, I can too.
She will be my sister from now on.
Go away. Your sister is already in a bad state. This is Sister Jian's sister. Exactly, don't talk nonsense. Your sister is being spoiled by your mom. She works at home every day and doesn't get any food. Tiger, who arrived first, was pushed to the side as others squeezed in. He was so anxious he kept jumping up and down. Jian was also a bit cramped, so she quickly raised her hand. Here, 1 piece each, she said evenly. Sure enough, each child got a piece. Watching the little hands try to tear open the candy and stuff it into their mouths, Jian's face darkened. She deliberately raised her voice. Tiger, come here. The children automatically made way for him, watching eagerly. Jian slowly finished her candy, and with everyone's envy and anticipation, she suddenly smacked the candy into Tiger's mouth, muttering loudly, "Oh, only clean kids are loved. All those germs are now in your stomach, TSK, TSK, TSK." Without caring about their reactions, she took Jianxin and the 4 little ones into the yard. Outside, the children scratched their heads. Are we not clean? After a while, one child finally spoke, but didn't say anything. Instead, he opened his mouth and suddenly burst into tears. I don't want to eat germs. He turned around and ran home, clearly frightened. The other children weren't much better. They cried a couple more times. But after that, they stopped chattering. Brother Tiger, what are germs? Tiger had heard of them before. He puffed out his chest and acted serious. You don't know? Germs are the dirty stuff on your hands. If you don't wash your hands and eat, they turn into bugs in your stomach. The children's group immediately exploded into noise. Really? I don't want bugs. I don't want bugs, Mom. I want to find my mom, boo-hoo. Mom, I have bugs in my stomach. Wow. Both the big and small ones behind the door were stunned. Tiger, who had just been showing off, was also shocked. What happened? Why are all the friends crying and running away? Scratching his head, he couldn't figure it out. After thinking for a moment, he decided to follow them back to the village. Jianxin's eyes sparkled. Big sister, they are crying. Without hesitation, Jianxin quickly explained, yes, Tiger scared them into crying. Did you hear? If you eat dirty things on your hands, they turn into little bugs in your stomach and all the tasty food you eat gets eaten up. The little girl waved her hands quickly, frightened. I won't eat it, I won't. I wash my hands, I wash them clean. Jianxin was satisfied. Want to eat something? Big sister will make it for you. The little girl thought for a long time, but couldn't decide. Egg cake? Jianxin looked at her. It seemed she hadn't had a peaceful day since she could remember. Maybe she had eaten it before but forgot, only remembering the egg cake. Okay, go wash your hands. I'll start cooking. Do you understand?
Got it.
She answered cheerfully, with her cute little voice. That was quite comforting. The door was not closed. Jianxin lit the stove in the kitchen. The little girl followed in and out, avoiding when Jianxin poured oil, and leaning in when she smelled the delicious aroma.
Wow, eggs.
Big sister, eggs. Do you want to eat eggs? The little girl nodded eagerly, drooling without noticing. Jianxin chuckled. This child was really pitiful. With her basic cooking skills, she could only make a bowl of egg drop noodle soup for now. Yet, she was already craving it so much. Is it tasty? The little girl didn't lift her head while eating and eventually finished all the soup, patting her belly and letting out a big burp of satisfaction. Honestly, Jianxin understood how some chefs felt. Seeing her cooking appreciated was a very happy and enjoyable thing. Last night, she had a nightmare. Today, she had gone crazy all morning. After eating, her eyelids started to droop. She was only a few years old but still insisted on staying awake, sitting on a stool, her small head bobbing little by little. Jianxin was worried she might fall off. Quickly, she picked her up and laid her on the bed. She was really tired and exhausted. The child almost clung to her pillow, and Jianxin admired her for that. She covered her with a thin, small blanket. Outside the door, voices could be heard, and the 4 little ones in the yard started barking as a warning. Judging by their stance, they were ready to rush out at any moment. Quickly, she hurried outside, opened the big door in a few steps, and moved a few small animals to the side. Uncle, you guys are so fast, coming so early. Have you eaten yet? Everyone responded, yes, we've already eaten. Jian Jiqing, what do you want to do? Should we just tear it down and rebuild it for you? Exactly, it's only a few days' work. No, Jian quickly refused. She was already noticeable enough. She preferred to leave this opportunity to others. Just on the west wall, add a room. The bed should be a bit bigger, and there should be a firewall. A few people took tools and went over. Just one room? Will that be enough? Lu Weimin also saw that the girl now didn't want to stand out or make trouble. All right, she just wants one room, so we'll build one. After finishing, we'll rebuild the wall. This is just a small job. Why not hurry up? Don't mess around. This is our own family. Let's do it properly. After finishing, check for any loose spots and fix them well. Brother Weimin, you can rest assured. We won't fool around with our own people. Others joined in. Exactly. What kind of people are we if we can't do this? Despite the chatter, the work didn't slow down. In just a few minutes, the west wall was pushed down. As dirt flew everywhere, they were about to start smashing the wall and making a door. Jian suddenly remembered there was someone sleeping on the bed. She quickly went inside, found a long piece of cloth, and hung it on the door frame to minimize the impact on the east room. She looked around. There was nothing unusual in the east room. The curtains were all drawn, and cleaning the dust was a small matter. She hadn't expected them to come so quickly and forgot about the child. She thought the noise would disturb the child and make him sleep restlessly. But the wall was already half demolished, and the child was still snoring loudly. If she listened carefully, she could hear the little snores. Jian, inexperienced and a bit confused, wondered if something was wrong or if everything was fine. After hesitating for a while and seeing the child sleeping more soundly, she decided not to worry anymore. Maybe the child took the noise as a lullaby. Everyone was skilled and worked well together. After smashing the wall, they set the door frame, sealed the gaps, and smoothed everything out. Done with that task. The door couldn't be installed now. They started digging and laying the foundation, building the wall with earth. Jian simply and decisively blocked the door opening. After tidying up the kitchen, nothing was delayed. It was late autumn now, with low temperatures in the mornings and evenings. Freezing was only a matter of time. It's clear that Simple doesn't care much about this meal, and the villagers all know that. However, when it comes to helping her, water can't be ignored. They boiled a pot of water with sugar and only called everyone after it cooled down. The homeowner is thoughtful, so they naturally take their work seriously. Adding a room isn't a big job, but it still involves a full process. Once everything was done, Simple checked the roof and the firewood shed again, even making the walls stronger than before. They tested the chimney and fire wall, connected the stove and the brick bed, making sure everything was done neatly. A few people then packed up and left. When giving Lu Weimin the money, Simple praised him again. "Uncle, our village's uncles and elders are really honest. The room I tidied up is so neat, no drafts at all." Lu Weimin was so happy, he almost smiled from ear to ear. Isn't that a compliment? After finishing the house, the weather turned cold. Simple tried to check the temperature early and late, which was already below zero. She went to Lu's house to get a cotton-padded coat, and the two of them almost started hibernating. When Li Yan and others arrived, they found the two playing on the brick bed. The girls' cheerful laughter was clear in the yard. "Why did you come? Aren't you cold?" After coming several times, Xiao Jinxin and the others became familiar with them. Seeing them, she happily greeted, "Hello, sister."
Hi.
The west room was spacious, with a big brick bed. Li Yan and the others didn't mind and sat right down. She reached out and touched it. "You still keep it? It's warm now." They had collected firewood themselves, so they felt protective of it. "Why keep so much firewood? Why are you still freezing? It's your own suffering." Everyone understood, but the girls knew how to get by. It wasn't too cold yet, so they didn't want to waste too much. Plus, since winter just started, they worried there might not be enough firewood later. It's hard to find firewood in the deep winter, so it's better to save some now as a backup. "Are you still going up the mountain now?" Since Jianxin arrived, Simple rarely joined group activities. It's not convenient with the kids, and the weather is cold. Simple wasn't very hardworking to begin with. Her goal was to stay low-key, relax, and enjoy herself when possible. Tanya June put her hand on the warm fire wall under the brick bed. "Yesterday, we went once. The firewood on the mountain is almost all gone. We went several times but didn't bring back much." "Yeah, but we've saved quite a bit for the new year. I think it's at least twice as much as they have over there." Simple was surprised and asked, "Don't they have firewood? How will they get through winter?" Li Yan pouted. "They went a few days ago with us." They kept comparing, but several of them gathered less firewood than us three. "Anyway, we've already split up, so they can't take advantage of us." Wang Jiqing and Li Jiqing are not as honest as before. They kept the firewood they collected for cooking and stored the rest. Did you see how bright Wang Hongmei's face was, like a painter's palette? Since they see we're not going up the mountain now, they probably realize we have enough. That made them anxious. Early today, a large group of people went out, and no one knows how much firewood they brought back. They haven't returned by noon, so maybe their hurry will help them gather more. Lin Zhaodi quietly sat beside Xiao Jianxin, playing with a rope, and they were having fun. Suddenly, there was loud knocking at the simple door. Everyone was startled. Li Yan quickly got up, slipped on her shoes, and peeked through the window but couldn't see who was outside. The noise outside didn't stop. It seemed to be getting more urgent. The others looked at each other, and Jianxin also hurried to get up. Something might really be wrong. She told Lin Zhaodi to stay with Jianxin on the bed, then she stood up and headed outside. As she opened the door, the noise outside became clearer. Jian help. She couldn't tell whose voice it was, but it sounded very urgent. Jianxin quickly opened the door. The person outside didn't step back. She almost fell forward but managed to steady herself by grabbing the doorframe, panting heavily. Jian help. She looked closely and saw it was a villager who rarely spoke but was familiar. What's wrong? Speak clearly. The person tremblingly pointed toward the mountain. On the mountain, those young people encountered wild boars and are running down. Your house is near the foot of the mountain. I came to tell you first, and I need to notify the village chief. You should hide quickly. After saying that, the villager turned and ran toward the village, shouting to anyone he saw. Li Yan and Tanyajun also looked tense. Maybe we should go to our youth residence first. The wild boars are coming down the mountain, and you're the first to face them. Jianxin squinted at the mountain with a serious expression. It's too late. You all go inside. I'll go see what's happening. Li Yan was anxious. There was a big knife behind the door. Jianxin grabbed it, dodged past them, and ran toward the mountain. With the sound of the wind, they could hear outside. Quickly go inside, lock the door, don't come out. Li Yan stomped her feet in anger and exclaimed, "Oh no." She looked around and saw what seemed to be black spots approaching from the village side, which made her feel a bit more at ease. Go inside and stay with them. I'll wait here and tell the villagers. Tanyajun didn't move. It's okay, Zhaodi is here. Jiandan ran quickly along the usual path up the mountain used by villagers. Before reaching the place where they usually pick wild vegetables, she heard screams ahead. Help! Help! It was a woman's voice, sounding exhausted, but since she ran from the mountain to here, she was no longer strong. Jiandan didn't slow down. She headed straight toward the scene. Around a bend, she saw two large wild boars slowly chasing a figure. The person ahead had messy hair and torn clothes. Her legs felt heavy, and her voice was hoarse. Every 3 steps, she looked back. It was Su Hong. Jiandan looked around but didn't see anyone else from the youth group. Su Hong's steps were heavy. The wild boar's breath was almost on her neck. She looked desperate. She didn't notice her footing and tripped, falling to the ground. At this moment, she was completely exhausted. Her limbs were weak, and she could only let herself be surrounded by the smell of blood. She watched helplessly as the boar's fangs grew closer to her eyes, and her mind went blank. Close your eyes. Su Hong reflexively shut her eyes tightly. The next moment, she felt a warm sensation pouring over her head, and her eyes were suddenly covered with something. She stood there blankly, not reacting, until she heard a loud bang, and the ground beneath her trembled several times. Su Hong grabbed at the ground with her hands and, with difficulty, managed to sit up. Before she could wipe her eyes, she heard 2 wild boars scream in pain ahead, followed by a loud thud. Her movements froze. She listened carefully. The squealing sounds had stopped, and everything around was quiet. She couldn't help but wonder, had someone defeated the wild boars? Is anyone there? After running for so long, Su Hong was almost out of breath. Her eyes still couldn't see clearly, and her voice trembled with uncertainty. Jiandan shook her hands and threw her sword under a tree, then stepped forward. It's okay now. Can you stand up? Jianjiqing? Su Hong didn't expect that the first person to come forward was this unfamiliar youth. She had heard villagers and old youth group members talk about Jiandan's bravery, but she hadn't seen it herself, so she wasn't entirely convinced. Who knew she would get the chance to witness it so soon? Thinking about it, my hands became even busier, but my face and hands were covered in blood. Wiping kept making it worse, so I finally simply handed out a handkerchief to clean my eyes. Looking at the already motionless wild boar beside me and the big guy not far away, Su-hong suddenly felt very sad. Tears started to flow uncontrollably. Su-hong, where are you? Shu-wan, I'm here. A person staggered out of the woods, looking very anxious. As soon as she saw Su-hong, she immediately looked her over from head to toe. How are you? Are you hurt? Su-hong was still upset, and seeing her, her feelings overwhelmed her again. She hugged her and started crying. Wei Shu-wan patiently comforted her. It's okay now, it's okay. Rest well when you get back. You see, you should have climbed a tree right away when you saw the wild boar. Why are you just hanging around under the tree? You're not afraid of climbing trees. Suddenly, Su-hong sat up, rolled up her sleeve, and wiped her face. Her small face, washed nearly clean by tears, was now all blotchy again. She didn't care anymore, her anger boiling over, teeth clenched. Tang Chui, I already climbed up. It was Tang Chui who pulled me down. I fell and tumbled. When I got up and tried to climb again, it was too late. I could only run forward desperately. If it weren't for Jian Jiqing, Su-hong also remembered the voice that had just told her to close her eyes. That was Jian Jiqing. She still shivered unconsciously when she thought of the scene where the wild teeth seemed to enlarge right in front of her eyes. If Jian Jiqing hadn't arrived in time, I would have been inside the wild boar's stomach by now. Wei Shu-wan cursed angrily. This shameless woman, so unprincipled.
How dare she?
She's committing murder. Jian Jiqing didn't expect there to be such a fool. She hadn't interacted much with the others over there, and her impression of Tang Chui was even more scarce. Sometimes she just blurted out something annoying. Usually, her mistakes could be overlooked, but when it involved human lives, everyone, whether some young workers or villagers, would not take it lightly. After all, this was the first time. Who can guarantee there won't be a second or third? It's a hidden danger, a ticking bomb beside you. Who would want someone like that around? What if she said something to offend her? Who knows what she might do? Su-hong also calmed down. Yes, usually she says some nonsense and I don't bother with her. But I absolutely cannot tolerate this. If I let it go this time, who knows if she might take my life next time. I will go find the village chief after I return home. If he doesn't solve the problem, I will report it to the commune police. I don't believe there is no way to reason with them. When I heard that a wild boar was coming down the mountain, Lu Weimin was also startled. He immediately organized the men in the village, armed with various weapons, rushing forward loudly. Where's the wild boar? Where's the wild boar? Simple. Where's the wild boar? He was anxious. Knowing that Jian was coming, everyone's attention was on her. Seeing she was fine, the villagers looked around.
Wow.
Is that a wild boar? Lu Weimin felt very upset. As soon as he heard about the wild boar, half of his courage was gone. He ran and jumped along with others. His legs still trembled. When he saw Jian standing safely, he let out a breath of relief. Just as he was about to say something, he turned and saw Su-hong covered in blood. His heart jumped to his throat again. What happened? He was so scared his voice cracked. She was chased and exhausted by the wild boar. Su-hong hurriedly helped Wei Shu-wan to stand up, sniffed her nose, and said, "Village chief, I'm fine. My legs are just a little weak." The back and forth kept everyone on edge. Lu Weimin was so angry his lips trembled. He didn't know what to say. You really are something. Do you even realize how brave you are? Why did you go mess with that thing? He paced around several times before realizing there were only 2 people. Where are the others? When this was mentioned, Su-hong and Wei Shu-wan started talking. Village chief, they're fine. They all climbed up trees. Su-hong was about to climb up herself, but Tang Chui maliciously pulled her down. Climbing again was too late, so she had to run. That's why she was chased so far by the wild boar. Su-hong looked at him with anger. Village chief, I want to report Tang Chui for trying to harm my life." The villagers were shocked.
What?
"You climbed the tree, and she pulled you down? How could this girl be so cruel?" Lu Weimin was the same. "Are you telling the truth? Or just angry words?" Su Hong was so furious, she forgot her reason. She immediately raised her hand. "If I'm lying, let me be struck by lightning, meet wolves on the mountain, be cursed for generations, and never have a good life." They loudly shouted slogans about removing superstitions and old customs, but villagers still held great respect for such matters. Once she said this, almost everyone believed her immediately. They thought, "She's simple and honest, even daring to say such things about curses and bad luck, so she must be telling the truth." Not just them. Even Lu Weimin, though he scolded her to watch her words, secretly believed her at least half. They have lived such long lives, yet these 20-something kids are still very naive in their words and actions. Their character is sometimes genuine, sometimes fake. You can see through them at a glance, and you can roughly tell who is honest and who is sneaky. Plus, when they go to work, everything they do is under the villagers' watch. The villagers are not very experienced, but their eyes are sharp. It's easy to see who is sincere and who is pretending. The recent groups of young people sent here value simplicity the most. The ones who came last winter are honest and don't cause trouble. But among the two groups that came later, only a few are worth mentioning. The two female young people are okay. My mind is already leaning heavily towards trusting them. Village chief, I must report Tang Chui. Usually, she causes small fights and arguments, but I can tolerate that. But this time, she's trying to kill me. No matter how generous or foolish I am, I can't accept that. We were over there, where the wild boar was, Su Hong pointed above. At the mountain gathering spot in autumn, I ran all the way here. Look at my shoes. Wei Shuan didn't notice that Su Hong's shoes were already torn and worn out at the front and soles, with big cuts and dark red bloodstains that were very obvious. Wow. Why are your shoes all bloody? In her panic, with a wild boar chasing behind her, she just wanted to escape and stay alive. She had no time to think about anything else. As she spoke, tears welled up in Su Hong's eyes again. Village chief, I tell you, I just fell down here. I saw the wild boar's fangs about to bite me. If it weren't for Jian Ziking appearing, I'd already be eaten by the boar. If it was just a small fight, Lu Weimin might try to persuade her. But now it's a matter of life and death. There's no point in trying to reason anymore. He can't take responsibility for this. But she was still angry and didn't have a kind tone. Enough, enough. Let's go back first. Change your clothes and wash up. Wei Shuan agreed and hurriedly helped Su Hong back. It seemed she was fine now, but she had to go down the mountain with her knife. The smell of blood is so strong. We should hurry back and clean up, or else other things might come. Lu Weimin looked at Jian and felt a headache coming on. He didn't know what to say. If he said she did wrong, she had saved someone. If he said she did right, he was afraid she'd become more wild and keep running into the mountains. Everyone in the village knew that Jian Ziking was lazy, but he loved going up the mountain. After some thought, I said, next time, don't be so reckless. There are so many grown men here. You, a young girl, shouldn't rush ahead. Then I added, don't forget, there are people at home waiting for you. Although it was a bit late, I understood his good intentions and nodded in agreement. Got it. I'll be careful next time. Let's get this thing back quickly. The villagers had already started gathering vines and other materials nearby to make tools. Lu Weimin sighed again. What about those people? Have they gone to live in the mountains? He wanted to ignore it, but since something just happened, he was worried they wouldn't come back, especially fearing wild boars might attack again. Down the mountain, a few people hurried up, Chun Jiangwo, Lin Dongfang, Ling Weidong. Since they weren't working or in the mountains, apart from eating, the young men and women were doing their own things. They didn't know about what had just happened. Hearing villagers talking, Lin Dongfang went home and saw Li Yan and Tan Yajun anxiously looking out from the simple house door. Feeling something was wrong, he asked and found out that Jian Dan had already rushed up the mountain. They were all young workers and close friends, so no one hesitated. Lin Dongfang also sent Mingju to keep Li Yan company, and they all headed straight to the mountain. Just then, they saw Su Hong and Wei Shuwan supporting each other, knowing there was no danger, so they felt relieved. When they arrived and saw Jiandan was fine, they didn't waste time and went to help villagers find vines. Meanwhile, 2 makeshift stretchers were almost finished. Suddenly, they heard voices from the woods. The villagers all paused their work and listened carefully. Do you think Su Hong is okay? They were all in their 20s, having just experienced a life-threatening event. Their hearts were still pounding. No one was thinking about anything else now, but they all saw what happened today. Unconsciously, they kept their distance from Tang Chui. No one wanted to be caught off guard and stabbed unexpectedly. After a while, someone answered in a low voice, I don't know. And Wei Shuwan, she also went after Su Hong. Can they outrun a wild boar? Tang Chui said nothing. At that moment, she didn't know how it happened, but she instinctively reached out and pulled Su Hong down. Seeing Su Hong being chased by a wild boar, she even felt a bit happy about it. Until Wei Shuwan quickly caught up and disappeared from sight, there was no more movement or sound for a long time. The other young workers silently isolated her, and only then did she realize she was afraid. On the way back, she just quietly followed at the end, not daring to speak. A few people gradually appeared in front of her, examining them. None had serious injuries. Lu Weimin paid no attention, showing a clear indifference. The villagers, like Lu Weimin, listened to the whole story, mainly wanting to find out which ruthless young worker was responsible so that their families could stay away from her in the future. As for Lin Dongfang and the others, they were not familiar with her, and now they ignored her even more. Both wild boars had been killed with simple large knives, clearly with fatal injuries, and there was quite a bit of blood on the ground. Seeing the blood, 2 pools, and noticing the expressionless village chief and villagers, the young female workers' faces turned pale, and their legs went weak. Could it be? They couldn't say the name for a moment, but they all knew who they meant. Wang Jianqing tried to stay calm, saying no, those are wild boars. It must be their blood, definitely. Meanwhile, the villagers had already carried the 2 wild boars onto stretchers, using large sticks to cover the bloodstains. Looking back at the children, each of them had a pale face and seemed about to collapse. Lu Weimin sighed inwardly, what a mess. Although he knew who was responsible, he didn't like how these people looked now. Especially the girl worker who caused trouble. She looked so guilty, she didn't dare lift her head. It was obvious that what those 2 people had said earlier was true. He had initially planned to ask these people later if there was any misunderstanding, but now it was clear there was no need to ask. It was obvious. Though angry, he couldn't just ignore it. He shouted roughly, "Why aren't you leaving? What are you waiting for?" Without waiting for their response, he turned and walked down the mountain with his hands behind his back. Finally, Lu Weimin spoke, and Wang Jianqing almost started crying. He hurriedly agreed, "Yes, village chief. We're leaving right now, we're leaving." Ahead, the villagers carried the 2 wild boars, and behind them, a few people staggered and supported each other, ending with a guilty and confused Tang Chui. Li Yan and the others still stayed at the door, unaware of what was happening on the mountain, and didn't dare let the children come out. The villagers only knew that the wild boar had come. Now almost every family had their doors tightly shut. Despite Lu Gua and Lu Sanyi, along with some village officials and elders coming to wait, they believed that with so many people, the wild boar definitely wouldn't charge down the mountain. Li Yan had good eyesight and saw 2 dark spots moving downward from afar. She quickly called Tan Yajun and Mingju. Look, are people coming down?" The 3 of them hurriedly closed the door and rushed over. As they got closer, the figures grew larger. Since they recognized the people easily, they quickly identified them. It seems to be Su Hong. Next to her should be Wei Shuwan. Jiandan and Jian Mei are coming down too. Wei Shuwan supported Su Hong, walking slowly. Jiandan, though starting later, moved quickly with light steps and soon caught up. Li Yan and the others went to meet them. When they reached the bottom of the mountain and saw the familiar faces, Su Hong's nose twitched, and tears welled up. Their impression of these two women was good. Seeing their disheveled state, Su Hong covered in blood, Li Yan guessed correctly. What happened? Are you injured? Were you chased by the wild boar? Su Hong's tears flowed even faster. Jian Dan quickly arrived in front of them. Li Yan had no time to worry about the others and pulled Jian Dan aside for a quick check. Tan Yajun and Mingju also gathered around. Are you okay? I'm fine. Jian Dan raised her chin to indicate Su Hong. I'm fine, but she was badly chased by the wild boar. You should go back now. Su Zhiqing's foot needs proper cleaning. Don't worry, Tang Chui will definitely be punished. Su Hong sniffed and, weak and limping, started walking back. What happened? Did someone get hurt? After they left, Lu Gua and a few others came over, constantly looking up the mountain. They said they encountered a wild boar. Su Hong climbed a tree, but was pulled down by Tang Chui. She didn't have time to climb higher, so she had to run downhill. When I arrived, the wild boar was already on top of her. Jian Dan told the story straightforwardly, without exaggeration or embellishment, just what she knew. And the blood on her? It's from the wild boar. By the way, those two wild boars are behind us. Lu San, you looked a bit shocked. Did you shoot them again? Look, if they had been shot, they wouldn't have run away. They're so close to the foot of the mountain. What if they come down again someday? There's no crops in the fields now. If they get hungry and come into the village, what then? When they mentioned this, everyone looked serious. It was indeed a serious matter. During winter, wild boars desperate for food sometimes come down the mountain, which has happened before. When they enter the village, they can cause injuries. Thinking about how fierce those times were, Lu Sanyu remained silent. Looking at his expression, it was clear he was hurt emotionally, but it didn't matter which. She was telling the truth. Others could hide away, but she was guarding the foot of the mountain. Whether it was wild boars or bears, this was her first line of defense. She was also doing her part to keep herself safe. Jian was happily returning home, and only then did Lu Igua realize, are there two wild boars behind us? The old man rolled his eyes at him. I thought you didn't hear anything? Everyone here was like their ancestors. No one dared to offend them. Later, he sent the only two people he could rely on, Qiangzi, go quickly and call people to the village office. First, boil some hot water and prepare the tools. Also, tell the pig butcher. When people return, we can start. The scorekeeper Lu Guiqiang responded with a nod and ran toward the village. This was good news. Last year's meet was thanks to Jian Jiqing, and unexpectedly, this year was the same. To say something not appropriate, Jian Jiqing was truly a lucky star for Lu's village. Since she arrived, everyone's life has improved a lot. Jian was also inevitably splattered with blood. When she entered the yard, a few puppies barked and gathered around her. She quickly shooed them away, changed into clean clothes in the east room, washed her face, and then went to the west room. Jian Xian immediately rushed over. Big sister, where did you go? Jian hugged her small body and sat on the Kong bed. It's nothing. I just went for a walk. Seeing she was unharmed, everyone finally felt relieved. Talking about the mountain incident, they were speechless. What was Tang Chui thinking? What's she thinking, not having other trees nearby? I thought she was just jealous and resentful, saying strange things. I never expected she was truly mean. Exactly. People are not what they seem. Having someone like her around makes me uneasy. If I offend her one day, who knows when she might strike back? Before, everyone would have confidently said it was impossible. But after today's events, no one dared to say that anymore, nor did they have the confidence. The atmosphere became very heavy. Mingju looked around, smiled, and changed the subject. I've heard you're really capable. Today I finally saw it. Later, maybe I can enjoy some meat thanks to you? When it comes to eating, Li Yan suddenly became interested. Yeah, we can eat meat again. Li Yan was facing the window and suddenly leaned over to look outside. Hey, they're back, and the wild boar has been brought back too. Her excited expression was obvious, and everyone around couldn't help but laugh. Of course, they were also interested in eating meat. After all, it had been a long time since they last ate it. There wasn't much fat, and it was hard not to crave it. Even Jian Xian's eyes lit up. Eat meat. Calmly and steadily, why rush? They just got back, and they haven't slaughtered the pigs yet. We'll cook it after we clean up and wash. It'll take about 2 hours, right? Jian Xian didn't want to join the excitement, but no matter what, Li Yan, Tanya Jun, Lin Zhaodi, Mingju, and even Jian Xian's little sister all looked at her. She felt a bit helpless. Why watch the pig being slaughtered? Aren't you afraid? Not afraid. It's lively and fun. Her little sister's eyes sparkled too. Okay, go ahead. You really leave us no choice. Everyone started laughing. They said they'd go, but they weren't in a rush. They slowly put on their clothes. Jian Xian also dressed the children. The autumn wind was quite cool now. If they got too excited and started sweating, they might catch a cold, and that would cause more trouble. The young workers went up the mountain, encountered a wild boar, reported it, hunted it, and brought it back. It was already afternoon now. Following the rural schedule, it was time for the second meal in winter. But because everyone was panicked about the wild boar, hardly anyone had eaten yet. All they heard was that they would have meat. So, what was left to eat? Almost everyone in the village was gathered at the village office now. When they saw Jian Xian and her group coming, they all turned their heads and paid their respects. Jian Xian had become thick-skinned enough to walk confidently despite all the attention. When she got closer, Wang Hohot grabbed her and gave her a thorough look. Seeing her being stared at so closely, even if she wasn't shy, Jian Xian felt a little uncomfortable. She followed Wang Hohot's strength and let her do as she pleased. Auntie, don't worry. I'm just a little exhausted. I'm not hurt. No matter what, the attention was on her now. But she had to say, she was only 16, and having slaughtered 2 wild boars was already shocking enough. Between doing it easily and putting in all her effort, the latter was more acceptable and easier to empathize with. Sure enough, when Wang Hohot heard this, she immediately grabbed her right arm, gently shook it, and pretended to be weak and soft. Look at you. I told you earlier something was wrong. Aren't you a bit weak? Before she could react further, the nearby aunties started talking eagerly. This is just a short time. After sleeping through the night, your arm will feel sore and tired. It's worse than during the autumn harvest. Yes, you've been too rough. You need to rest for a few days. This child, you see, afraid of wild boars coming down the mountain and causing trouble. It's really reckless. That's true. Even if we catch a wild boar, we can eat it. Xiao Jian, only 16 or 17. She's still growing.
Exactly.
That's why she should rest well while she's young, so she doesn't fall seriously ill. For a moment, Xiao Jian was surrounded by people in layers. Wang Hohot didn't expect so many people to gather just after she said a few words. She nodded in agreement after listening. You're right, aunties.
You're right.
You should rest well. Luckily, you don't have to work now, so there's no rush. Just take good care of yourself. Oh, wait, Wang Hohot suddenly remembered. Isn't there a little girl? Your younger sister? Although Xiao Jian didn't say she was bringing the girl out, Huzi knew. Once the children spread the news, almost everyone in the village knew that Xiao Jian's family had a new little sister. Xiao Jianxin was surrounded by Li Yan and others, so she didn't get pushed out. But from a look of things, Li Yan also regretted it. She really should have listened to Xiao Jian. Wait until she's better before coming back. Xiao Jianxin looked obedient and well-behaved, but she was still a child. Wang Hohot was a bit worried. Can you really take good care of both of them? Xiao Jian was helpless. She wondered if she was really fine now, or if she was just pretending. Auntie, don't worry. I've prepared everything for the winter. It's no problem. Besides, my arm just got tired suddenly, and it will get better slowly. This is nothing compared to your hard work. Since I've settled in the countryside, I'm now part of Mediating. I can't just watch our home get destroyed, can I? A few with shallow eyes immediately started to tear up. Wang Hohot patted her, feeling both scared and grateful inside. If Xiao Jian hadn't gone, the village's people's speed and fighting ability would have been affected. The village would likely suffer more injuries and damage, whether to houses or people. This would be a big to the village. The villagers know their own affairs. These men are honest and hardworking, capable of doing good work and putting in great effort. But others, including her son, are mostly useless. Can they really be scared just by the sound of wild boars? They rely on them, not just for meat, but even to keep everything intact. It's all thanks to their ancestors' protection. Thinking too much or going off track, Wang Hohat quickly spat to dismiss a certain thought. We all know you're a good person. Since you came, you've been working hard to make sure our village can eat well, even suffering yourself without complaint. Jian smiled and wanted to say she hadn't suffered, but just then, a northwest wind blew in. She felt her nose sour, and suddenly she sneezed. Wang Hohat immediately hugged her. A coat was thrown over her, and Wang Hohat's big hand touched her forehead. Jian was confused. Li Yan and a few others looked puzzled too. What just happened? Oh, look at that. You must be freezing, probably just sweaty from climbing the mountain earlier. That wind just now gave you a cold. They say it's autumn, but this wind is pretty chilly. Over there, they had already started slaughtering pigs. Some villagers, eager to watch, stretched their necks, feeling anxious like cats scratching, but they didn't dare speak up. Everyone thought it was over after that. Li Yan was holding Xiao Jian, ready to rush out soon. But unexpectedly, Wang Hohat turned Xiao Jian's body in a different direction. All right, you shouldn't stand here in the wind. Go back, light the stove, and keep warm. Once everything is ready, I'll bring it to you. Village kids weren't so delicate. Wang Hohat was putting on a much better image, but at this moment, the villagers were deeply moved. It was the most emotional time because the meat was right in front of them, soon to be eaten. Naturally, everyone was saying good things. Yes, Jian Jiqing, you should go home and rest first. Right, once the meat is divided, I'll make sure to send some home for you. Jian's first reaction was, and this treatment? Seeing the situation, Li Yan quickly raised his hand and firmly said, Yes, Jian, with the kindness of the ants, you shouldn't refuse. Go rest first. I'll stay here with Xi and Xi. Once the dishes are prepared, I'll bring them back to you. It was obvious she was afraid that if she spoke slowly, she wouldn't get to enjoy the excitement. Everything was simple and clear. She looked down at her child, who was also eager to join in, showing a bit of helplessness. All right, go ahead then. There was no real danger in the village, and with these people around, she didn't say much. Instead, Mingju spoke up, I'll go back with you. You're not going to watch the fun? Mingju smiled and shook her head. I've seen it before, so it's not exciting anymore. So, the group split into two. Jian and Mingju headed back, while the others took Jianxin to see the excitement. Now, everyone in the village was gathered around the meat, and it was very quiet here. Mingju sighed, You're really brave. That wild boar isn't a small cat or dog. If you run into it, what would you do? With your small body, it could knock you over easily. Jian chuckled awkwardly. Was I in a hurry? Unlike before, I was alone at home. Even if something happened, I could just leave quickly. Now, with a child, of course I'm worried. From Mingju's expression, Jian knew she didn't believe her. She sighed again. Besides, my house is right at the foot of the mountain. If a wild boar charges down, it's the first place I'd go. For myself and for the village, I have to care. Mingju had grown up around more boys than girls and had little experience with girls. Now that they were close, she spoke more casually. How many strong men are in the village? And they're relying on a young girl like you to protect everyone? What do they do without you all these years? Jian thought about it too. She knew she couldn't keep doing this over and over.
But she also said, sigh.
I don't want it either. It's mainly because of my house. It just finished being built, and if it weren't at the foot of the mountain, I'd stay far away. Look at my arm. She relaxed her arm, and her whole right hand hung limply, weak. I was just using this hand to hold the knife. I didn't feel uncomfortable at the time, but now look. I probably can't do much these days. It was a bit sore, but not too serious. But was she just pretending to be pitiful? Who wouldn't? Only if something serious happened would it leave a deep impression. She didn't necessarily need this favor, but she had put in a lot of effort. She planned to live here for about 10 more years. She had no desire to be an anonymous hero. If she did something, she wanted people to know and remember her kindness. This was her confidence for a stable life in the future. So, pretending to be weak wasn't even considered lying. She felt no guilt at all. Although Jianjia repeatedly insisted she was fine, she kept sneezing along the way. Mingju still felt uneasy and took her to the doorstep. "Do you want me to help you build a fire?" Jianjia quickly waved her off. It wasn't necessary, really. Mingju still felt a bit regretful. "All right then, just as well. While the kids aren't back yet, you go inside and rest. If you can't, just sleep for a while. Soon, they'll bring back the vegetables and meat." Late autumn afternoons can still be quite cold. When Jianji entered the house, she first lit both stoves. The steam was rising, and her exhaustion hit her hard. She quickly became so sleepy she could hardly keep her eyes open. After tidying up the firewood, Jianjia didn't resist and collapsed onto her small bed in the east room, falling into sleep. When she woke up, the candles in the room had already been lit. Mingju heard her and came in, holding a damp towel. Jianjia was momentarily stunned. "Why did you come?" she blurted out, startling herself with her hoarse voice, like a broken bellows. She propped herself up on the bed, and the movement made her wince.
Ow!
Her throat felt like it was being pricked with needles, painful and tight. Jianjia finally realized she was sick. This time, she was truly ill. Mingju quickly helped her up and leaned her against the wall. "Still saying you're fine? We knocked on the door, but you didn't answer. When we came in, you looked terrible. I think you probably got sick from sweating and then catching a cold today." Jianjia stared with wide eyes and drank half a basin of water before feeling her throat again. It was her own voice now. "I was wondering why I slept so deeply and felt so tired. Do I really have a fever?" She reached out to feel her temperature, but just woke up and her whole body felt warm. She couldn't find anything unusual. "Big sister." Xiao Jianxin ran in when she heard the voice, probably from the kitchen where she was warming herself, her face flushed with a bright smile. "Big sister, are you sick? Do you need medicine?" Mingju and the others hesitated for a moment. They could manage food and drinks, but medicine was different. They didn't have any, not even the usual ones. They were rare and hard to find. But she quickly brought over a bowl of water. "We don't have medicine, but we brewed this water for you. Drink it quickly. No need to be delicate." Quickly, I grabbed it and took a few big sips. Suddenly, the spiciness exploded in my mouth, then spread to my chest and stomach. Soon, I felt warmth all over my body, from inside out. Before long, even the bones felt hot, like bugs crawling inside, making me itch all over. Li Yan leaned against the door and looked inside. "Are you awake now? Come eat, then go to bed after." "Yes." Mingju reached out to help her stand. "Come eat first, then drink some tea to sweat out the cold. You'll feel better tomorrow." Feeling better, I quickly pushed Mingju outside. "I can do it myself. It's just a cold, not that serious." With this attitude, anyone would think I had a serious illness. Humph, unkind little one. The kitchen was steaming hot, and the west room was warm too. There was a big bowl of pork dish and a bowl of cooked sweet potatoes, which are common winter foods here. Several young women were there. Li Yan, Tan Yajun, Lin Zhaodi, Mingju. The male young workers weren't present. Seeing her confusion, Tan Yajun softly explained, "Lin Dongfang and Qin Zhangwo are eating with Ling Weidong and the others at the village office." "Exactly." Mingju put down her bowl and chopsticks, then casually added, "Don't worry about them. They're not hungry." This made it clear, after all, they had gone to help too. It was a good chance to get closer to the villagers. The young girl still came closer to Mingju. "Sister, are you feeling unwell?" She looked up with big eyes full of concern. Mingju couldn't help but smile. "It's nothing. I just have a slight cold. I'll be fine tomorrow." The little girl sighed deeply. "Sister, are you lying to me? A little cold is just sneezing. You have a fever, and your throat is like this means it's a pretty bad cold. The small child spoke seriously, waving her little hand to emphasize her point. You probably caught it because you didn't listen. Lin Jiaodi came in with a plate of egg cakes and started laughing. You're right. Your sister is disobedient. Don't learn from her. The girl looked conflicted. She wanted to say her sister was disobedient, but didn't want to say she was bad. She wrinkled her face for a moment and then said, "Sister is good." Everyone had sweet potatoes ready to eat. Hearing this, they all burst into laughter. Okay, your sister is good. She's the best. Is that enough? Yeah. The young girl was eating egg cake and didn't forget to share half with Jian. Big sister, you're sick. You should eat too. Oh, you're such a good girl, caring for your sister. Jian looked at the young girl's eyes and smiled softly, then said, "Of course. You should be jealous." Jealousy was real, but most people weren't only children. Being sent to the countryside was mostly due to circumstances, and few were the favorites. There was family love, but it wasn't unconditional. People's hearts are naturally biased. Even 5 fingers are different lengths. Especially during this special time, although we talk about gender equality, deep down there's still a stubborn preference for boys. Plus, old traditions say that having many children brings good luck. But not all children are the parents' favorites. Under the tough situation, parents have to make choices. Relatives usually visit often to keep relationships, especially parents. When they leave, contact lessens and feelings fade. Tan Yajun felt this most deeply. She had been working in the countryside for years, and her family's letters became fewer and fewer. From 2 letters a month and occasional parcels, now it's been half a year with only 1 dull letter. Mostly, they advise her to marry locally and not to think about returning to the city, saying things like it's hard at home too. Recently, her feelings had become calmer, but she still felt a bit sad. Her family wasn't her biological relatives, but they felt more like family. A child was joking around, making the atmosphere lively. After dinner, everyone was smiling, and Tan Yajun pushed aside her earlier gloom. All right, I've packed everything. The meat is frozen in the jar, and there's hot water in the pot. You two should wash up and go to bed early. It's getting colder, so don't go outside for the next few days unless you have to. Stay safe. Oh, and there's water in the west pot, still hot. Drink some later to warm up and sweat out the cold. Jian, in a hoarse voice, replied, Got it. You all are such busybodies. It was rare for people from all over to get along so well. Don't come over these days. You might catch something. Can you take her? Or should we bring her back to help take care of you for a couple of days? Xiao Jinxing quickly reached out and hugged Jian. No, she wouldn't go. It's not that simple, really. Not to mention, sometimes this child wakes up in the middle of the night. Just talking about everyday life, there's no one helping to take care of the kids at home. Haha, no need for that. She can keep me company, run errands for me, and so on. Clearly, one person is willing to do the work, and the other is willing to accept it. Li Yan simply pouts. Let's go. We've both been ignored. After sending a few people away, she locks the big door, feeds the 4 little ones, and straightforwardly goes inside and locks the door. Jiang Shui wants to drink something, so she makes a packet of cold medicine for Xiao Jinxing as a preventive measure. It's always good to be prepared. Come, have some sweet water. Don't catch a cold, or tomorrow no one will pour water for me, your sister. The little girl comes over happily, takes the bowl, and quickly drinks it all. She smacks her lips happily and pats her round belly. All done. Xiao sure.
No, Xin.
Xian won't catch a cold. Pour water for your sister. In a short time, the girl hasn't fully accepted her new name and sometimes calls her by the old one. Simple doesn't mind. She reaches out and pinches the little face. Good girl. Here, your sister rewards you with an apple. After eating, you need to brush your teeth, okay? The girl leans over and kisses Simple on the side of her face with a moo sound, the smell of milk filling her nose. You're the best, sister. After saying that, she jumps up and starts playing with her toys on the bed. Simple is momentarily stunned, wipes her mouth, then slowly smiles. Raising a child seems to be pretty good. 2 doses of water, a dose of cold medicine after dinner, and another snack in the middle of the night. The medicine is taken seriously, and the house is warm, so she sleeps peacefully all night. By early morning, Simple clearly feels much better. No more fever, no nasal congestion, no sneezing, and her throat feels much better. Simple can't help but marvel. This body hasn't been poisoned by antibiotics. Its recovery ability is truly strong. Xiao Jianxin still looks energetic, not contagious, so Simple feels relieved. She doesn't get up, but lazily asks the little girl with a tug on her ear, "What do you want to eat today? Sister will cook for you?" The girl is still a bit groggy, affectionately rubbing Simple's palm. "Sister, I want to drink fragrant porridge." Simple must fulfill this request. Okay. She sits up, pulls out her thermal underwear from under the blanket, and puts it on. "Alright, do you want to eat steamed buns?" The girl suddenly sits up. "Yes, yum. Are they fragrant? Do they have meat? Did your dad take you to eat them?" Sheng Ziyuan doesn't seem like someone who doesn't care about children. It shouldn't be like that. The little girl pouted her lips. Dad bought 2, but the bad guys kicked them away, and the dogs ate them. They also hit Dad, hit me, pulled my hair and my face, and broke everything at home. We can't cook anymore. Dad even got cold and sick. The more she thought about it, the more upset she felt, and tears started to well up. Jian Dan had always talked to her about Sheng Ziyuan, but she didn't expect that such a young child could remember being bullied so clearly. Jian Dan guessed that the main thing she cared about wasn't just being bullied, but also the disappointment of not getting the steamed buns. Seeing her about to cry, Jian Dan quickly changed the subject without feeling awkward. Do you want to eat or not? If you don't want to, I won't make it. I want to eat the steamed buns." Afraid she might really refuse, the little girl raised her hands high. Okay, I'll make them. Do you want the big ones or the small ones?" The girl suddenly put her hands down, fingers poking each other, looking very conflicted. "Big sister, will eating steamed buns make you poor? Maybe I shouldn't eat them. I'll just drink porridge." These days, except for the nights when the children wake up or have nightmares, they are mostly cheerful little kids. They understand deep down that living away from home isn't easy, but they hide it very carefully. Jian Dan folded the quilt neatly against the wall, gently stroked her smooth little face. "That's not good. Your dad gives me so much money. I need to feed you well so you grow up healthy and strong. So, don't hold back your money. Just tell me what you want to eat, and I'll make it for you." "Really? Did Dad really say that?" "Of course. Do you still doubt me?" After playing for a while, Xiao Jianxin forgot her earlier sadness, and Jian Dan let her go. "Hurry up and get up to get dressed. I'll go cook. If you keep dawdling, the dogs will start teasing you." Whether by coincidence or not, a few dog barks really came from outside. The little girl was instantly stunned. Jian Dan quickly went to the kitchen, lit the stove on both burners, washed her face, and then started cooking rice. Since the little girl wanted porridge, she had to make porridge. She cleaned the millet thoroughly, poured it in, added a handful of dates, and stirred evenly. Just as she was about to put up the curtain to heat the buns, the dog barking outside grew louder, and soon, there was a knock on the door. Looking at the pot that just caught fire and the half-finished meal, plus the little girl peeking through the door, I decided to open the door first. I added some firewood inside, then stood up and clapped my hands. "Let's go. Let's see who it is." They came so early in the morning. Little Jianxin happily followed behind. "Who is it? Who is it?" "I don't know."
Guess.
"Is it Sister Yen? Sister Zhu?" "I don't know. Maybe you should ask." When the owner came out, the dog stopped barking and happily ran over to show affection. Hearing the footsteps, the people outside also paused and waited quietly. With one big and one small dog, their welcoming scene was quite lively. I took down the heavy door latch, opened the door, then turned back to hang the latch on the side. The little girl stuck her head out first and immediately looked confused.
Who are you?"
Outside, 2 people, Cheng Chao and Jian Wenxiu, who was rescued from the mountains last time, also froze in surprise.
"Who are you?"
The voice just now was clearly from when I opened the door early in the morning. Why are there children here? Have they been away for too long? Hearing the voices, Jen Xian figured it out. Why are you here? But what she really wanted to ask was how these people got here. They didn't seem familiar. She looked at Cheng Chao with suspicion. He looked helpless and shrugged, clearly feeling pressured. Come in first. Both of them carried bags and boxes, squeezing inside first. Then I followed in, closing the door behind me. I led the dazed child back inside, reminding them as I opened the door. Turn left, to the west room. After placing everything on the bed in the west room, Cheng Chao looked around. Why did you build another room? The big pot was uncovered, and the aroma of millet porridge had already filled the air. My stomach growled uncontrollably. Jian Xian didn't go inside but simply said, sit first. We'll talk later. I added some more millet and water to the pot. The steamed buns on the curtain were steaming hot. Jian Xian stared in amazement.
So many?
I simply smiled. Are you hungry? They probably wouldn't eat much, but these two could really eat. I thought for a moment, then washed a few eggs and added them to the pot. After a pause, I added some salted duck eggs. I had tried pickling them a few days ago. They were ready to eat. I covered the pot, and the little girl's eyes lit up even more.
Eggs.
Be careful not to burn your hand, I warned simply, then took a bowl to pick out pickled vegetables from the jar. Breakfast isn't complete without pickled vegetables, and right now, Simple strongly believes in that. The two people in the house weren't idle either. Seeing the water in the kitchen basin was running low, they carried a bucket of water and went out. Another person was wandering in the yard, and when they saw something uneven, they just started fixing it. The dining table inside was a new addition after the Western-style room was finished. It's a large, low table, mainly used when guests come, since they rarely eat there. Cheng Chao came back with water and saw that Simple had already lifted the lid of the pot. He quickly went inside to set the table, then came over to help carry the pickled vegetables, bowls, chopsticks, and porridge. His long legs moved fast. Just as Simple stopped, his hand reached out. In the end, Simple was left holding a plate of freshly sliced, salted duck eggs. Xiao Jinxin didn't know the people and didn't dare to get too close. She just followed behind Simple, watched as Simple went inside, then climbed onto the bed edge to sit quietly, occasionally sneaking a look at the person across from her. Wow, this is so rich. Cheng Chao was craving the meal Simple made, especially the soft, fragrant millet porridge. But with this table full of oily buns, oily salted duck eggs, and appetizing little pickled vegetables, Cheng Chao felt a little uncomfortable. Simple scooped 2 small buns onto Xiao Jinxin's plate and also added half a salted duck egg. Eat, but slowly, don't burn yourself. The little girl was holding an egg, just cracking the shell, and was slowly peeling it with her small hands. Simple didn't rush her. Instead, she looked at the two people across from her, especially Cheng Chao, who was familiar to her. Aren't you hungry? Hurry up and eat. It'll get cold soon. Eat while talking. Cheng Chao's first question was, whose kid is this? Xiao Jinxin, with sharp ears, heard Cheng Chao lowering his voice intentionally. She also looked up at her and stared for a while. Cheng Chao thought he might have said something wrong and was confused. What's wrong? Isn't it okay for me to ask that? Simple glanced at the suddenly alert child and didn't say much. She's my sister. Do you have a problem with that? They had already investigated her background thoroughly.
Who could they fool with that?
But since he had already said it, it was inconvenient to explain further. He quickly changed the subject. Are you catching a cold? Yeah, a little. It's fine now, almost better. Are you going up the mountain? Routine patrol. Just in time, I brought you some things. It's cold outside, so don't go out too often. If you need anything, just tell me, and I'll bring it back for you. Since they're insiders, they didn't ask many questions and simply nodded in agreement. After eating and drinking enough, Cheng Chao happily rubbed his stomach. Finally, I've eaten. You don't know how much I've been craving your millet porridge. The cafeteria can't make this taste.
Huh.
He was quite surprised. Honestly, her cooking skills are simple and not very impressive. If there were no outsiders, She often took ready-made or semi-finished food from the base. These buns are stock from the base, and the only thing she made herself is this millet porridge, completely her own skill, without any tricks. Well, maybe not entirely. Rice could be considered a bit of a cheat. But are you sure? Chung Chao nodded heavily. Don't doubt it. Really, since I went back the first time, I've been craving it. I've been thinking about it ever since. I've worn down the cafeteria staff trying to make it, but they just can't get the same taste as yours. Honestly, it's the first time someone has praised her cooking. Before, her dishes, even those cooked in cast-iron pots, tasted good, but she relied heavily on seasonings. Of course, making millet porridge doesn't require much skill, just watch the pot. For a moment, Simple really didn't know how to respond to that. Fortunately, Chung Chao didn't dwell on it and started talking about other things, worrying about her stomach. Are you eating enough? Did you make all the good stuff for this meal? Next time, I'll bring you some finer grains. Don't hold back. You're still growing, after all. Simple explained for a while before he finally believed that she wasn't pretending to be more important than she was. All right, you must contact us if you need anything. And don't hold back on the things I brought. Eat whatever you need. I can still come before the new year. In the same situation, Simple had become numb to rejection. Every refusal was met with "thank you for saving me," and she kept saying she was grateful. Since she kept refusing, Simple decided not to refuse anymore. All right, I understand. Xion, come here. This is my brother, and this is Uncle, right? Looking at the little girl with a tiny haircut, Chung Chao blurted out, "Who's new?" Simple stared directly. Xion means prosperous and lovely. We're just adorable little girls. Chung Chao looked at her hair, speechless. The little girl obediently called someone and ate together, so she wasn't so scared anymore. She looked at Jian Wenxiu for a long time, then secretly hid beside Jian, peeked and quietly asked Zhezhe, "Is this Uncle?" Jian looked up and glanced at her. "Yes, I just called him Uncle. What's wrong?" The little girl scratched her head in frustration, but... Jian turned to look at Jian Wenxiu, who looked confused, then hugged the little girl. All right, tell Zhezhe if something's wrong. Don't forget, Zhezhe is very strong. She's not afraid of wild boars, right? The little girl widened her eyes, thinking, yes, Zhezhe is the strongest, not afraid of wild animals. She secretly looked at Jian Wenxiu again, then leaned close to Jian and whispered softly, "But he's not just an uncle, he's actually an uncle by marriage." The little girl's quiet words, in front of two professionals, seemed insignificant. It wasn't even as serious as a small child's mistake. Chung Chao looked at Jian Wenxiu. Jian Wenxiu frowned tightly, and Jian also looked at him, lowering his head and softly asking, "Who is he, your uncle?" "Who told you that?" "There are photos at home. Dad said this was the uncle. Later, bad guys came, and Dad burned all the photos." Jian looked around, thinking the child might have mistaken someone, but seeing her serious and stubborn expression, he hesitated. "Do you really not know her?" Chung Chao scratched his head. "Probably not. If I knew a kid, I'd remember clearly, right?" He nudged Jian Wenxiu with his arm. "How about you? This little girl seems to be talking about you. She called you uncle. Don't you recognize her?" Jian Wenxiu's eyebrows furrowed so tightly they could catch mosquitoes, but he didn't deny it. Instead, he carefully examined Jian Xion's features. Jian looked anxious. "What does this mean?" Xion, tell Zhezhe, is he really your uncle?" Yes. The little girl's eyes were full of curiosity, not excited or close to family. She was still cuddled in Jian's arms. "Zhezhe, look, the uncle has a dot on his ear. I remember it. Look over there." Jian couldn't stare for long, just glanced quickly and didn't see the she mentioned. Jian Wenxiu instinctively covered his ear, and Chung Chao happily reached for Jian Wenxiu's hand to find proof, soon exclaiming, "Wow, really? There's a small black mole, not much bigger than a millet seed. Can this kid really remember that?" It's simple and speechless. Jian Wenxiu kept staring at the surprisingly clever girl the whole time, but couldn't figure out whose mischievous child she was. After staring for a long while, he finally gave up. He cleared his throat and asked in his gentle voice, "Do you really know me?" The girl nodded. "What else did your dad say?" The girl frowned, clearly unsure what to say. Jian thought for a moment and suggested, "Maybe you can tell your sister what your dad did that day, why he mentioned uncle." It hadn't been long, or maybe the girl remembered clearly, because she almost didn't run away. Dad came back hurt, didn't say anything. That night, he held Xiaoshi and didn't speak. When he looked at the photos, he said it was uncle, so Xiaoshi would remember. The three adults looked at each other. Jian understood that Sheng Ziyuan had been triggered by something or received some news. To consider Sheng Shi's future, he took out a photo of uncle. But Sheng Shi was just a 4-year-old child. How could she point to herself and find someone? Did Dad say where uncle was? No, he just said something about Wen and White. Then he burned the photos? Some bad people came to the house and destroyed everything. Dad couldn't walk anymore. He burned many books and photos. He cried and said hope was gone. He said he wouldn't leave anything for them. Sister, what is hope? The tragedy of this era was something Jian had faced directly. But now it seemed beyond his ability to get involved. He looked up at the person opposite and saw Jian Wenxiao had already stood up, fists clenched tightly. Under his uniform, the veins in his arms bulged, his lips pressed tightly, and his eyes were wide open, an expression that looked almost ferocious. Next to him, Cheng Chao clearly wasn't on the same level, but he sensed something was wrong. He gently tugged at Jian Wenxiao's sleeve. "Be careful, you're scaring the child." After speaking, he leaned into Jian Wenxiao's embrace. The girl didn't seem very scared. Her eyes looked at Jian Wenxiao with curiosity. Jian Wenxiao seemed not to hear him. He asked carefully, "Where is Dad?" Although he liked Jian, the girl missed her dad very much. She had other things on her mind and hadn't focused on this before. But hearing this, she immediately pouted, her eyes turning red. At a glance, quickly assigned some tasks. Xin, I just remembered there's a big, tasty watermelon in the cellar. Where are you taking that little brother? Is it okay? He's strong enough to carry Xin and move the big watermelon. Let the little brother take you down, pick a pretty one, and we can eat it together. Is that okay? Jian's sudden voice was quite loud, interrupting the little girl's thoughts. Tears still gathered in her eyes, blinking several times but not falling. Big watermelon? The Sheng family is well off, and the girl has tasted good things before. But there's a faint shadow in her mind about something else. Is it that red, sweet watermelon? Cheng Chao, perceptive, quickly got up and came over. Oh, you still have such a good thing? Hurry. Little Xin, where's the cellar? Brother Cheng Chao will take you on an adventure. Adventure? Just thinking about the watermelon, but this new word distracted her. What is an adventure? Without saying a word, Cheng Chao snatched the child from Jian's arms, pinched her under the arms, and carried her out. Let's go. Off on an adventure. The cellar was inside the house, and with Cheng Chao there, Jian wasn't worried about safety. She just reminded him there's a flashlight in the kitchen cabinet. The room instantly fell silent. Jian didn't fuss. She turned around and recounted everything she encountered with Sheng Ziyuan and his daughter. She told the truth without exaggeration, except for the part about storing things in the space. Most of it was true. Even their wealthy background was not hidden. Jian liked money and collecting good things. But if those things could be used for the right cause, whether contributing to national development or helping soldiers and border guards improve their living conditions, she thought it was worthwhile. Sheng Ziyuan would probably be very happy too. Moreover, she had plenty of good things herself. That base alone was enough for her to live several lifetimes. Jian Wenxiao seemed a bit doubtful, speaking with a trembling voice. You mean he went back to the fire scene? Jian told the truth, I'm not sure. Based on the situation at the scene, his ability to abandon the child and entrust his family's belongings to a stranger like me suggests he was betting everything on this. But it's also possible he left other escape routes. Jian Wenxiao clutched his pants tightly, asking with difficulty after a long pause, was the fire very big? Unfortunately, on the day of the incident, he was not there. He was pounding his head, thinking about the big fire. If he had been in town or nearby, he might have gone to see it. Maybe he could have helped save someone. Yes, it was very big. The 2 yards on either side of the street were the center of the fire. People watching said gasoline was poured around the yards and on the walls. Once the fire started, there was almost no way to save anything. 1 yard was where people usually gathered. The other across the street was rumored to be where they hid stolen goods. The fire started around lunchtime and burned until the afternoon. We left, but the fire was still going. The plan was good. They said only those 2 yards burned, and the neighbors were hardly affected. Jian Wenxiu lowered his head, trying to hold back his feelings. What's his name? That was the question he had never dared to ask. Then he heard the cruel answer from the girl. He said his name is Sheng Ziyuan. The boy's name is Sheng Shi. Ching Chao knew something was wrong. He took his time. After a while, the lively girl sat on Cheng Chao's shoulder when she came in. Jian Wenxiu had already regained his calm, except for his eyes, which looked a little red. Cheng Chao was lively but careful. When he entered, he bent his knees to avoid hitting the doorframe. Hold my head tight. Be careful not to fall. The girl giggled and happily reported, Big sister, the big watermelon is here. Jian Wenxiu had to process this himself. Shao Jie stood up, took the girl, and patted the dust off her from the cellar. He also pinched her little nose. You little crazy girl, why are you so happy in the cellar? Big sister, there are delicious things. Besides things that can't see the light, the cellar was filled with everyday food. Shao Jie had been giving whatever he liked before. This was the first time he saw the family stock with his own eyes. Do you understand now? Are you relieved? Yes, yes. Big sister is not poor. Cheng Chao was also surprised. Every time he brought things, Shao Jie said they had enough and lacked nothing. They thought he was refusing out of politeness. But just now he was shocked. Not counting the usual stored winter vegetables, dried foods, coarse grains, potatoes, sweet potatoes, mountain goods, wild fruits, things common in rural homes, he saw much more. On the shelf opposite, there are bags of fine grains, rice, millet, white flour, dried noodles, and some bent, unknown-shaped dry pancakes. There are strips of meat, eggs, soybean oil, and even a few watermelons and over 20 apples, surprisingly stored in a small basket. To be honest, their canteen doesn't have so many supplies, especially the fine grains and meat, which they haven't eaten in a long time. It's no wonder they have such a large jar of soybean oil, making others feel envious. Seeing Cheng Chao's expression, she casually looks away, knowing she doesn't need to hide her gaze. She rubs her small, neat haircut and says, It's good that you know. Since sister brought you back, she'll definitely prepare well. Cheng Chao, oh, so those good things are for this little kid. She rolls up her sleeves and says, Come, try the watermelon I grew myself, sweet or not. The girl's eyes widen in surprise. You grew it? Sister grew it? Her admiring gaze makes Jian Wenxiu feel very pleased. Of course. You should try some too. It's from this year's batch. I stored them underground, and they're still pretty good. Cheng Chao has eaten that batch of watermelons before, but eating them in season and out of season feels very different. Especially with the northwest wind blowing outside and the house warm inside, the contrast is quite exciting. Cheng Chao feels a strong sense of belonging here and naturally doesn't hold back. Jian Wenxiu, who can't tell much from the other's expression, silently eats, occasionally glancing at the girl with red juice all over her face, her eyes darkening, lost in thought. Cheng Chao glances at Jian Wenxiu out of the corner of her eye, her curiosity and doubt growing. What time is it? Jian Wenxiu is momentarily stunned, clearly lost track of time too. But she quickly recovers and tells Cheng Chao, You go ahead first. I'll go up after I finish patrolling the mountain. Cheng Chao, quick-witted, replies, You want to go back first? That's fine. I'll finish my patrol and then come find you. Jian Wenxiu frowns, meeting Cheng Chao's disapproving look. Suddenly realizing the truth, what if he doesn't leave? If villagers see a man here, they might start to suspect something. Thinking this, he also stands up. I'll go with you. Since it's not snowing, let's see if we can hunt some game to help everyone. Cheng Chao looks around and seems to sense something. This little girl might have a situation. It's getting late, and everyone understands they need to return. The two of them didn't delay and confidently left through the front gate, heading straight to the foot of the mountain. Watching the shrinking figure in the distance, Cheng Chao let out a simple, relaxed sigh. Life is never peaceful. Curious and eager, Cheng Chao followed along, observing Jian Wenxiu's changing expressions. Under the increasing pressure, he didn't dare ask questions. His instincts told him to stay quiet to stay safe. They were out hunting, and he was definitely not empty-handed. Cheng Chao never had a chance to make a move. Before he reached halfway, Jian Wenxiu had already filled his bag with trophies. Only when he caught up with the main group did he feel free. The forest group was shocked to see Cheng Chao like this. But seeing Jian Wenxiu's dark face nearby, no one dared to speak up. A quiet bird quietly went ahead and helped Cheng Chao escape. They didn't know Jian Wenxiu well, but everyone knew he wasn't part of their military unit. Still, he was of a higher rank and much more capable. When he fought, he was even more formidable than their squad leader. Usually, Cheng Chao was always causing trouble, but now he obediently followed as a subordinate. Naturally, they could only be like quails. Cheng Chao shook his arms and looked at Jian Wenxiu, who still had a stern face but no longer saw the small prey as interesting. He sighed quietly. He made a gesture to signal the others to leave first. Once everyone was far away, he slowly approached, peeking around several times before gathering his courage and speaking.
Oncle Yin.
Jian Wenxiu suddenly turned around. Facing him unexpectedly, Cheng Chao reflexively wanted to punch, but when he looked into Jian Wenxiu's sharp eyes, he retracted his hand and even took a few steps back unconsciously. Seeing his small move, Jian Wenxiu examined him and softly said 2 words, "You're doomed." Cheng Chao was stunned for a moment, but then relaxed. Even their squad leader was occasionally teased. What was he? Not shameful. With this carefree attitude, he became playful again, regardless of who the other person was. "Uncle Jian, what exactly are you tangled up about? If it's not some secret, you can just tell me. I've known you for a while, and if you're having trouble, I can try to help." Jian Wenxiu looked at him steadily for a few seconds. Cheng Chao felt a chill and was ready to run at any moment. But then Jian Wenxiu turned and walked toward the mountain. Standing there stunned, Cheng Chao vaguely heard him say, "It's very likely I really am her uncle." Simple ignored their worries and led the little girl back to the house. Looking at several large bundles, she said, "Come on, let's open the blind boxes." The girl didn't understand what that meant but cheered along and quickly climbed onto the Kong, a traditional bed, to wait. They used thick canvas pouches, smaller than their luggage, but still quite spacious. When opened, neatly arranged boxes came into view. Simple carefully took out each one, while the girl watched like she was seeing a wonderful scene, her big eyes unable to look away. She hadn't finished looking at one before another was pulled out, her small head tilting from side to side.
Wow, sister, so many?
Some of the items she had seen or eaten before, but it had been a long time, so she found everything very new and interesting. They took out all the items from the bundles and spread them over half the Kong. There were several kinds of cookies, like the Grassland Hero Sisters cookies, Golden Rooster cookies, and Lingnan cookies. Canned foods in different flavors, such as yellow peach, hawthorn, and some military-grade meat and fish cans. Fruits candies, milk candies, malt candies, rock sugar, brown sugar, and local specialty large candies, along with sticky rice strips. There were also a few packs of dates, milk powder, malt extract, peach crisps, and egg cakes sold well at the county supply store. Plus, 2 bags weighing about 20 jin, roughly 10 kilograms, of fine grains. This time, they didn't bring money or vouchers, but these items still left Simple stunned and somewhat helpless. She had told them before not to send more things, yet it was obvious they treated her like a child. Except for the fine grains, everything else was snacks for kids. A group of grown men had bought almost every snack available in the market. Their carefulness alone was impressive. Most importantly, their treatment wasn't particularly generous. From Cheng Chao's complaints, it was clear the canteen meals were plain and lacked oil. How good could they really be? These items might have been collected over a long time by a few people. She wasn't truly lacking in clothes or food, but the stuff in the base was just gathering dust. Still, they had scrimped and saved to send her these things, and Simple couldn't help but feel a bit conflicted. Her nose started to sting. Yes, it was a life-saving kindness, but it was obvious this wasn't just simple gratitude. They wouldn't be so generous and extravagant with their own children, right? What is this?
Can you eat it?
Simple's brief confusion was interrupted by the little girl's soft voice. Except for special packaging like cans, malted milk, powdered milk, and a few cookies, most snacks are wrapped uniformly in oil paper. The small and large oil paper packages emit a sweet aroma from the gaps, and the little girl has already swallowed several times. Looking at her, I feel both simple and a bit sad. Perhaps this is bad luck. With such a wealthy family background, if she had been born in a later time, she would be a pampered princess living in luxury. Now, she doesn't even have the chance to enjoy the most ordinary snacks. My thoughts pass quickly, and I don't show any emotion. I reach out and call her over, saying, "Yes, these are treats we brought back. These are cookies, peach crisps, and a sweet-looking can. This is milk candy. Do you remember eating it?" She nods eagerly, yes. Sister said we can eat one a day. If we eat too much, our teeth might get cavities. She smiles simply and happily. Shin is so clever. That's right. These are candies too. All sweets and bugs like sweet things. So, after eating, we must rinse our mouths well. The little girl quickly covers her mouth with her tiny hands and shakes her head hard. She mumbles through her fingers, "I rinsed my mouth. It's not sweet anymore." Clearly, she really dislikes bugs. I agree, yes. Shin already rinsed her mouth. We don't want bugs to come looking for us. She responds happily, Seeing all these snacks, the little girl's impression of Jian Wenxiu and Xing Chao improves rapidly. Soon, she becomes the uncle who buys cookies and the brother who buys candies. Under her watch, they place all the treats on the shelves, hide them away, and then hold hands to leave. The cotton clothes and shoes made by Liu family helpers should be ready now. Grandma Liu and Andy helped us make clothes and shoes. Shouldn't we thank them? The little girl blinks. Yes. We should say thank you when someone helps us. Jian Xian doesn't want to raise her as a princess who is out of touch with everyday life. Probably, Sheng Ziyuan didn't hide anything from her either. The little girl is very smart. Right. But they made clothes and shoes for Shin. It's hard work. How should we thank them? Sister, Dad said that to thank someone you should give them what they need. Saying thank you is just a gesture. Not enough. Jian Xian almost wants to praise her. This is such honest words, especially from someone in the countryside. In such poor days, people naturally value practical benefits they can actually receive. Although it was a question, the little girl looked at the shelf with a sad, almost painful expression. Simple couldn't help but smile and wanted to tease her. But the ones who make the clothes are Tiger's grandma and mom, not Tiger, right?
Huh.
The little girl scratched her head and tried to remember what her father had given when thanking others before, but she was still young and her memory was fuzzy. Frowning, she thought hard. Big sister, I don't know what Tiger's family needs. Scratching her head again, she asked, Big sister, what should we do then? Foolish girl. I'll tell you, it's best to give what others need most when thanking them, but it's not always necessary. Since they helped us, it's not because of what we gave, but because they are kind and want to help. Think about it. When the third aunt and the aunt said they would help, did they ask us to bring something in exchange? No, right? So, whatever we give shows our gratitude and proves we're not ungrateful. The little girl listened, half understanding, and started scratching her head again. Then, big sister, what should we give? Simple waved her hand straightforwardly.
It's up to you.
I'll listen to you. All the visible things in Simple's house were neatly arranged on the shelf. Usually, they were covered with a curtain so no one knew what was inside. Looking around, Xiao Jianxin felt more and more sad. Big sister, I still want to give something tasty. All right, Simple nodded, pinching her nose. I already said, it's up to you. As long as you're willing, that's enough. Compared to other things, Xiao Jianxin cared more about these snacks. She looked back and forth several times before reluctantly taking a bag of rice snacks and a bag of cookies, then asked Simple, "Big sister, are these okay?" Simple naturally agreed. She wasn't really expecting the child to give her favors, but these choices were good. They were rare snacks around here. Few families could afford to buy treats for children, especially the rice snacks, which were fried and considered oily and precious in the countryside. And since they still had dealings with Lu's family, it wasn't just a one-time thing. After dressing Xiao Xian warmly and carrying a small basket, she headed outside. In the village, a few dogs eagerly prepared to run out. Simple didn't stop them. As soon as the door opened, Jixiang led the way, followed by the other 3 dogs, then Xiao Jianxin excitedly squealed. Simple locked the door silently. Even after being together every day, she wondered how they could still be so excited. Late autumn, cold and dry. As soon as I open my mouth, cold air rushes into my lungs, making me feel truly alert. The village is busy. The men are tidying up the yards, gardens, chopping firewood, checking fences, and inspecting the roofs. The women are busy cleaning the house and preparing winter vegetables. Passing by the youth cadre's courtyard, I see freshly washed sheets hanging out to dry. A few small children are running around wildly. After the initial excitement of playing outside, they happily follow Jianxin. Just past the youth cadre's courtyard, I see a group of children running ahead, led by Huzi. Huzi, brother. Seeing his friends, Jianxin gets excited and runs over, followed by a little puppy bouncing along. It looks like a small army coming together. It's happy to have friends to play with, and Jianxin is glad to have her own little friends. Huzi grins with his small white teeth and runs over, his face scrunched up. Xinxin, sister Jian, you're here. A string of children behind him also stare. Everyone in the village knows Jianxin, but Jianxin is still a bit unfamiliar to some, and many are curious. The children chatter excitedly, but Jianxin doesn't join in. She watches from the side. Huzi, however, doesn't seem ready to stop playing. He looks at her hesitantly, clearly wanting to stay but also looking back at his friends, still having fun and finding it hard to choose. Seeing this, Jianxin straightforwardly says, "You go play first. We'll go to your house." "Is your grandma home?" "Yes, she's home. My grandma, grandpa, dad, and mom are all there." "Okay, I got it. We'll go on our own. You guys keep playing." Huzi hesitates for a moment, then Jianxin and Jianxin start walking away. Only then does he make up his mind. "All right, you go first. I'll come back later." Jianxin doesn't look back or say anything. She just waves her hand casually, as if to say, "I can wait for you to invite me over, or what?" Little Jianxin, however, waves goodbye properly. "Huzi, I'm going to play with Sister Xiaohua." As they walk away, they can still hear the children chattering behind them. "Huzi, that little dog is so funny. Look, it jumps so high. This one has white fur, this one too, and that one, don't get your hopes up. These puppies are all Sister Jian's. She's really good at raising them. Have fun, but don't go bothering them. If you do something bad, they might really bite you. I'm telling you, don't cry or scream when that happens. Let's go. Did they catch the sparrow over there?" When I said that, everyone's attention immediately shifted, and a few children quickly licked their lips twice. The adults in the Lu family were indeed at home. The yard was messy with scattered wood, probably just brought back. Lu Guangming was handling it with tools, while the little old man helped pull the branches. After tidying up the branches, Sun Xiang and Lu Guangming carried them inside together. When Jian was simple, she saw this and immediately smiled. "Jian Jiqing is here. Come inside quickly, my mom is in the house." Jian, simple, called everyone one by one as a basic courtesy for visitors, then happily said, "Is this the wood you just brought back?" "Yes, since it's not busy now. We brought it in to sort out slowly so we won't be caught off guard when we need it." Jian, simple, didn't understand much but nodded. "Then auntie, you all be busy. I'll go find San Nai and see Xiaohua. Go inside quickly, it's all dusty outside." Sorting the wood was unavoidable with dust and sawdust, but Jian, simple, didn't mind much. Hearing the noise, the old lady had already sat up straight, waiting. When she saw them come in, she greeted, "Come over and sit for a while." The Kong was clean this morning and filled with firewood, still warm now. Jian, simple, didn't hesitate and sat on the edge of the Kong. Inside, Xiaohua immediately came over to join her friends.
Come up and play.
My dad made some toys for me. Let's play together. The old lady looked at the basket they placed beside the Kong and joked, "What's this? You come over and bring things too?" The girls started climbing onto the Kong. Hearing that, she quickly slid down, walked over, pulled the basket, pushed it over, and looked steadily at the old lady. "Thank you for helping me make clothes."
Wow.
The old lady looked at her and smiled brightly. "You still know how to say thank you?" The girl looked serious. "Helping means thank you." The old lady looked at Jian, simple, and asked, "Is that what you taught her?" Jian, simple, shrugged. "No, I just gave her a starting point. The rest is up to her imagination." All right, I accept your thanks." The girl seemed relieved and immediately showed a few small white teeth, climbed onto the Kong happily, and started playing. "You haven't come out for several days. Why did you decide to come today?" Jian, simple, helped her straighten the cloth spread on the Kong. "That day I caught a cold. I didn't want to move much. Besides, it's been cold these days. I was afraid she might catch a cold again if she kept being playful. So, we stayed home and relaxed for a few days." Yes, this child has just arrived and is not used to the new environment. You need to be extra careful. Are you here to pick up clothes? Are you in a hurry? Hua, go and take out that pile of clothes. Is this the one made for Xian Xian? Yes, that's the one in the cabinet downstairs.
Oh.
Xiao Hua cheerfully agrees, quickly gets off the ground, moves the jar from the cabinet lid to the side, lifts the lid and carefully takes out the items, placing them in front of Jian. "Jian, look, these clothes and shoes are all for her." She turns back, puts the cabinet lid back in place, kicks off her shoes, and climbs onto the Kong bed. Jian plans to make a thicker cotton-padded jacket and 2 more outer coats to change and wear. There are at least 4 or 5 pieces in this pile, with 3 pairs of shoes on top, 2 pairs of cotton shoes and 1 pair of regular shoes. Third aunt, why did you make so many? The old lady spreads out each piece of clothing. "Not much," she says. "The fabric and cotton you brought are already used up. This is a cotton-padded jacket. Look, try it on. It should be a little bigger since the child is still growing. If it's too small, she won't be able to move comfortably." Jian obediently comes over, takes off her coat, puts on the cotton jacket, and happily spins around. "Big sister, do I look good?" Honestly, her craftsmanship is quite good. Soft, well-finished seams, and tight stitches. Jian asks her to stretch her arms to see if it fits, and the girl says it's comfortable. Jian feels relieved. The old lady estimates it will fit well and breathes a sigh of relief when she sees it. "Look, your aunt's sewing skills are pretty good, right?" Jian shows her satisfaction openly. "Of course. Look at the stitches, no loose threads." The old lady is happy too, and she shakes out the outer coat. "These 2 are a bit bigger, just right to wear over the cotton jacket in winter, like a cover coat. For meals and such, they get dirty easily and are easy to wash. Otherwise, you can't wash the cotton jacket because of the cotton inside. Once it gets wet, it won't stay warm." Jian hadn't thought of that. She just wanted to make sure the child wouldn't need thin clothes in winter, so she made the outer coat for spring. These 2 are similar, a little thicker but windproof. When spring comes, she can take off the thin cotton jacket, and this will be perfect. The child will probably grow a bit during the winter, so it shouldn't be too big. These are cotton trousers. I see you don't know much, so I made them based on Xiao Hua's. They have a pocket on top. Girls shouldn't be cold. The pocket on the shoulder is just right, and it can be buttoned up at the front. Look, the stomach is well protected. I tell you, don't underestimate this piece of cloth. It doesn't stop you from going to the bathroom or anything. Just pull it down from the back, and nothing is in the way. Look, outside, this belly also doesn't fear the wind. Honestly, this simple thing is really new to me. I've never seen it before, and I find it interesting to turn it over and look. How is it? It's really good. Who invented this? It's a great thing. The old lady smiled. What's so special about it? It's just a way to keep warm. Look, Tiger and Little Flower have worn these cotton pants since they were kids. They tie a pocket on top and the waist is loose so they're not afraid of anything. It's comfortable to go out and play. Xiao Jian is obviously very fond of it too. When she takes it off, she's reluctant to do so. This is an outer layer worn over the cotton pants. The waistband is left loose. Since we don't have elastic bands at home, you can find a string, pin it, and sew it in. Just cut open the seam in the right place. Kids who wear elastic bands find it comfortable. This fabric is enough to make 2 pairs of cotton shoes. When it gets cold, if you don't come soon, I'd even want Tiger to deliver them to you. In this weather, going out means wearing cotton shoes. You can't let your feet get cold. It's not good. These 2 pairs aren't too thick. In a few days, they'll be just right. They're loose and comfortable. If your feet grow slowly, you can still wear them after the new year when it gets warmer. The thicker pair is for really cold days. The shoe collar is made a bit higher to block the wind, so your ankles won't get cold. With this high collar, even if it snows, less snow will get inside the shoes. Jian was stunned. How did you make so many? Stacked together, they don't look very noticeable, but when you open them up, there are quite a few. What's so many? The kids aren't adults. If they go out and run around, their clothes might get wet. This cotton padded jacket is just one. If it gets wet, it's not good. First, they can change into this thinner one, and when the thicker one dries, they can go out again. Jian waved her hand. There probably won't be that chance. Her child probably isn't wild, right? The old lady disagreed a bit. Kids should run around more. Staying inside all the time isn't good. Running helps them grow faster. Really? Jian has no experience raising children. She's still a child herself, so she really doesn't understand these things. The old lady also noticed, yes, look at Tiger and Black Egg. They're not much different, just 2 years apart. Look at that height. Tiger is over a head taller than Black Egg. Tiger has been growing up outside since he was a child. Hey Dan was weak when he was young. When he was inside, he was healthier, but when he went out, he didn't dare to act recklessly like others. One day, he was sweating so much he probably caught a cold after returning. It's only been in recent years that he's gotten better, so now he's willing to play with them. Really? Jian is confused, but thinking about her past living environment and upbringing, she begins to understand. She looks at Jian Xin blankly. Do you want to go out and play? The little girl blinks her big eyes and nods. I want to play with Little Flower Sister. All right, the little girl still prefers to stick with other girls. Jian is fine with that. She doesn't mind because she only listens to people who understand. Okay, if you want to go out, just go. But if there's something you don't understand, ask Little Flower Sister, okay? Yes, I understand. Since the village has honest people and Little Flower is a local leader, Jian isn't worried about her safety. Also, her family has 4 little bodyguards who are now ready to be useful. Knowing she has no experience in this area, she happily accepts others' advice and then switches to another topic. By the way, has Uncle Guangming finished the big bucket I asked for? Yes, it's ready. I saw you haven't gone out these days, so I didn't know if you had something to do. I didn't want to bother you, so I just left it. He also said if he doesn't see you tomorrow, he'll send Tiger to find you. Haha, don't worry, I won't lose it. Xiao Jian is left behind, her heart wild, while Jian Xia walks around the Jiqing compound. As soon as she enters, there's a sharp sound. Jian stops in her tracks, passing by a figure rushing out. She sees a door on the left close heavily. Jian hesitates, then notices a head peeking out from the opposite room. The person looks surprised at first, then waves her hand. Come quickly. Jian's eyes light up, and she heads over immediately. What's going on? Why are you acting like a thief? They open the door and invite her in. Li Yan quickly closes the door behind her.
Come in.
Behind Li Yan, several female Jiqing are dressed in outdoor clothes. Are you planning to go out? They don't go out but return to their rooms, sitting heavily on the kong, a traditional bed. Oh, don't mention it. We've been back a few days, and it's been noisy every day. Look at this, closing the door and windows, even from far away, you can hear everything. Oh, it's so noisy here. After staying at home for a few days, plus the morning incident with those two people, my mind feels a bit dull. I casually ask, what's going on? Why is it like this? The several girls immediately look over at me. Did you forget?
I'm even more confused.
Forget what? I haven't even left the house these days, so I don't know what's happening. Li Yan sighs and sits aside. Isn't it about that day when we went up the mountain? I blink. Up the mountain? Oh, I remember now, about the wild boar. Ah, that thing. What happened? Didn't they share the meat? From the room opposite, there's a loud door slam. Everyone instinctively shivers, and Li Yan stands up exaggeratedly, pointing outside. Look at that. Doing this 10 or even 20 times a day, who can take it? When I hear the noise and turn to look, I can't see who it is, only that a figure entered the room and the door was slammed shut. I only know that the room belongs to the new youth worker.
Who is that?
Lin Zhaodi also just turned around. That's Tang Chui. Knowing that I don't know them well, she continues to introduce. After they split up, Su Hong and Wei Shuwan moved to the small room at the door, right? Wang Hongmei and Tang Chui had a falling out. After that, Wang Hongmei, Su Hong, and Wei Shuwan shared one room, while Du Shuling, Chen Hongli, and Tang Chui shared another. When Su Hong and Wei Shuwan moved out, only Wang Hongmei was left alone in her room. She was quite happy about it at first, but when it got cold that day, she was fed up. Her firewood wouldn't last more than a few days, and she kept hinting that she wanted to move into that room with them. Tang Chui didn't get along with the two of them, so she definitely wouldn't agree. Things have been lively these days. Wang Hongmei knew there was no hope. This time, she paid more attention when gathering firewood than before. Who could have caused this again? When she came back, Wang Hongmei didn't say anything. Chen Hongli and Du Shuling packed up their things and moved directly into Wang Hongmei's room, not saying a word to her, and they didn't want to stay in the same room with her for even a moment. I wonder, that was almost like attempted murder. Didn't the village chief report it to the police? It shouldn't be. Lu Weiman doesn't seem like the kind of person to be so careless. Everyone's frowning. Even Li Yan doesn't want to speak. What's wrong? Can't say? Tanya's dry voice broke the silence. The village chief called the police. The commune and public security bureau are right across the street. Just as some people from the commune were being sent down, they happened to meet. I don't know what Tang Chui was thinking, shouting in front of everyone that Liujia village was bullying the educated youth. The people across the street didn't seem like good folks either. They insisted on interfering, claiming that the village chief was not handling things properly. This made the village chief so angry, he almost lost his temper. Plus, the police said there was no real evidence. The witnesses were just a few educated youths. Tang Chui refused to back down, insisting her point was right, but in reality, nothing serious happened. In the end, they just warned Tang Chui and let her go. Now she's back, acting so proud. Those people were furious at first, but after a couple of days, they couldn't hold back anymore and started fighting again. Just now, they had another fight. Frowning tightly, she expressed her frustration. This chaos had finally affected them. Did Su Hong just let her go like that? Of course not. Li Yan became interested again, speaking and gesturing as she explained. When they went to the county town, Su Hong didn't go. When they came back and heard the result, Su Hong didn't make a fuss or cause trouble. She immediately said she wanted compensation or she would complain to the Provincial Public Security Bureau and the Provincial Educated Youth Office. It seems her family has some influence. They said they weren't afraid of making a big fuss. In the end, Tang Chui had no choice but to grit her teeth and write a promissory note for 500 yuan to Su Hong. The village chief can testify. If she doesn't pay back, at the end of the year when they divide the grain, they will deduct it. As long as Tang Chui remains an educated youth here, she can't escape this debt. Su Hong is truly wise. I have to admire her simplicity. Under the circumstances, getting what she could was the real gain. Of course, with such low productivity, this amount is nearly 20 months' wages for an ordinary worker. A rural family might only save about 20 yuan a year, and saving that much through farming would take 20 years. Given the current situation, it's very likely Su Hong won't get all the money, or only part of it, but it's enough to keep Tang Chui in check. While they were talking, there was another loud bang outside. A few people shivered and sighed together. Look at how we're living. We're so scared even to sleep properly, just in case something sudden happens and scares us half to death. But it's probably not that serious. Even if Tang Chui is foolish, she wouldn't deliberately provoke everyone, right? It turns out fools are just foolish. A few people were talking when suddenly there was a loud whoa sound outside, which was a child's cry. Then came the noisy shouts of several children, saying, "You're a bad person. I'll bite you. And don't bully my sister." There was a girl's scream, followed by a child's cry of pain, then more crying and shouting, along with faint dog barking. The chaos happened almost instantly. The person quickly changed their expression, hurriedly got up from the ground and rushed outside.